We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway.
Situated here. Welcome to the November 12th, 2024 regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County. We'll call this meeting to order, and I have asked Al to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for the service, Al. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections, deletions, or modifications to the agenda?
Chair, no noted corrections or deletions. Handing the floor back to you.
Okay, thanks. Just one special announcement. I'd like to just thank everybody who participated in Veterans Day. And it was nice to see everybody at the service yesterday in Grass Valley. I attended. I know many of you did, and I just want to say thanks to our veteran community, and we're going to have a presentation here in a little bit from David West. So once again, thanks, and we just honor those people who served our nation. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent calendar may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there's adequate reason to remove the item from consent. This is consent calendar, items 1 through 33. If you're calling in and you're tied into our calling system, now is the time to call in to make comments. With that, I'm going to open up public comment on the consent calendar, items 1 through 3. Mr. Bashur, you're up.
Thank you, sir. With all due respect to the board and everyone present regarding agenda consent item 28 SR 24-153, I would kindly request to read further a short and precise statement relating to and under the board's Resolution number 23069 for its vision, mission, and value statements and the core services definition for Nevada County. I have copies present for the clerk of the board, a highlighted Apple copy of the above request for the board's passed resolution to distribute so that you know what I'm talking about. And these should also go to the chief executive officer, general counsel, and as I mentioned, the clerk of the board. And I will now pause awaiting your decision, allowing me to speak further on this item. And then, of course, my verbal name, regardless of that, for the record. And the copies, of course, are from Gerald R. Bashore. And then further statement, if allowed, will be in written form, whether allowed or not, will be presented to the board and its clerk, chief executive officer, and its general counsel for further edification. And I now pause awaiting your further. And I have a minimum of 8 copies.
Yeah, that will take that. And I will go ahead and poll County Council. Ms. Elliott, can you remind me what number that item is on the consent calendar? 28. Okay. We'll pull. I'll pull item number 28. Thank you. Any other public comment related items 1 through 33 on the consent agenda? Seeing none. Any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adopt
So
items,
moved.
1 through 27 and
Second.
29 through 33. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3? Yes. District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Just a brief recess. I need to look at what was handed to you. Okay, Mr. Bashir, we're going to give you 3 minutes under the public comment portion for item number 28. We're in receipt of your statement here, and it's been given to my colleagues on the board, so we're going to turn it over to you for 3 minutes.
Okay. I attained the rank of Eagle Scout as a youth. I do not fly, but I have attempted all my life to be a walking eagle anyway. But more importantly, today as I spoke, or as I speak now, I remain in that attempt to be a true eagle as I follow all the laws of the United States. I am respectfully Gerald R. Bashore. My charges as a trustee. In 2008, I became an appointed district trustee and was charged with fiduciary duty to all citizens, families, and visitors, and to the county of Nevada. Under the California Health and Safety Code, Division 8, Part 4, Public Cemetery, Section 9000 to 9023, Chapter 3, Board of Trustees, Section 9022B, it states, all trustees shall exercise their independent judgment on behalf of the interest of the residents, property owners, and the public as a whole In furthering the purposes and intent of this part, the trustees shall represent owners of the public as well as in furthering the purposes and intent of this part. The trustees shall represent all interests of the public as a whole and not solely the interest of the Board of Supervisors that appointed them. Notwithstanding, I have constantly continued to consult with District's council on many matters involving the public and the district, and on new policies that I have formed and followed in my duties as a trustee and at times now as de facto general manager. Overall, this consultation has been constant regarding many matters, including terminations, vendor approvals and denials, and even to the public. In these endeavors as a trustee, I have also been guided by the Board of Supervisors Adoption Resolution 23269, which you hold in hand. 2+ years ago, after becoming board chairman, with many suspicions in hand, I first called the district's general counsel. I informed district counsel of probable employee nepotism, personal use of personal district property, and probable theft, including financial misappropriation of funds, and multiple violation of the employee's handbook and policies, and suspicions and these suspicions and allegations, with all being substantiated, were possibly a severe detriment to the district and the county, and most importantly, its citizens. Shortly thereafter, I called General Counsel of Nevada County and was informed that County Council had already been informed of the matters of the district's by the district's general counsel. In summation, the district performed a third-party independent investigation that resulted in chaos, with terminations and resignations, all with the loss of culpable and unculpable records, and still further probable theft of district property and personnel use thereof. The district can, even now as I stand, still be seriously playing whack-a-mole, which has been under the auspices of the district general counsel and the district board of fellow trustees. In further summation of that original call of the county, of the many other inquiries for help from the county, even though all 5 layman trustees were supervisory appointed, and emphasized layman, it was reasoned as an independent district, it was hands-off.
Thank you, Mr. Bashir. That is the 3 minutes for your statement. Thanks for your, we appreciate it. Yeah, hand it to the clerk. Any other? Thank you. Any comments by the board? Any other public comment regarding item number 28? Seeing none, Jerry, we just want to thank you for your service both for the Assessment Appeals Board and the Nevada County Cemetery District. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve Jerry's resignation. That's item number 28.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Respectfully, yes. Thank you, Jerry. Okay, with that, we are going to move on to general public comment. And if you're calling in, please jump on the phone so you can get in the queue. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during general public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be automatically turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise. In the interest of civil discourse, it's the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attack. Time limits may be modified at the chair of the board's discretion. You can provide public comment by speaking directly here in the board chambers or by calling 530-270-3474 to comment over the phone. With that, I'm going to open up public comment and we'll send it over to you, Al.
Al Wolf, District 1. I have a complaint against Caltrans. Before COVID, we had a public meeting on roundabouts on Highway 49. Well, Caltrans is going ahead with a roundabout on Dead Man's Curve. Now, as a kid, I knew that curve is very notorious for accidents. And I've talked to law enforcement officers. They regret that Caltrans is doing it. They're using data from Europe on 2-lane roundabouts. And I would not like to see that kind of operation in Nevada County. They're thinking of doing that all along Highway 49 at various areas. The next one I understand is Dry Creek Road in Placer County. And I think it's really a waste of money and energy to do that sort of thing. Even the truckers at the meeting were against it. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Al. Madam Clerk, any callers online?
Currently, no callers, Chair.
Nope. Okay, over to you.
Good morning, Board. Lee French, Alta Sierra. I want to thank the Board and the county for jumping right on to the problem of the abandoned house in my area. We've had an increase of county visitors there, such as the fire safe and so on. And it's been reported that it is helping to settle down the forthcoming problem of fire. We still have a meeting that we need to set up, and it will probably be a very small group, probably 3 or 4 people, with Matt Kelly, and discuss what the process is, what happens next, etc. So I do want to thank the Board of Supervisors and Matt for getting right on this. Thank you, Allison. And I just wanted to tell you of my appreciation for your active inclusion in this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Good morning, Board. Could I use the timer? Could you help me?
The timer's broken, but your mic will turn off after 3 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Julie Threet, I'm here today to advocate for the vaccine injured, me being one of them. I'm appearing before you today to appeal to your sense of duty to protect the members of your community from a known toxin that has been administered by your health department and select pharmacies in your county, the COVID-19 vaccine. I am vaccine injured by the shot. I have a lesion on my brain called microangiopathy, chronic tinnitus, and I've had both retinas detached. I worked at the Butte County Public Health COVID-19 vaccine clinics from January through June 2021, and I witnessed injuries at the clinic. I was forced to quit my wonderful job at Enloe Health after they implemented the mandated booster shot, which I could not physically afford to take. Ever since then, for the past 2.5 years, I've been a member of the medical freedom movement, working with honest doctors, researchers, and journalists from around the globe to fight this pharmaceutical product. Our military has been decimated by this product, and I implore you to look into this matter. I've given you all a copy of what I'm reading here today. My mom was killed by 4 shots of Moderna in Santa Clara County, and my daughter's a medical assistant in Alameda County, coerced to take 3 shots. So I've got 3 generations of my family impacted, and I will not leave this planet until there's accountability and full stop to this man-made disaster. At the end of the letter that you are all receiving, you've got my backstory and credentials and all my contact information. Again, I'm coming before you today to demand an investigation and full halt to the administration of this product in your county. I also request you notify your residents immediately and remove all claims on your website to this product being safe and effective. If you are truly committed to your community's health, you would survey all vaccinated and determine if they've been harmed, and if so, help them file a report with the CDC's Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. I've given you quite a few resources. React19.org is a wonderful organization. They're carrying all the research and science on this product. Former Feds Freedom Foundation, former federal prosecutors are going town to town prosecuting crimes against humanity for this COVID nonsense. AmericansForHealthFreedom.org, that's where you'll find politicians who have signed up to immediately stop the shot. MilitaryAccountability.net, that's where you've got almost 38,000 veterans who oppose this vaccine. I looked up your vaccine rates here in Nevada County. If you look at the 18 to 49, you've only got almost 4% of your population that have actually taken a current vaccine. that means 96% of your voting population do not want this. If I look at the 50 to 64, there's 10%. 90% of that age group does not want this vaccine in your county. Please follow the lead of the Idaho Southwest District Public Health Authority, who have just recently stopped this shot. Take the lead, be a hero in this state, and please stop the shot. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Julie.
Hello, my name is Renette Senham. I'm a two-time city council member and mayor of Nevada City. Recent congressional hearings have brought to light several startling admissions from Dr. Anthony Fauci regarding the COVID response. Dr. Fauci conceded that the widely promoted 6-foot social distancing guideline sort of just appeared without solid scientific backing. He also acknowledged that his stance on masks evolved as understanding of asymptomatic spread increased. Perhaps most notably, he admitted that the lab leak hypothesis, previously dismissed as a conspiracy theory, is a plausible explanation for the virus's origin. Concerning the Wuhan Institute of Virology, it's now confirmed that the U.S. funds did support research at this facility, raising questions about the potential connection to the pandemic's origins. In a significant development overseas, 6 Dutch citizens injured by COVID-19 vaccines are pursuing legal actions against Bill Gates, citing his intentional and international campaign promoting the shots as safe and effective. Gates is now required to stand trial in the Netherlands. On November 9th, a Dutch government officially made a shocking admission during a parliamentary speech revealing the COVID was a military operation. This revelation echoes information that surfaced in the U.S. 2 years ago, indicating the Department of Defense, the DoD's close involvement. The DoD reportedly took charge of paying pharmaceutical companies for their brand names to create the illusion that people were receiving products from Pfizer or Moderna rather than that from some other kind of bioweapon. Today, we see the consequences of ignoring concerned citizens like myself, who, for the first year and a half of COVID, were forced outside in weather conditions of smoke, snow, hail, and sleet to present crucial documentation, studies, statistics, and so on, that are now becoming apparent. We're witnessing an alarming increase in sudden deaths across all age groups. Don't tell me you're not seeing it, and a surge of aggressive cancers, including glioblastomas, blood cancers, pancreatic cancer, and breast cancer. There's also been a notable rise in strokes, heart attacks, even in young people. Neurological issues such as Parkinson's disease and Bell's palsy, rheumatoid arthritis, blood infections, and gastrointestinal problems, all of which have been linked to these shots. And according to first responders, within hours of boosters, 911 calls come in. I resigned from my 3rd term on the City Council due to the COVID misinformation I observed during our weekly Zoom calls back in 2020, which you, Allison, and the legal counsel, and the chair, Heidi Hall, and the public health director collectively led us, while the rest of you remained silent. All of you remained silent. I accuse all of you of crimes against humanity and vowed to hold your feet to the fire. And the time of accountability is now. We must confront the truth about the pandemic response. I urge all of you to launch an independent investigation into local pandemic response decisions, provide support and resources for those experiencing illnesses related to the shots, implement measures to prevent future suppression of critical information, and establish a task force to review and revise emerging response protocols. The truth will prevail and justice will be served. The time for accountability is now.
Thanks for your comments.
On April 14, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said this: "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans." I'll repeat that again. He said, we know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans. My name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I was the Public Information Officer at the California Department of Public Health until December 31st, 2023. During the time that I was at CDPH, I apprised my management what Javier Becerra said. I sent information regarding data from the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, and they, unfortunately, made it about me, not about you. Look, I love all humanity, but the optics are this. I'm this Black guy telling these 2 white superiors that vaccines are killing people of color, and they end up disciplining me. I retired, as I indicated, because this information needed to come out. So you and the people who are watching and the people who might be viewing this on the replay and 40 million other Californians needed to know this information. On July 29th, I sent this board and 56 other county boards of supervisors a 5-page PDF indicating what Becerra said, when he said it. And by the way, that particular quote is still on the White House's official YouTube channel for all to see and hear. I would encourage the county health officer and this board to stop promoting, administering, and distributing COVID-19 vaccines because they are, in fact, killing people. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay.
For something different, earlier some of you may have been, I'm Harry Boggs from from Ms. Hook's district. Some of you may have been chuckling if you saw something called the curriculum bovine, which I sent in as a result of a discussion with some Penn Valley folks. Because I brought up to them the fact that as of the first of the year, the bus passes for elders and poor folks the bus passes will be charged again for everybody in the system. So they said something to the effect, son, you better get a job to cover that 7% gap in your budget, because that's what it amounts to. Something like that would amount to 7% of my fixed income. The reimposition of the bus fares for County Connects. They said, tell you what, why don't you go down and get a job helping those goats and cattle like a cow, put a halter on yourself and take yourself a book of invasive species of weeds, and you can help out maybe chomping down on some of the fire threat, the boskage that's all around these schools and all around these high tension lines that they've been talking about that you guys are going to pay $150,000 for. I thought, well, you never know, you just never know in life what you might feel like you have to do in order to make ends meet and make the ends connect. Because it's 7.5% for myself as an elder on a fixed income. I know I'm not the only one coming out of Penn Valley. I'm not the only one coming out of Penn Valley and the Ridge. And as far as Auburn, there's other people I see every cotton picking day who are older than me, poorer than me, and well, if they're ill, in theory, they can get the County Connects Now bus, which requires an advanced, you have to have a reservation for that. But the fixed bus lines will reimpose the fares that went back to 2020, which is something that's going to hurt a lot of these folks, men and women, kids too, people from different backgrounds. Just talked to an old gold miner on the bus a little while ago who didn't know he was going to have to pay 7% of his income for something that up until this time of year is going to be reimposed in a similar fashion to that of 2020. I wasn't here in 2020. I don't know what the situation was with the volume.
Terry, thank you for your comments.
More on that later between me and the social services people.
All right, Terry, thank you. Any other commenters here in the board chambers? Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay.
Lauren Hayes, District 1.
Pull that mic down so we can hear you. Thank you.
Lauren Hayes, District 1. The Nevada County Drug Court is in urgent need of fundamental reform. Instead of supporting recovery, program structure currently actively undermines participants' chances for stability and independence. Despite receiving more than $20 million annually across probation, behavioral health, and drug and alcohol programs, this staggering budget, rather than empowering individuals to rebuild their lives, is largely funneled into bureaucratic processes that fail to address participants' most basic needs. This structure traps them into a cycle of compliance rather than providing a path to genuine self-sufficiency. Under the current model, participants are subjected to relentless demands, making holding a job essential to independence impossible. They are required to complete over 30 hours of mandated classes, probation check-ins each week, all during regular work hours, with no flexibility to support potential employment. Even worse, they face a strict 7 p.m. curfew in transitional housing, leaving no time for evening shifts or other job options. At common goals, participants are expected to pay high rent, $900 for a shared room with 2 other adults. Food and board of 3 people in 1 bedroom, $2,700. 6-bedroom house. That's just under $20K in a month. All the while, somehow participants need to find the means to cover transportation, phone bills, child support, and essential clothing, all without a stable income. For those needing medical care or other appointments, the program provides no assistance with transportation to Yuba City or other essential destinations. These obligations set participants up to fail, reinforcing dependency instead of promoting self-sufficiency. The situation is exacerbated by last-minute frequent cancellations to probation appointments, forcing participants to walk 2 miles each way to check in. That may not even happen. I talked to somebody, 2 of 12 meetings attended by the probation officer. That's 16%. That's failing. These inefficiencies waste time and energy of the participants that be used to search for jobs, meet family obligations, or simply maintain basic stability. The court's demands on participants' time are unrealistic and unfair, imposing requirements that contradict.
We appreciate your time. Thanks for your comments. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No, Chair.
Okay, any other commenters here in the board chambers? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And we'll move on to Department Head Matters, item 34. This is the County Executive Officer, Allison Lehman. Presentation to inform the board on results of the 2024 Impact Assessment Study for Pioneer Community Energy. With that, over to you, Ms. Lehman.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'd like to represent and introduce Mandy Stewart, CEO and board analyst, who will be presenting on this item and introducing the consultants involved. Thanks.
Thanks, Allison. Good morning, Chair Bullock, members of the board. My name is Mandy Stewart. I'm an analyst both with your office as well as the County Executive Office. We are here today to go over the 2024 Impact Assessment Study completed by Pioneer Community Energy. With the Pioneer team today is Don Eckert, CEO, Gina Stassi-Vanacore, Director of Communications, and Lisa DeLobby, Community Outreach Manager. We also have members of the Pacific Energy Advisors team who completed the impact assessment study. We have Kirby DeSalle and Alden Walden. The team will present the findings and present next steps as it relates to Pioneer Community Energy and unincorporated Nevada County potentially joining Pioneer Community Energy. As you may recall, we came to you in October of 2023 to review the results of the 2023 impact assessment, which showed that it was not economically favorable for unincorporated Nevada County to join Pioneer due to recent energy spikes, which caused prices to spike and resource energy costs to be elevated. At that time, you directed staff to come back in 2024 or at a future date when it seemed feasible. Staff started completing rate comparison analysis again in March and April of 2024, which continued to show on average savings for CCAs relative to the local investor-owned utilities. Specifically, Pioneer Community Energy continued to provide customer savings on average relative to PG&E. Staff then connected with Pioneer Community Energy to discuss conditions in the energy markets as well as overall expansion plans in May of 2024. With the input provided by the Pioneer team, as well as the research which showed continued savings, as well as the support for both our economic development objective and our climate resilience objective, the decision was made to move forward with another impact assessment study, and we are here today to share those results with you. So I invite the Pioneer and Pacific Energy folks to step forward.
Thank you, Mandy, for that introduction. I'll just have a few opening comments here. I'm Don Eckert with Pioneer. We're glad to be back. Thanks for having us back, and we have better news this year than we did last year. Markets look better. What we're looking for today is it's not going to be a decision to join Pioneer, but just a general direction that you're still in the game after you hear the results and the timing of when Nevada County could join. All the value plays that we talked about a year ago are still in place, so this is about choice. You're not replacing PG&E, you're offering your citizens a choice. Two is you're going to have a say on 40% of the PG&E bill, which is the generation side of it. You're going to be sitting on the board making those decisions. You'll take control of your energy future. Let's work together and get a biomass plant built here. And then your citizens will sit on our advisory committee to develop those energy efficiency programs that would be rolled out into the county. So all those value plays are still there. And with that, I'm going to hand this over to Lisa DeLavi to opening comments, and then Alden will go over the impact assessment study. But again, thanks for having us back, and we're looking forward to working with you.
Hello, Chair Bullock and Supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. As Dawn mentioned, and we actually discussed the background briefly. It's an exciting time for Pioneer. There's definitely growing interest in 10 jurisdictions about joining Pioneer, including Butte County, Nevada County, of course, Sutter County, Tuolumne County, and Sutter County. We've definitely worked with them closely, Live Oak, Chico, Orville, Paradise, and the Yuba City as well. So we're very excited about that. The purpose of the impact assessment study is to answer two very important questions. The first, does it make financial sense to move forward with this expansion? We have to make sure that it makes financial sense for both parties. And the second is, do we have the power supply resources to serve? And it also helps answer the best timing of the launch, which you'll find out more today. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Alden Walden with Pacific Energy Advisors, who conducted the impact assessment study, and he'll highlight more customer information for you.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Chair Bullock and Supervisors. I'm Alden Walden with Pacific Energy Advisors, and our firm has been tasked by Pioneer to conduct the assessment study this year as well. As Don said, it's a little bit better news this year. Markets have softened a bit. I'll kind of start and just to give an introduction of how we go about looking at this to see if it makes sense to forecast your customers' potential impacts to Pioneer Community Energy so that we know how it will work for Pioneer to support your constituents. So essentially, we work with PG&E to receive customer data. In this case, for this study, we observed 2022 and 2023 calendar year data for all of your eligible customers. And what we've done is created a forecast based on the eligible customers as of December of 2023. This is the most recent data that we've received up to this point in time. If we continue to move forward with this process, we will continue to receive more up-to-date data from PG&E and update the forecasting and assessment studies as we go on. So currently, we're looking at about 33,000 eligible accounts within Nevada County that could be served by Pioneer Community Energy. This is about just under 300,000 megawatt hours of consumption by these customers. It is a little bit less than we saw the last time around, and that's primarily due to the increased NEM or rooftop solar build-out you've had in your community, which is just in line with the rest of Pioneer's service territory as well. If we were to enroll all eligible customers, this would look to be a little over 15% increase to Pioneer's current load that they're serving at this point in time. So a decent size there. As Lisa had mentioned, we're looking at 10 communities right now, inclusive of Nevada County. So this is really a big impact to Pioneer, their service territory, the footprint for one, but also the resource needs to be able to support these customers. We're looking at more than a doubling potentially of Pioneer's current customer base and resource needs. And so the planning that has to go into this is pretty immense, if you will, when we're talking about Pioneer onboarding communities over the years from 2018 until now and procuring on their behalf. And now we're looking at more than doubling that in just a few years. And so in addition to looking at, say, just the financials, as Lisa had mentioned, we need to look at what the resource availability is out in the marketplace. And so we're currently working with staff to analyze the market. I think I want to hit this point before the financials, to hit the marketplace, receive offers, see what's out there and available, and make sure that it is viable to support all 10 communities, inclusive of Nevada County. And that's currently being analyzed, but it is looking favorable at this point in time for a certain timeline that we'll be presenting here in just a moment. So if you would go to the next one, please. I'm jumping around here a bit, I apologize. But, okay, so as for the actual financial study, what we're looking at is basically a revenue and cost analysis. On the revenue side, it's valued at Pioneer's current generation rates that they're offering all customers served at this point in time. So taking a conservative standpoint, assuming that Pioneer will not be changing rates out into the future, we thought this was the most conservative approach at this point in time. As far as the power costs, which make up 97% or so of Pioneer's overall operating costs, we're assuming current market conditions, essentially what we could go out to the market right now at this moment and buy the energy for out into the future to support the customers. And so when we look back to kind of the study last year and the problems that we saw financially with the bottom line of joining Pioneer, it really came down to increased power costs that we saw over the last few years, and really the resource adequacy or capacity market, as well as the renewable energy markets, which sort of hit an all-time peak over the last 24 months or so. However, we are seeing a slight softening in those markets. So for the general energy that it will take to support your customers, we're down about 40% from the last time that we looked when we're talking about the problematic months. And the problematic months that prevented it last time was Q3, so July, August, and September. And for those months out into the future, we're looking at about a 40% cut in those prices. Now, resource adequacy and renewable energy, as I mentioned, were big factors into prohibiting the moving forward last time. Renewable energy really is staying very similar to what it has been, maybe a slight softening, but the resource adequacy markets have also been softening quite a bit as well, with the anticipation of quite a bit of new generation that will be hitting its commercial operations within the next few years, providing additional capacity for the marketplace and additional supply, essentially lowering the cost of that supply into the future. And so if we can go to the next one, please. Bottom line here, we're looking at a positive impact out into the future. So I'm going to go through this a little bit more. This study here, again, is on behalf of all 10 communities aggregated into one. So Nevada County is included in the financials here, which do show a bottom line of a positive number of between 1 to 13%, depending on the fiscal year that we're looking at in the question. So what did we do different in this study, and what is the timeline that's projected to work here? So what we did is we looked a little bit further out into the future as far as when we could, or when Pioneer could support Nevada County customers, as well as the other 9 communities as well. And really what the financials told us, as well as the resource availability told us, is that 2027 is going to be the optimal time to be able to enroll new customers. Per the CPUC's rules of expanding CCA service, 2026 would be the earliest that Pioneer could enroll new customers, assuming that they submitted an implementation plan amendment by the end of this calendar year, which the CPUC would then review and hopefully approve in 2025, which would allow for a 2026 enrollment. So there is sort of a full calendar year interim that needs to be put in place in between the time of the implementation plan approval and the actual enrollment itself. So Q3, as I mentioned, was the problem before, and it still is a concern in the near term. And so that's why we're looking at 2026 not being a viable launch timeframe for the new communities and really out into 2027. More specifically, we're looking at Q4 in 2027. So October 2027 would be the ideal time. What that does is it enrolls your customers at a time that just after the summer peak pricing allows for Pioneer to take advantage of cheaper resources through the winter and into the spring as well before they hit a more expensive summertime load in 2028. And so with that, we're looking at a positive margin in fiscal year 2028 that is much higher than the other years, again, because we are not including the Q3 massive prices there in 2027, so it does show a much larger margin of ability to operate. Once we get into fiscal year 2029 and fiscal year ending 2030, those margins are cut a lot more, and that is due to the sort of high costs of Q3, as mentioned before. And so with that, I think that I can hand it back to Lisa, but I'm happy to answer questions on the specific numbers here as well.
Any board members want to take questions now on the technical aspects, or you want to wait till the end? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks. Just so I can remember all of this, that was a lot. To clarify, if you could just clarify, so you need approval from the CPUC to buy the energy before you get us all enrolled. Is that correct?
So we need approval from the CPUC in order to expand service into Nevada County.
Okay, and in order to do that, you have to show that you can purchase the amount of power that you would need.
So it is part of the process. So the implementation plan lays out all of the resource needs that Pioneer would be incurring, both, or I guess I wouldn't say both, but kind of across the board in order to serve the community. So it shows that Pioneer has done its due diligence in studying what needs to be procured, and Pioneer responsibly wouldn't go out and submit an expansion request from the CPUC if it wasn't confident that it could procure those resources on your
So, but when you say confident that you could procure, it's you don't set up contracts for that power ahead of time. It's just you don't get the power until you enroll us?
So there are, I'll happily let Pioneer staff as well talk about the plans on that. But you know, what's happened in the past for communities that have enrolled in Pioneer is there's sort of an approval timeline of once the CPUC approves, then Pioneer kind of has the go-ahead knowing that it can start procuring on behalf of the customers because the CPUC has approved the expansion itself. So Pioneer wouldn't take on the liability, would be my assumption, for these customers until there is regulatory approval to move forward.
Okay, sorry, I should have waited to the end for all of those. Sorry, thank you. I'll wait till the end for my additional.
Just a quick comment to that, and thank you for the question, Supervisor Hall, so we're looking at October 2027 launch, and why are we saying, why do we need to do this now in November 2024? So our thought, and Lisa's going to go through the timeline, is we'll be back early next year, and that would be a formal vote to join Pioneer. And then we submit to the CPUC saying that you have agreed to move forward. They're not going to move forward until they see resolutions also from all the communities that want to join. And then we have to wait 90 days from there. So we're looking at probably June before we can actually buy power. And so that's why we're talking today, because I want to be ready by June to lock in these prices that we're seeing now in the market, rather than wait till, we wouldn't wait until we're launching to buy that power. So hopefully that answered your question.
Thanks. Yep, Lisa, over to you.
So over the next few months, Pioneer is confirmed with some of these jurisdictions that we've been working with. Our board of directors is going to be voting in December 19th, on expansion. So I wanted to provide just a brief timeline and let you know on our end what that's looking like. So these are the next steps. Basically, as Dawn mentioned, we would be coming back in January for you to approve an ordinance, which would need 2 readings, and that would be in January and February. In March, we would be presenting an implementation plan to the CPUC, and we would be waiting for that approval, which could take up to 90 days before we hear back. So basically, we wanted to present the findings and then also ask you the question if the proposed delayed launch date of October 2027 has impacted your decision or not in any way, shape, or form, or if you have questions. And then we wanted to just show you some of the upcoming activities. If you do so choose to move forward, we're not asking for a vote today because our board needs to vote on that on December 19th. But we would be coming back in January to review an ordinance with you and work with your staff. So January, February would be the first and second readings of that ordinance, and then the CPUC plan would be submitted in March. Are there any questions on that?
Just one quick question, just kind of the highly basic question, but Pioneer Energy, even if there was implementation, the customer base still cannot immediately opt out. They can just continue to move forward with their current power as provided by PG&E or, in my case, Liberty Energy or anybody else. It would be entirely optional for them to participate.
Basically, everyone will join Pioneer, and they have the option to opt out. It's a very simple process. They can go to our website, opt out. They can call us if they want to stay with PG&E. That's their prerogative.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Bullock, just remember too that this will not impact Liberty customers. So
that's right.
customers in D5 will not have the opportunity to participate.
Some customers in D5 that are PG&E
Correct.
customers.
Correct.
Just no Liberty. Okay, thanks. Any questions, Supervisor Swarthout? No questions. No, Supervisor Hall?
No, I think I understand.
No? Okay. No? Any questions, Supervisor Hook? I don't think we have any questions. I think what you're asking, this is an informational presentation only, so we're essentially being asked to make these considerations in some future date. Potential action item will come forward.
I think that what Pioneer is requesting, though, is if there are any major concerns that might cause you to not want us to continue to include Pioneer in the conversation on expansion, let us know now.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead,
I do have a
Supervisor.
question. So will this be a conversation we'll have at our workshop then, possibly where we would have a deeper dive on this?
Yes, our intention is to bring this to the workshop in January as well.
My only question, just based on the data part, is that there's some speculation in the energy market going forward, and that's a long way away. I think that's my only concern, and I think you probably share those concerns, and that's probably your day job to worry about that. But yeah, that's one of the pieces I think a lot about.
Yeah, and we're looking at a snapshot in time, really is what it is. We have been on a sort of a downward trend of these pricing constraints that we observed last year. Again, we really observed peak pricing for some of these resource attributes that are needed to support your customers over the last 24 months or so, and it has been softening. So yes, there's absolutely risk that the markets could, have some sort of a massive jump to them, exude an extraordinary amount of volatility over the next few months. However, going through the winter timeframe, we're not expecting anything, dramatic at this point in time. Again, a big reason for prices coming off on the resource capacity side, which has been really volatile, is the expectation of a significant amount of new capacity coming online over the next few years, meaning more resource availability out there. And I think at this point in time, unless something dramatic happens to the plan for that build out, that thought will continue to move forward as well. But as we approach the January timeframe, if there is anything significant that has happened over the next few months leading up to that, we'll bring that back to you with an update and let you know, if that's impacted the decision anyway on Pioneer's behalf.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open up public comment. We'll bring it back. Oh, you do? Okay, go ahead.
Just a really quick question. So you started in Grass Valley in January of this year, Pioneer started providing service. Do you have an idea or know how many, by percentages, how many people opted out and wanted to stay with PG&E?
Well, we offered service to Nevada City and Grass Valley in January, and I'm going to defer that to Gina Stassi-Vanacore.
Yes, thank you for the question. At this point, we have a greater than 97% participation rate between the two cities.
So only about 3% of the people opted out?
A little bit less than 3%.
Okay. All right, thanks. So Lisa, since you're there, what's the conversation of what are people seeing in their bills?
So I can only, I have not had anybody call me because I actually live in Grass Valley, so I have Pioneer service. I've not had a single phone call from anybody on this issue. I can only compare it to where I am. And unfortunately, I haven't lived in my house for a full year yet. In December, I'll be able to have a comparison. But just, I just paid my PG&E bill yesterday. It was less than $100, which I will tell you in probably 10 years. That's the first time that that's ever happened. So I believe, just anecdotally, that perhaps it is a little bit less than what PG&E was charging. So can't wait to get my December bill to be able to compare to last year.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Lisa. That's what I'll be looking at. I mean, that's probably been the biggest conversation through social media or anything that we've watched. The PG&E bills have escalated so high, especially through the summer months with the heat wave and stuff. So I'm really curious to see what that change is. And now with PG&E going to add new higher rates yet again, I know a lot of people in our area are very concerned about that. So I just would love to see that comparison of bill for amount of kilowatts used.
I'll bring it forward in December and January, and we can do the comparison. But in regard to opting out, most people, I think if you ask them, they don't even know that they're being provided a different service, is my guess. And I think that's, I think if people had seen a big spike, you might have seen more people opting out. But I think the comparison is pretty even with PG&E at this point.
I think one thing it's important to remember when you're looking at bill comps is when you look at December this year versus December last year, you might actually see a higher bill this year, but you forget that PG&E's probably went up as well. So just remember that you can't do a straight comparison year-over-year analysis, that you need to be mindful that PG&E's rates went up as well.
With our local call center, too, we have a lot of folks that call and want us to analyze their bill and show them how much we're saving. So we do that for free, and we do that a lot, and people are pretty happy.
I think that's the point I have. There's nothing on the bill from PG&E that says they've saved $10 or whatever it might be. So most people, they don't know. It's just another PG&E bill. So I don't know if there's any way of saying, look, because you're on Pioneer Energy, you've saved $5, $10, $15, whatever it might be. But that's kind of an issue, I think.
So to address that, on the first page of the bill, there is a line item that says Pioneer Community Energy Generation Charges, which outlines very specifically what you're paying to Pioneer as opposed to what you're paying to PG&E. If you go further into the bill, it does detail what you're saving compared to PG&E. And again, as Lisa mentioned, we are always happy to review any bills and answer questions that you might have.
Well, that's very good. My bill doesn't say that, but I don't live in Grass Valley.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I would just come back to your comments about what's going to happen in the next few months. I'm not worried about the next few months. I'm worried about after January, how renewables will be continue to be supported or not. And so I'm wondering, is there an opportunity to, like, if things change drastically, are you coming back? Or is it the situation that there's so much electricity coming online in the near future that it doesn't matter what happens, that's going to be steady?
So Alden can comment on he's already made the comment about the real steel in the ground that's going in place that we feel good about where this market's going. But decision in January is not final either. So when we get the approval from the CPUC to say that we can go forward and buy power for you, we'll be back here, make sure one more time that you're good to go, and then we start buying power.
Great, thank you.
Any other board questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up public comment. Here in the board chambers, anybody like to make public comment regarding Pioneer Energy? Al.
Al Wolf, District 1. I've been floating an idea for a long time now. You know, I worked for SMUD for 39 years. And since we have a new central government coming in that's pro-nuclear, SMUD is thinking of going back to the Rancho Seco site and building some new reactors there. Also, my idea about, you know, I represented SMUD for the high-speed rail operation for 10 years. My idea is to electrify the 80 rail corridor, and above the rail electrification is to bring SMUD power up here by electrifying the 80 rail corridor all the way into Nevada. We can also bring power from Steamboat Springs, which is a geothermal operation, Battle Mountain, another geothermal operation, and the market reactors they're building in Idaho to supply California with power. I mean, this is an opportunity besides cleaning up the air quality. When you look at a 5,000 horsepower diesel engine going up and down the grade on the 80 rail corridor, that's a lot of pollution you're emitting. And by electrifying that corridor, like where my father's from in Austria, they do that automatically. And also back east, Samuel, I don't know if you've ever heard of Samuel Insull. Well, I found one of his books when they purged the SMUD library a long time ago. What he did, he centralized all the power facilities and the electric rail in the Chicago area and became Commonwealth Edison. What he did, he electrified the corridor between Chicago and Detroit, and above the electrification, he put a transmission facility for transferring power. And of course, today with Commonwealth Edison have 12 reactors back there. They can easily shunt power back and forth. And we have the opportunity to do that if we develop the electrification of the 80 rail corridor. Thank you.
Thanks, Al.
Hi there again. Yeah, Julie Threet from Butte County. So we saw this similar presentation in October in Butte County, and obviously I'm in Chico too. So now I'm starting to process this, like what does it mean for me, and now hearing you all. So what happens if one of the 10 opts out? Or are there going to be negotiations among the 10 and there are going to be similarities? Maybe between now and January, y'all can reach out and talk to each other about what you're seeing, because they're asking similar questions. I also am curious, like, so each one of us 10 jurisdictions is going to have representation on the board of directors. That's a lot of people, and then I think about me. So I've got PG&E, but I've got Sunrun for solar. So I pay gas on my PG&E bill mostly. I've got my Sunrun solar bill, which is fixed, but I have a true-up in November on my PG&E bill for what I didn't estimate. Now I'm going to have this, maybe this change. So I just think communications to your constituents will start to get a little bit crazy, a little bit messy, and so I just think you need to factor that in and maybe have some simplified slides. So if you are this person in this place, then this is what you're going to see, and just to help people through it. And then on the shutdowns, you know, we had that power shutdown last Tuesday during the elections from PG&E in a lot of locations. We had one in Cohasset. So with Pioneer, do we save ourselves from having these planned power shutdowns from PG&E? So just some of those questions. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No callers.
Mr. Taylor.
Excuse me, Michael Taylor, District 1. I raised this concern when it was up, and was being presented to you guys, I think, a year and a half ago. And what was brought up at that time was that they were going to make an effort to communicate both Nevada City and Grass Valley in opting in or opting out, and educating the community that this is a process that they're looking at for county-wide. I personally have not seen any education information since that meeting at that time. I would suggest that maybe you guys do some sort of a survey with Nevada City and Grass Valley to understand, one, do they know that they're paying someone else for their power? Two, do they know how to opt out, or that they have an option opting out? I think understanding more about the process in opting out, like what the other lady was just mentioning, solar, I'm on solar. There's other PG&E programs that we're already part of. I think making a decision for the entire county to have their power shifted from PG&E purchasing the power for them to having a broker purchase the power for them and then sell it to you through the PG&E bill is probably a little much for senior citizens in this county to understand how to either opt in or opt out. So my suggestion, continue the education process publicly to get some sort of a survey done through Nevada City, Grass Valley to understand what their experience is. And Lisa, just to share with you, your total power bill from this year to that last year is probably going to be significantly different, simply because last year we were basically dealing with snow and rain and pretty bad weather all the way through, I think, late September through December. This year we're looking at record warm temperatures. And, my power bill is significantly less, and I couldn't see how I could compare this year with last year, other than understanding my kilowatts that I've been using, the kilowatts, which you can actually call PG&E right now, and they can explain to you your cost difference in kilowatt usage. That's something you can already get answered. All right, thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Any other callers online? Anybody else here in the board chambers want to make comments on Pioneer Energy? Nope. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board for any closing remarks. Supervisor Hook?
So that is a good question, just curious. So when your PG&E goes off for a PSPS, I mean, your power is going to go off for Pioneer too. It all runs on the same token of line, so that's always interesting. That really wouldn't change. Your power's off, you're not using any, so that wouldn't be an issue.
Correct. You are having your transmission lines, distribution lines through PG&E. If there's any PSPS,
Right.
you'll be notified. There's no change there. Pioneer will also help notify. We partner very closely with PG&E, and we're informed of those PSPS.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. I just wanted to point that out since that question came out, because it all runs on the same line. We're still going to have them. PG is still going to be the maintenance portion of that. Okay, no, thanks.
Supervisor, any other questions, comments? Nope. Seeing none, I think if we're taking a straw poll and kind of a temperature of the board, I'm assuming we're going to want to see this move forward and additional information come forward at the workshop. So with that, we'll close the dialogue, and I would entertain a motion to accept this presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Moving on, item number, anybody need a bio break? No breaks? Okay. Moving on, item number 35, Social Services Director Rachel Pena, Veteran Services Officer informational presentation. And David's here. We're going to turn it over to you, Mr. West.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you very much. Ms. Allison Lehman, thank you. David West, Nevada County Veteran Services Officer, here to provide my annual presentation on the Nevada County Veteran Services Office. Thank you for that. There we go. This week, Nevada County is participating in its 4th annual Military Appreciation Week. We are the 2nd county in the United States to have such an event. The other county that we know of is back east, and it's a Coast Guard town. What this means is we have 100 businesses here locally that are offering discounts from as little as 10 up to 60% for veterans to come and use their establishments, either restaurants, services, car and auto parts, all kinds of businesses. Yesterday, we had the local scouts retire the flags. We have 7 receptacles located throughout the county throughout the year where families and people can come and donate their flags, drop them off, and then the scouts retire them every year. Local parades, and also this week we're participating in Operation Green Light, where we're highlighting the Grass Valley Vets Hall, the Veteran Services Office, and the Rood Green to highlight the needs for local resources for veterans. Thank you. Our mission at the Nevada County Veteran Services Office is to advocate for all the veterans in Nevada County. About 10% of the about 10% of the county population is veteran, and we consider their surviving spouses and dependents. That increases. We're known for assisting veterans for filing claims for compensation or pension, and our goal is to connect every veteran in Nevada County with their benefits. All right, so a little bit about us. We operate on a budget of just over $750,000, and that employs that's for a fully employed staff of 4 full-time employees. And actually today, this afternoon, we're going to be having our first round of interviews for our first ever full-time office assistant. It is due to you, your leadership, and your support for our office. This is a significant achievement for the veteran community, something everybody is really looking forward to, so thank you. Veterans here receive locally just under $50 million annually in federal benefits from the VA. Last year, on our budget, we were able to generate a little over $4.8 million in federal benefits to the veterans in Nevada County that gets used. Veterans don't save that money. That's used when they're paying rent at the local gas station, grocery stores. That money is being reinvested into our community here locally. We also received just under $50,000 from CalVet for Prop 63 funding for mental health services. Veterans can be seen locally at the Auburn Outpatient Clinic. However, it takes them about 3 to 4 months to be seen by the VA. Here, through our contract and with Sierra Family Services, we're able to see our veterans in about 3 to 4 weeks, significantly improving their mental health. And Nevada County Veteran Services Office has become a model of what can be accomplished in rural communities through collaboration and our efforts with DSS. A couple weeks, we got visitors from another county come and watch and see how we do and see if they can take some of our practices back home. Thank you. Anticipated delays in 2025. On August 10th of 2022, President Biden signed in what has been known as the PACT Act. This is the biggest piece of legislation that has impacted the VA, and it is still having profound effects on the VA and our veterans here locally. It has pushed the VA past its limits. This past October, if there wasn't for Congress intervention, veterans here locally would not have received their compensation benefits because the VA blew past the budget. Because of this bill, it has impacted veterans locally at the healthcare facilities. It has increased timelines, which has made it more necessity that we get Prop 63 funding. Having an understanding of that and being able to communicate to our veterans the problems we're seeing, the expected timeframes, and letting them know should help with the process. But we are seeing problems, and we just have a new administration, so we're going to wait to see how that impacts the VA and the direction they're going as they try to fight these timelines. Thank you. So focus on highlighting the needs in Nevada County. As always, we're focused on reducing our veterans' homelessness. Pretty soon we're going to be announcing a comprehensive plan to house a lot of veterans during the holidays. We have a big plan, and we're going to be focusing on getting our veterans housed through our help with county behavioral health and our home team. This past October, I got an opportunity to once again present at the California Welfare Directors Association. That is the directors for everybody in Department of Social Services, and be able to highlight CalVet's Medi-Cal cost avoidance program and how we use it to provide wraparound services to veterans in Nevada County. In February of 2024, I was the nominated and elected president of the California Association of County Veteran Services Officers. Basically, what this means is I get an opportunity to advocate for rural California for the next year and a half. Been trying to, in our efforts to pass legislation and increase funding for our offices, it's very important that they know that, yes, there's a lot of homeless veterans in LA and the larger counties down south, but we still have our problems up here, and able to communicate the need and the resources we have. I was also recently named Vice Chair of the California Commanders Council. Once again, more impact in helping legislation for our local veterans. And I'm still involved at the national level with the National Association of County Veteran Services Officers, serving on their e-board and as a trainer, training veteran services officers across the country on basic benefits. Our Veterans Outreach and Wellness Program, a lot of funding comes through Prop 63, both through CalVet and here at the county. That is our Veterans Outreach and Wellness Program. That is our opportunity to provide mental health resources, but also connect with local nonprofits. Can take them hunting, fishing, working on boats if that's what they want to do. We have therapy dogs in our office on Thursdays to break down barriers and make veterans feel more comfortable. And last year, I got an opportunity to present to you and tell you that we got selected to participate in the University of Southern California study. It's going to show the benefits of connecting veterans to services locally. Just last week, we had our kickoff meeting. It's going to be a lot more information to come on that, but the benefit is we are the small county that's representing small counties in California, and the benefit of connecting veterans to local services. And finally, as always, we're focused on increasing our services to the Truckee area. We believe with the impact of having our new office assistant, it'll allow our staff more time to do more work and be in areas up in Truckee. We're still at every other Friday, the first and third Friday of the month, and we're making more efforts to contact. That's the conclusion of my presentation.
Thanks, David. Job well done. And again, thanks for your service to our nation. I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Hook, and you want to kick us off with any questions or comments?
Well, I don't have really questions except for thank you. I think what we're doing is amazing. Like I said, just have different county reach out and want to kind of follow suit what we're doing. I'm thrilled that they came down and spent some time with you. I want to say I went to the Veterans Service yesterday morning. It was magical. The band played. It was really, really well done. And then I was fortunate enough to go to Lake Wildwood. They have a military veterans club there of 180 people in there, and it's fun. They're working on putting up a memorial. So there's a lot of work being done, and there was a lot of great things in that room talked about our veteran services and how it's changed over the last 10 years. And it just makes me feel good that this county supports the work that you're doing, and to look where you are supporting and advocating at all the levels from the nation right on down. So that's fabulous, David. I just can't say enough about how much we appreciate the work you're doing. Had a great stand down. Looking forward to how we work with anything that we have to do with Military Appreciation Week. This week has been fun. I got some new businesses that want to join in and be a part of that after we had a little talk down there and at the chamber meeting. So there's a lot of, there was donuts and coffee yesterday at the new automotive folks down there. And of course, Stephanie had just at Java Dream, she's a military business owner there and did free coffees for veterans yesterday, so that was very cool. So there's a lot of fun stuff going on in Nevada County, and I think that bringing that up and out into the public, and what you guys are doing, especially through your work with behavioral health, is huge. I look forward to hearing about how we're going to work the holidays with the homelessness and how that's going to work. I'm excited, so keep doing the great work that you're doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, David, I have a brother and a brother-in-law that is both Vietnam veterans. And they both have dealt with you. And I think my brother is probably fairly common of many of our veterans in saying, I don't really need any of those services. I wasn't impacted in Vietnam. But it's been working with you that he's been able to kind of see the light, and you've helped him with programs. And I think you do that for so many of our veterans here, and I just thank you for your service with the military to start with, but also what you're doing here. Doing a great job, David.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Schofield.
Supervisor Hall?
Yep. Thank you, David, so much for all the great work you've been doing with our veterans these past few years. And congratulations on your leadership roles. It's really significant and helpful, and it shows that we're leading the pack again here in this county. And I'm also very proud that we're investing as much as we can in our veterans. It's just a really large part of our population. And I want to give a special shout out also to the businesses who are participating in Military Week. You know, our restaurants and some smaller businesses are struggling. So when they are willing to step in and provide extra help and discounts to our veterans, I think that's really a wonderful sign of support that we all have of our veterans. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Yes, I want to echo all the comments that my colleagues have made, and just a personal thank you to you and all the work that you've done. You've really educated me a lot since I've been up here for the last 2 years about our veteran services, and I really appreciate that. And the fact that you, from a rural community, is represented on a national and a state level is really important. You know, we know getting that rural voice out there is really difficult. So the more that you participate in that, it just highlights our community. It highlights all rural communities of the importance that we are not the lost part of California. We are a big part of California. So thanks for all that you do, and look forward to continued work with you.
No, thank you. It only happens because of the support you all give me, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David. I was touched. I went to the Veterans Celebration yesterday, and some of the stories, very touching stories about service, and I just, a lot of appreciation for me for those people that were there. And I just wanted to thank you, obviously, for, East County. Whenever I send somebody to you or to your staff, it's immediate, like right away, you get back to me and connect them. And a lot of times it is people like you were describing, people that don't know. So you get a call from a veteran like, hey, do you know anybody that could help me? Or, they don't even really recognize the service that we have available to them. So thanks for jumping on that. And I just wanted to, your budget is quite austere, so it's like a very tight budget, and thanks for staying inside that and making a good use of taxpayer dollars. We support your additional staff member, and we're excited to see what you do with that. And I just want to make mention of the Military Appreciation Day, too. That was a huge piece for me to integrate with that community and spend a day talking and meeting veteran families and active service member families. It was an opportunity for our community to go out there and talk and kind of interface with them one-on-one, so that was another piece that I'm really proud of. But again, I think everybody said it, but thanks for your service, both to our nation and then also to Nevada County. We're really lucky to have you, and your participation in all the state and the federal activity. I think you went to Washington, D.C. recently.
Yes, I did.
Do some lobbying. How'd it go?
It was awesome. It was an opportunity. It was a change maker event, trying to change the narrative on the story behind the veteran. Meaning, yeah, there's a group of us that are homeless, and we do tend to hurt ourselves at a higher rate than more people, but 90% of us are doing well, and we can talk about that military thriving and do a better job of lifting each other up and helping we integrate better. Because not only is it better for the community when the veteran is doing well, but it's also better for national security, because right now the armed forces are having a hard time recruiting. So we as veterans, we still owe, right? So we need to do a better job of telling our story and how great our service was, and while still doing a good job of connecting to services, all those great things, right? Yeah.
Pretty cool, yeah. I think you have a group of supporters up here, so please call upon us. With that, we'll open up public comment. Anybody here in the board chambers like to make a comment regarding Mr. West's presentation? Al.
Yeah, I was an engineer in the Navy, and the engineers are the last people that go down with the ship. And, they have not been given due support we started out shoveling coal. Then we went to black oil, and then, of course, nuclear energy. But I served on a nuclear ship, you know, the Enterprise. But the other two ships I served on first were old Essex-class carriers, and that's why I have asbestos exposure on my lungs. My father was a shipwright in World War II in the Bethlehem shipyards in San Francisco, and he also put a new bow on the Laufey. I don't know if you ever heard of the Laufey, but the Laufey had her bow taken off by a kamikaze in the Battle of Okinawa, and my brother and I got a piece of the propeller from the kamikaze plane. But ever since then, we've been very involved in engineering and on ship. We built our own cabin cruiser, sailed it on the lakes up here, and I water skied on the lakes up here. And I think that in the past, engineers have been forgotten. They went down with the Titanic, they went down with the Lusitania, and they went down with the Indianapolis, you know, the cruiser that was torpedoed off of the Philippines in World War II. And, being down 7 decks. And then they set Circle William. I don't know if you've ever heard of Circle William, but Circle William is when they shut off ventilation. And we went through a couple drills like that off of Vietnam. And of course, we were there when they were shooting each other at Quemoy and Matsu, the two islands that are closer to the mainland. And it was an interesting time, but I just thought I'd give a little PR for us guys. We used to call ourselves the Black Gang because we died at one time on my second ship, the Valley Forge, we dyed our white hats black in honor of the old engineers who used to shovel coal. Thank you.
Thanks for your service. Any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Nope, thanks. Okay. Any additional public comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments or a motion would be very much appreciated.
So moved.
Motion is second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. West. Anybody need a bio break? Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute bio break. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on to item number 36. This is a planning item. This is scheduled public hearing. Public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution to commence a 30-day public comment period for the county's pro-housing designation application starting on November 13th, 2024 to December 12th, 2024, and authorize the planning department to submit the application to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development after the expiration of the official 30-day public comment period. With that, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Brian Foss.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. With me is Tyler Barrington, our Principal Planner, and he'll be going over the presentation on this item today.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Honorable Chairman, members of the board. Tyler Barrington, Principal Planner. As the Chair read into the record, the county is seeking a pro-housing designation through the State Department of Housing and Community Development's pro-housing designation program. And on July 9th, 2024, the board adopted Resolution 24-391, authorizing planning to submit the application. On August 30th, the application was submitted to HCD, and planning was contacted by HCD that there were some other statutory requirements that weren't met as a part of that process. This included information about the county's approach to dealing with homeless encampments, and then also required a 30-day public period, and then our application was required to be attached to the resolution. And so before you today is a resolution to consider that application. I would note that the application was prepared primarily by planning, but we also got help and support from the Behavioral Health Department for information related to the encampment policy, and from HHSA Housing Community Services related to Category 4 of the application. A pro-housing designation would allow the county to receive extra points when applying for competitive grants for housing, including the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Grant, the Infrastructure Grant, and several others. The county will also be applying for a pro-housing incentive program, which will come before your board for a resolution authorizing staff to submit that application. Staff has worked in concert with HCD through technical advisor over the last month or so to prepare our application, which is contained within your packet. If adopted by the board, staff has a website that will be stood up for this application with my contact information, as well as all the attachments. I'm not sure if the board got to review the 695 pages. So with that, staff would request that the board adopt the attached resolution, first opening a 30-day public comment period between November 13th and December 12th, and then following that 30-day period, authorize staff to submit the updated application to the state. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board regarding this? No? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and open up the public hearing and public comment on this item. Anybody in the board chambers like to make public comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay. We will close the public comment period, close the public hearing period, bring it back to the board for discussion and or, you know what? I do have one quick question. Is there something we can do to help facilitate HCD's review and approval of this document?
Mr. Chair, I think by working with them, they're committed to review it. Now, they haven't guaranteed that they'll be able to review it in time to approve the county's pro-housing designation, because it has to be done by the 31st in order to receive the pro-housing incentive program. But that doesn't stop the review process, that we could also continue to work with HCD to review and become eligible next year. And they've recommended that or indicated that there's a lot of housing funds that help us be more competitive for. And the pro-housing designation really shows the county and the board's commitment towards addressing the housing needs of the community at all income levels.
So we can attach that submission to our applications and let them know that we're almost there.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you. No other questions from me. If the board has no additional comments or questions, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good luck. Moving on to item 37, Behavioral Health Director Phoebe Bell. Resolution approving acceptance of the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Round 3 funds and execution of an amendment to the subcontract agreement between the County of Nevada and Advocates for Human Potential, Inc. on behalf of the CDHC. And with that, we'll turn it over to you, Ms. Bell.
All right. Good morning, Chair Bullock, members of the board, Phoebe Bell, Behavioral Health Director, and I'm here today to talk about the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program. I wanted to start by talking about the funds that we have already received. We applied for round 1 of Behavioral Health Bridge Housing a little over a year and a half ago. The goal of this funding, it's state funding, and it's really focused on acknowledging that there's many people with mental health and substance use needs who are living unsheltered, and so we need to increase the number of beds available to people on an interim basis, so sort of off the streets and into some type of shelter program quickly. And the goal was to move quickly. Counties applied for the first round of funding. That round was not competitive, but you needed to demonstrate a strong plan that met a number of criteria. In Nevada County, we partnered with Hospitality House, who clearly has a strong track record of providing interim and short-term shelter for people. And together, we agreed to stand up 30 additional beds of housing in Nevada County through a combination of motel rooms and master leased houses, and prioritizing the population that the grant was focused on. The program includes a significant amount of staffing, basically case management services. So as people are placed in the interim shelter, Hospitality House staff is available to check in with them regularly. The sites aren't staffed full-time, but staff are available to come check in with people and support them. We also leverage CalAIM funding through partnering with our behavioral health homeless outreach team, also known as the Enhanced Care Management Team, who really does the initial work of identifying people who are appropriate for this program, and then linking them and referring them into the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program with Hospitality House. And then the two teams work together from there to provide the comprehensive support people often need at that moment in time. And one of the goals of this program is to really be a quick landing place for people who also get involved in the justice system. So care court upcoming, but also mental health diversion and other court programs where we're really trying hard to get people into a treatment path and into stability. It's been incredibly exciting to see how well this program has done, and I want to start by saying we were certainly amongst the first counties in the state, but possibly even the first county in the state to become operational with our Round 1 Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program, and that's a lot of appreciation to Hospitality House and their nimbleness in being able to quickly stand up this program, and the partnership that we've had quickly getting people into the beds and getting that going very fast. So that really put us in good standing right from the get-go. We've seen pretty great success so far as well. We've served about 80 people total in the program to date in a little bit over a year. And again, that's 30 beds of housing with people staying in those beds for quite some time. So turnover doesn't happen super often. When there is turnover, we're able to fill the beds quickly. We have probably 100 people waiting to get into those beds. We sort of stopped keeping a waiting list because there's not really much point, but the demand for that service is very, very high. We're simultaneously enrolling people in other CalAIM supports so that they're getting more comprehensive services and access to a lot of other supports that are out there. And we're seeing, honestly, very good success rate given the complexity of the folks we're trying to serve. Most of these people have been homeless for many, many, many years and have significant complicated needs. And so being able to get almost half of them into permanent housing as they're leaving the program is really a high success rate and something we want to build on. And I just want to share one quick story of the type of person we've been serving in this program. One participant was a 61-year-old male. He'd been homeless on the streets of Nevada City for over 2 decades, severe alcoholic, and numerous arrests and jail stays, kind of in and out of the justice system pretty regularly. The ECM team had already started to build a relationship with him, and after one of his arrests, he ended up in the mental health diversion court program. And from there, he came into the behavioral health bridge housing program. So at that point, he had a behavioral health case manager, an ECM case manager, and behavioral health bridge housing support wrapped around him. And each of those teams was focused on some aspect of his needs, his physical health care needs, his mental health care needs, his need to get his ID and get access to Social Security, things like that. And after a few months in the program of sleeping in a safe place and with that level of support, he started reporting a shift in his feelings of hopelessness and began making real progress on some of his goals. And at this point, he has not been arrested in over a year and moves into permanent housing in about 6 weeks. So that's the kind of very intensive, comprehensive support that's needed for some of these folks, and that this program is really giving us that opportunity to provide. So that leads us into current state, and the reason I'm here in front of you today, which is the next round of behavioral health bridge housing funding and our recent award of a grant that I'm here today to seek permission to accept. We're not really clear what happened with round 2, that we never saw a round 2, but went from round 1 to round 3. Round 3 was a competitive round of funding where any county in the state could apply for dollars, and depended on the strength of your application. So we basically wanted to enhance and grow the success of the round 1 behavioral health bridge housing program, and as more than anything else, really focus on what comes next. After we get somebody into that interim shelter and we're wrapping services around them, how do we provide an off-ramp to people, given the lack of actual housing out there for people, or subsidies to support them in that housing. And so our program has 3 components to it that I'll walk through in more detail. One is really that housing stability, placing people into long-term housing, and then 2 parts that are capital investments to build out housing options that will be used as interim housing for now and could someday become permanent housing. I do want to note this is complementary of another grant that was in front of you not that long ago, the Encampment Resolution Fund grant of $2.5 million. It similarly is focused on these same types of activities, and we're braiding those 2 strands of funding together to build out a really expansive and in-depth program focused on stabilizing people, using this kind of runway that we now have from the streets into this interim housing program with comprehensive supports, and then into permanent housing. And I'll talk more about how that will look. But in part because of the success of our round 1 project, and in part because of the strength of the proposal, we were awarded $3 million, which is what's in front of you today. So the bulk of that money will go into what we're calling a housing navigation program. We held an RFP, and Freed was identified as the top partner for this. And some of that focus is on supporting landlords. So it's recruiting landlords who'd be willing to rent to our clients, supporting those landlords with mitigation funds, with site improvement dollars, cash incentives, basically trying to open up existing housing stock to people who are trying to exit homelessness, as well as ongoing support once that person is placed. That landlord knows they have somebody they can lean on if things get rocky in terms of helping them resolve any issues that may come up. The bulk of the money is spent on the other side, which is supporting tenants getting into that housing, and particularly and specifically by paying rent for people for up to a year. We will probably structure it the same way that we structure a lot of our recovery residence funding, where we pay 100% at the very beginning and then a declining share over time as the person gets on their feet and gets an income source through either employment or disability. We'll have funds for moving people in, setting up their place with furnishings. We'll do trainings around how to get people ready to rent. We'll have a team really focused on getting all your documents and paperwork in order. And then once they are in that housing, we'll be focused on what's the long-term solution for paying for that housing. Is that a voucher? Is it disability? Is it a job? What are the strategies for that person? So it really creates that viable pathway to people to get on their feet in a housing situation. The 2 capital components, part 1 is using a property that the county currently owns on Badger Lane. It's part of the Empire Mine Courtyard Coach and 4 project. There's a house adjacent to the motel that has been untouched. This funding will allow us to renovate that house and turn it into 7 units of behavioral health bridge housing. AMI Housing operates that project for us, so they will operate the construction process. but eventually we'll be using that as part of that interim housing, those 30 beds that we originally talked about that Hospitality House operates for us. It's super expensive to operate out of motels, for example, and it's hard to find master lease options. So this will be 7 of the beds will be used for that program. So it will decrease the cost of that, allowing the program to go on for longer. In addition, once the bridge housing funding ends, the housing could be converted to permanent housing, depending on what the needs are in the system at that point in time. And then the second capital project is with Hospitality House, using a piece of property they currently own on Glenwood, and trying a new strategy of using modular construction to basically set up 14 to 16 beds of housing on that property. This is really exciting because there's so much focus in all the state grants right now on really fast turnaround times. I think the state's frustrated with how long it takes from funding a project to opening the door on a project. And so if we can find ways to be more efficient with that, and this modular approach is certainly a really good strategy to that end, we will be more competitive for future funding as well. So we're really excited that Hospitality House has leaned into developing the relationships to try this strategy, and we're really hopeful that we'll be able to get this project online very quickly. And then similar to the other capital project, can be converted at the end of the interim housing time to permanent housing if that's what's needed at that point. So with that, happy to answer any questions. We feel like this program with these now kind of 3 rounds of grant funding, the 2 behavioral health bridge housing fundings and the encampment resolution funds, is a really robust, comprehensive investment in a meaningful pathway into stability for people who have really complex needs. We know that folks who spend a lot of time unsheltered, their behavioral health symptoms get significantly worse, and so the time it takes to help stabilize that person and get them to a place where they're able to meaningfully live in permanent housing can take some time, and having the resources of staffing that these programs will provide us are really positive, and we hope will really make a difference in getting people sheltered in our community.
Great, thank you. Phoebe, yeah, a lot of content there. I'm going to open it up. Supervisor Shorthout, do you have any questions?
Just one question. On that Glenwood property that Hospitality House owns, that's not the Sierra Guest Homes property, so that's the other property that they own. How much work has been done in the planning process of that, like with the city of Grass Valley, with the neighbors?
I believe
what stages are you in?
Yeah, so that's Hospitality House taking the lead on that project, and I believe they're pretty far down that path. And I think there's a chance Nancy will be calling in to during public comment, so she may be able to speak to that directly. She's unable to be here today. But they've been working with that neighborhood for a little while, and they've certainly been in a lot of communication with the city of Grass Valley on this project.
Okay, so is there, in the planning process there, is there any sort of special consideration given for this type of project? Or do you have to, is it just based on the city codes? Is it a by right project where it's going to go forward no matter what the public scrutiny is or what the city determines?
I am 90% sure, but I'll double check myself on that and get back to you.
Yeah, I've been at a few of those neighborhood meetings in the past, and there's some issues there with the road. There was a bunch of road improvements that needed to be done in order to put housing there, and which is very expensive. So I'm just curious as to what stages that, if this is really going to happen. So yeah, I can talk with Nancy as well. So, thanks.
Yeah, and you're alluding to many of these grant funds are now have accompanied regulatory changes that allow, like you're saying, basically a by right use of property for these purposes. Again, with that eye to expediency and recognizing how hard it has been to get projects throughout the state.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of work you guys have done on this. It's looking really good. I have a question that's related, but I'm always mindful of the fact that we spend so much money and time, and it's very difficult to get people into permanent housing. And then I'm starting to get calls, so it's coming around holiday time, and people are struggling with their rent. And so do we have a plan for any of these funds or a way still to be like connecting with those folks who are on the edge of falling back into homelessness? Do we have programs that we can like give them rent for 1 to 3 months or something to keep them in? And I know that's not what this money is specifically for, but just want to raise that issue.
Yeah, 100%. I think I was at a presentation a few weeks back where somebody was talking about the success we'd seen. In 1 month in behavioral health bridge housing, we got 8 people into permanent housing, which was incredibly exciting. And in that same month, as I say this out loud, it sounds wrong, but something like 50 people became homeless for the first time. And so the kind of inflow is so high, and we're working so hard on the outflow, and you kind of feel a little finger in the dike-ish. To your point, sort of that rental assistance at a critical moment is a key part of a comprehensive homeless strategy. There periodically are investments or opportunities from the state to apply for funds to use in those ways, and at times we have more or less of those dollars in our system. I'm not 100% positive right this moment how much rental assistance money there is, but absolutely, your point's well taken. It's really a critical piece of the picture.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't mean to sort of blindside you by a totally separate program, but maybe in the future we could have more information on that in another presentation. I'd love to hear that. Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield?
No questions, Phoebe, but you, this is an ongoing program, right? You're simply adding more beds, so the administration part of it is in process right now. Yeah. Good job.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you. Yes, exactly. We're building on existing capacity and infrastructure and kind of going for opportunities when they arise to enhance that program.
Supervisor Hook?
Yeah, I don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Phoebe, good presentation.
Yeah, it's exciting. A tremendous amount of work, and I know how much work it's taken to get to this point, and I just want to commend you in doing that. It's a long-term throw, and I know that a lot of this has happened over the course of months and years, many years. I did want to take the opportunity to just kind of highlight some of the difficulty we're having in East County, and I know you're probably prepared for that convo, but I know Ryan and myself are part of THAC, the Truckee Tahoe Housing Advisory Committee, which is, did I say that right? I believe so. I always get it wrong. It's been kind of standing for, I guess it's about 18 months. We've had that convened, and really having some significant challenges in East County, finding property, finding orientation centers, infrastructure of any kind. So we don't currently have any infrastructure for homeless services in East County. So we're getting to that time of year where we're getting calls from the hospital and other community members who want to understand what we're doing to contribute to that. And I know we have the Home Key project, which is outstanding. I hope we're moving forward on that. But I think it's a confluence of a lot of factors that have kind of led us to this piece in Eastern County with essentially kind of a system failure in that area providing. And I know we've got vouchers and we've got some other programs, but we don't actually have any physical location. We don't have any orientation services. We don't have a warming shelter. We don't have a place to do wraparound services. We just don't have a lot of capacity. And I'm saying all this not because I think there's apple and oranges needs in the county that I recognize, and there's a lot of people in Western County that need to be served by this infrastructure, and there's far fewer in Eastern County. There's just not as many. But those people are meaningful. If there's one person, it's meaningful, and I know you feel the same way about that. I just wanted to bring it up because it is a community solution. I'm speaking partially to my community stakeholder partners that have been unable to help us in Eastern County. Some of them are raising their hand and coming to the table, but there's not actually a physical venue for us to serve people in Eastern County right now. So you'll hear me talk about it more. Again, 100% supportive of what we're doing here with these serving the population needs in Western County. Unfortunately, it's one of the pieces that in Eastern County and Western County, much of the service provision we have overlaps. So like our staff can go to Eastern County and serve, and Eastern County people can come here and help. But when it comes to infrastructure, it's located where it needs to be located. And so right now we have a lot of capacity, or building more capacity here, and just no capacity in Eastern County. So I know you're working on it. If there's anything you can help, please let me know, because we're having those conversations daily. This weekend we had another incident at the hospital where somebody lived inside the hospital because they don't have anywhere else to go. And that's just that's a reality case that we're struggling with.
And, as you're aware, the goal is whether or not the Home Key project is funded, to stand up a small facility similar to this in terms of that interim housing option, because we're seeing such success with here's a bed, let's get you in and wrap services around and start to figure out what the next step is for you. And hopefully that will get going quickly in Eastern County.
Yeah, and I think I'll just acknowledge too, in Eastern County, we had this great community support from a group of people, and over time that support has changed, and people are becoming, they're growing weary of basically supporting it, and so they're getting out of it, and then there's this vacuum of service that's now apparent to us. But just all hands on deck is needed for this particular problem in East County right now, so thanks for your support. And Ryan, thank you. Ryan's been absolutely integral in Zoom calls and in-person meetings and meeting with the hospital and care providers, so thanks. And thanks for this. It's looking forward to seeing this. With that, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. Anybody like to provide public comment here in the board chambers?
Chair, we do have a caller.
Okay, great. Let's go to the caller.
Be me. That might be me. This is Matthew Coulter calling in.
Hey,
on the
Matthew.
Topic of the homelessness. Hi. I just transferred over to Nevada City from Grass Valley on the bus, and it's just really sad how many people use the bus as someplace to warm up in the morning. And also the people that I did literally, not figuratively, but literally step over, that have taken over sidewalks and different public spaces that basically block it from wheelchair access, pedestrian access, and emergency access. I'm concerned about how much money we're putting into each unit for each person, when the reality is it needs to be a transitional situation with a tent allowable area with porta potties and clean water to transition people back into housing. The shock from going from, like I've heard, the majority of police calls this morning have been for homeless folks, to transfer from that type of PTSD into housing without having problems. The Old Tunnel hospitality house apartments are nonstop, 3-4 times a day the police are there with drugs. This morning it was a crack pipe smoking guy that doesn't live there. So basically a lot of these county projects have had a major impact on the areas that they're put in. And because of that, it's really brought down the quality of life on, say, Ray Street, South Auburn, Empire, South Auburn. More management is needed on these places, because it just becomes a hub for people to connect and do drugs. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Any other comments here? No, seeing no callers, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board for a, we do need a motion and a second on this.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks, Phoebe, and we have another one from you. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County Behavioral Health authorizing an application to participate in the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. With that, we're back to you.
Thank you for letting me have so much time today. So, as you may recall, last March in the state of California, we voted on Proposition 1, which a significant part of that proposition changed what's currently known as the Mental Health Services Act to what will be known as the Behavioral Health Services Act. And there's numerous shifts to how we can spend that money, which will come before you over the next year and a half or so. That goes live July 1 of 2026. But another component of Prop 1 was a bond measure, which is one-time money, $6.3 billion in total, for a mixture of behavioral health treatment facilities and housing. And the first money is rolling out in the treatment facility side. So I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about what that proposal looks like, what our proposed project looks like, and seeking permission to move forward with an application for those funds. So briefly, Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program is a funding stream that was started about 3 years ago now by the state to begin investing in behavioral health treatment infrastructure. There have been 5 rounds of funding. Nevada County, we applied to rounds 1, 2, and 3, and we're funded in each of those. Each round of funding has had a specific focal point. Mobile crisis was the first one, so some of our startup infrastructure, both for the team that behavioral health operates as well as the team that the sheriff's office operates, received some of that funding. We used 1 round of funding to purchase the Commons Resource Center facility, which we'll be remodeling into a wellness center, outpatient day treatment center. And then we had a small grant to do some planning. We did not apply to rounds 4 and 5, and now we are at the place where the new round of funding is coming out, and it is a very significant amount of money. $3.3 billion will be made available through this round of funding specifically for behavioral health treatment facilities. Not housing, a lot of things are not allowed, but treatment facilities. The RFP was released in July, it's due December 15th, and we've been busy working on developing a project for Nevada County. I think of this amount of money coming into the treatment continuum as probably a once-in-a-generation investment. It's really, many years ago when, 50 years ago, most people with serious mental illness were treated in large institutions, and often they spent their whole lifetime in those institutions. Those institutions were essentially closed down with lots of good reason, and a commitment was made to build community infrastructure to absorb folks who need more intensive levels of care for at least some stretch of time, but to avoid that sort of mass institutionalization. Unfortunately, that investment in the local community infrastructure never really happened at the level that was promised, and that's part of the stressed situation that we see our society in today. And this investment is a chance to sort of make up for that, to really purchase the facilities that are needed at a local level throughout the state to be able to appropriately treat people who have more intensive needs at any moment in time. There's a big focus on residential projects this time around, so something like the Commons Resource Center would not be a fit for this particular round of funding. There's a lot of expectations around your project is ready to move, it's made its way pretty far down the planning and design process, that you'll be open quickly, and that you have a lot of support for that project. You have a vision of how you're going to use that in your continuum of care. So with all that, we have developed a program idea for Nevada County that we think meets not just the need today, but the need over the next 20, 30 years for Nevada County. And I think it's really important that we think about this project through that lens, because again, I don't see an opportunity like this coming along anytime in the near future in terms of the quantity of funding available. In Nevada County, we have a very comprehensive system of care in many ways. We have services that small counties often don't have, like a crisis stabilization unit, our mobile crisis teams, our full service partnership programs and partners, all kinds of really great outpatient community levels of care. But if somebody needs a higher level of care, we are not able to serve them in our community. We have contracts with partners all around the state, and we send people who are on what's called a 5150 hold, somebody who's not safe either for themselves or for others, or unable to care for themselves. We send them to other facilities throughout the state, sometimes very far distances. The map that you see there is a map of where inpatient facilities exist in the state of California. Anything that's in red has a 0 in it. That means there's 0 inpatient bed facilities in that county. And you can see that essentially most of Northern California is in the same boat as us. This is one of those situations where sort of the coastal California and urban centers have pretty significant infrastructure, and the rural regions have almost none. We think it's time for Nevada County to pursue a 16-bed inpatient facility. We're proposing that it's mixed use, which means acute care, which is somebody that's on a short-term crisis hold, and subacute care, which is somebody that's on a longer-term inpatient stay, typically somebody that's been conserved and needs maybe 6-9 months to stabilize a bit more. We think that a 16-bed facility that's shared in that way will mostly be filled with Nevada County residents based on our understanding of our numbers to date and looking back over historical usage. But we're probably 6-7 beds a night. And so we would also be partnering with some of our other tiny counties around us that need a bed every few days or maybe once every few weeks to fill the rest of those beds. So it would be a rural regional solution for us and Sierra and Plumas and some of those tiny counties in our neck of the woods. And we're proposing to use county land for this project, as that really would help the project be significantly more competitive back in that sort of ready-to-go continuum, which will be a big part of the scoring and competitiveness of the project. So like I said, why do we need this inpatient facility? Mostly because we currently send people out of county and far away. And that has a lot of implications for people, not least of which is that they are far away from their loved ones and the people that care about them. And so getting visitors or support is really hard when somebody's in Red Bluff or Reading or some of the places that we use regularly. Not only that, care is more disjointed. We have people on any given night in maybe 10 different facilities around the state. So our treatment team is trying to coordinate care with all those places. If most of those folks were placed in Nevada County beds with a consistent provider, we would have a close working relationship and have a much better likelihood of being able to keep people's care coherent and contiguous over time, so that you're not changing medications every time you're hospitalized, but instead the inpatient psychiatrist is talking to the community-based psychiatrist and making sure that care makes sense. We also know that as we look ahead, there's going to be more demand on the inpatient care facilities in the state. LPS law has changed. As a board, you gave us permission to delay implementation of that change till a year from now, January 1 of 2026. But at that point in time, we will likely have more people who need this level of care as those new expansions of LPS designations increase. So in thinking about the project, we've looked at sort of 3 key strands of viability. Can we find a location? Is there an operations plan that makes sense? And what's the fiscal picture look like of this project? Because it's one thing to get grant funding for the initial cost, but can we sustain this over time? And so we've done a ton of due diligence. I need to really appreciate our partners in the facilities department, in county council, in Health and Human Services Administration. Really been working closely with virtually everybody, the CEO's office, with virtually everybody in the county to see if this project will be viable. This is a visual of the Rood Center campus and a tentative, probably not the actual design of the building, but the thing with a C in it, the green building down to the left, shows the piece of land that we're proposing to use. So it's currently vacant land adjacent to the jail, close to this building that we're in right now. It allows space for the jail to expand in the future if needed, and has utilities. It's a currently sort of improved piece of land, so it's that helps in terms of site use, readiness, et cetera. It's also on a campus with other facilities that people use, like Odyssey House, which often is a step-down facility from inpatient care like this. So that's advantageous in terms, again, of continuity of care for people, as well as in the state's eyes. That type of campus approach is really favorably looked upon. On the operations side, we have spent a lot of time looking at our data and the data of our close-by counties. We conducted an RFP to see if any providers would be interested in operating a facility like this. For us, that was a real sort of truth test of, is this a viable idea or not? If nobody applied, we knew that others who are more expert in this arena than us didn't feel like it was viable. And we were very happy to get 5 applications to our RFP. We selected Crestwood as our partner for the project. They are a very experienced agency that operates inpatient facilities all over the state and has been building new facilities in a lot of counties in the last few years. And then we've really solidified our partnership with these 5 specific counties who all want to come in as supporters of this project, knowing that if there's beds that we're not using, that their residents would be prioritized to use those beds when needed. And I think, again, really trying to address that rural infrastructure need that we're seeing when we look at that map of the state. And so then lastly, on the fiscal front, we are ongoingly getting more sophisticated in our modeling of likely costs. Right now, Crestwood is working on a schematic design of the facility, and that will really give us our proposed construction budget. We believe it will be in the neighborhood of $16 to $20 million. I know that's a shocking number, and I think it's really important to remember that this is a hospital facility. It is built to hospital specifications. It's a healthcare facility, not just a normal house or residential facility even. So that is part of the cost of a project like this. Those are one-time costs, and that is what the grant proposal would be for, is those initial construction costs. We then have spent a lot of time looking at operations. There's a lot of complexity to understanding operations, both in terms of utilization rates, length of stay, and rates that we would get from the state for those types of beds. We continue to believe that that's a viable picture based on everything we understand to date. I think some of the things to also think about in terms of the fiscal analysis, we currently spend over $2.6 million a year on inpatient facilities throughout the state. Right now, all that money leaves the county and goes, again, to other counties throughout the state. If we have that facility in Nevada County, we will be able to keep that money local. We will have local jobs and people working locally who are going to our restaurants and all those types of things. Secondly, inpatient care is our most expensive form of care as a department. We work really hard to control that cost, and we work hard with our various contracted providers to negotiate rates and lengths of stay and things like that. But at the end of the day, we don't have a lot of leverage or bargaining power with those providers because mostly we're begging them to give us beds. And so we have to take whatever rate they give us and live with whatever treatment, expectations they set up. By having a local provider, we will have a little bit more leverage in being able to manage costs and understand the costs and work to control those as best we can. And then lastly, when we step back and look at our behavioral health system, particularly in the context of payment reform, which went into operations a little over a year ago, we have a better sense of how our system is generating revenue. And currently, we are generating more revenue than our costs. And the goal of that revenue isn't to build a big savings account for behavioral health. It's to invest that revenue into treatment for our residents. That's the point of the Medi-Cal public system. And so we feel like this is probably the most important investment in treatment that we can make. People that need this level of care are at their deepest level of unwellness and crisis. It is acute, extreme need for care. And to be able to provide that care to do it locally and connectedly to their other services feels like an opportunity we should be looking at very seriously as a county. I think it's important to remember a couple of quick things. One of our fears about a facility like this is that the expectations will be very, very high, and it's important to manage expectations. Not every facility works for everybody. People are by regulation excluded from some of these facilities, like a psychiatric health facility, if they have complex medical needs, if they have very challenging behavioral needs that make it unsafe for other residents of the facility. And so we won't be able to meet all the needs all the time. We certainly will do better than we can now, but there will still be points of frustration in the system. It's also critical to remember that while we're here today asking for permission to apply for the grant, this is only a step in the process. There are many, many potential off-ramps in this project still, not least of which is if we do not get grant funding, it definitely will not move forward given the price tag of the project. And then lastly, there's risk in this project, and I feel, with all the time I've spent thinking about this, studying this, working with all our experts, fiscal and otherwise, I feel very optimistic about that risk and feel like it's reasonable risk to take, but I do want to be clear there is risk, and there's a lot of unknown in the landscape. While there's changes in laws that we think will increase the demand for inpatient care, there's also new facilities coming online. And so what I feel good about is this is a facility that's really designed to meet Nevada County needs. We will fill the facility largely with Nevada County residents. And so we're less reliant on sort of the changing landscape from elsewhere. But at the end of the day, there are unknowns with any large project like this. Where we're at now is we are working on writing the proposal, looking for permission today to submit that proposal. We're working on a design-build contract with Crestwood. That's something I want to flag that will come back in front of the board if we continue moving forward over the next month or so. This is a new process for us as a county to do what's called a design-build contract. It, similar to how we were talking about in the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Project, allows for a much quicker movement through a building process by essentially transferring responsibility for what would typically be a public works project to a partner. So more to come on that, but we're working through the details of that right now. We will be focused on community outreach and engagement, including local neighbors, to better start communicating about this project if we have support from the board to continue moving forward. And then we'll be finalizing schematic design with Crestwood. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I realize this is a very large project with a lot of implications for the county, but again, this is a historic moment in time in terms of the amount of investment happening in the public system, and really wanting us as a county to not get left in sort of that neglected rural part of the state, but to keep moving forward with a modern treatment system. Thank you.
Thanks, Phoebe. Yeah, we were really excited to bring this forward and kind of daylight this project. I know a lot of work's happened in the background, so I'm going to, I think, turn it over to Supervisor Hall, who's part of the Behavioral Health Ad Hoc and has a lot of knowledge on this as well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for this really good presentation, Phoebe, explaining it all from beginning to end and where we are. I too think this is a really exciting time. I feel actually kind of committed to this project now, so I hope we get those grant funds. There is a lot of work to do still, but I know that the team has done an incredible amount of work up front, asking all of the hard questions, trying to get those answered ahead of time. And so I am very supportive of this project and want to make sure we're here to help navigate some of the difficulties ahead that might be ahead. And so I know there will be a plan for outreach, as you mentioned, and we may need a plan for escalating building costs as we go into the next year. I mean, there are things we're going to need to adjust, but this amount of money is quite unique, and we're well situated in this county as a leader in this field for the rural areas to be the ones to build this. So very, very supportive. I don't have any questions, and hopefully we will be telling you we're here to help move this forward.
Yeah, great points. Thanks, Supervisor Hook.
No, I mean, this is very interesting. I feel like it's going to be a benefit to our community when we do talk about how far we send them out. I was a little interested that Mono was interesting and come on this, because that's about as far south as you're going to get. But that just tells you where there's a lack of services. So, yeah, I hope that we all can sit here and be able to support this and help it move forward. So thanks, Phoebe, because I know your team has been working on this in a real escalated fashion to get this in time, so.
Supervisor.
Yeah, Phoebe, I just appreciate the one-on-one work that you've been doing for a number of months here, and I have confidence in your ability and your team's ability. I know we're spending a lot of money here, but again, I have confidence in what you and your team are doing, so good luck.
Supervisor Shorthout.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work that's gone into this and how quickly that we've gotten this in front of our board. When they were talking about Prop 1, last election cycle, I guess early in the spring, it seemed to me the only likelihood of rural communities getting facilities like this was to partner up, because there's not enough money to go around for all 58 counties to be funded. So I'm really pleased to see how proactive you've been in finding other partners, and that Nevada County potentially is going to be the lead for this. I think that's really the only way it's going to work. So thanks for all the work that's gone into it, and looks like we're going to potentially see you back here in December for a final.
Yeah, I think it's all been said, and we've had the benefit of being on the Behavioral Health Ad Hoc to see it kind of through its genesis period. The in-source concept of bringing those dollars back to Nevada County from an economic perspective is really exciting to me. I think it's an awesome opportunity to see us continue to build our workforce here and serve our own population, and just the concept of having 16 people that are not in Napa, Red Bluff, Sacramento, Placer County, that are here that can meet with their family and their support network, which is, I think, critical for this population. Yeah, I'm really excited. I just had a couple of questions, and I think in the meeting we touched on a little bit, but Crestwood, they've started out, and I do have absolute faith and trust in the process that you've used for the procurement and selection of the vendor. I'm familiar with the design build concept as a construction delivery method, and it just relies on a lot of trust. And so they're kind of in the consult, design, build, and then possibly operate. So I would just ask that you reach out to any of your colleagues and then reach out to anybody you think may give you insight on what risk that may entail. And it's just a lot of eggs in one basket in a really important project. So just as one board member, I just wanted to emphasize that. I think it's look at it closely, and I'm sure you will. And we look forward to hearing more detail on Crestwood and their, I know they've got a great track record and background in serving populations, I think, in the Bay Area or close to us.
All over the state.
All over the state, and big.
Many big, some small. They just built a 16-bed MHRC in San Mateo County, for example. So, but they have 100 and something bed facilities as well.
Elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the horsepower to deliver on the project. Awesome. Keep up the great work. Thanks again. That's it for me. Public comment related to this item. Up to you. Can you pull the mic down? Thanks.
Oh, yeah, I have to. Good afternoon. My name is Lael Walls, and I live in Nevada City. When your family is hit with a severe psychiatric brain illness, it's devastating, traumatic, and overwhelming. As a dear friend of mine said, it feels like the air has been sucked out of the room and you can barely breathe. I've been there. And the family member you love may need to be hospitalized because they are so sick. I know that personally as well. My husband was hospitalized in a psychiatric facility 4 times in 2 years when we lived in Southern California. He was that ill. We need the capability to have that here in Nevada County for our neighbors. I am president of NAMI Nevada County, the local chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm pleased to also introduce our vice president, Scott Gassaway, who is with me here today. Our members sometimes have had to wait for days in the local emergency department while a psychiatric bed is found. And that bed, as you have heard, can be hours away, which only adds to the trauma. I am thrilled to announce NAMI Nevada County's endorsement of this project. We are lucky as a community that Phoebe Bell chooses to live here and to work here. I'm just saying, Phoebe. Additionally, on behalf of Sierra Family Health Center and Western Sierra Medical Clinic, I am also very pleased to announce our support of this resolution. As some of you may know, Sierra Family, where I work, and Western Sierra are merging, and we stand together in backing this plan for this historic moment, as Ms. Bell has indicated. Thank you.
Oops, thank you for your comments. Any callers on the line?
Chair, we do have one caller.
Okay, I'll take the caller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, Matthew Coulter. Dovetailing on my previous comments about the homelessness. Locally, a lot of the homeless know the buzzwords to go to the CSU versus the jail. A juvenile was taken to juvenile hall yesterday, female, unfortunately, down to Placer. She violated her probation somehow with her family, in her family home. So I'm concerned again about the cost per person and the fact that it seems like the drug addicts get priority though their illness has probably been exacerbated by drugs, illegal street drugs. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't get help, but at the same time, there's people that are doing the right thing, that don't do drugs and alcohol, that do have mental illness, that are being sidelined. for bringing in people from out of the county and out of the area for treatment to fill our facilities. The methadone clinic, Granite Wellness, these different organizations that said they were going to not have an impact on the community at all in any way, shape, or form. That has not been true. The amount of crime that goes on around those facilities, not necessarily by the people that are in them, but yesterday somebody attacked someone with a sharp object there at Granite and had to leave. They kicked him out. And so he proceeded to go try to jump off the Dorsey overpass onto the freeway. So it just seems like there's a real disconnect with the people that are making the rules, spending the money, and the people that are actually homeless and mentally ill. I'm just wondering how much they play a part in the planning of spending all these funds to help them. Or do they just have to wait in the corner for someone to help them? Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Matthew. Any other comments here in the board chambers? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, and we will bring it back to the board for any closing remarks or a motion to adopt.
I'd like to make the motion to adopt if there's no other comments.
And I'll second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Thanks, Phoebe. Good luck. Yeah, nice work. Yeah, we are glad you're here. We'll second that. We're going to move on to item number 39, Office of Emergency Services. Craig Griesbach. This is a resolution accepting the USDA Pacific Southwest Region Fire and Aviation Management Grant for Critical Evacuation Route and Hazardous Vegetation Removal Program. With that, we'll turn it over to you, Craig.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County Office of Emergency Services. Over the past year, our team, the Sheriff's Office, and our many other partners have been leaning hard into the importance of emergency evacuations. This includes the investment and completion of our evacuation study and kicking off several projects to improve critical evacuation routes throughout our entire community. The Critical Evacuation Route and Hazardous Vegetation Removal Program, albeit a mouthful, is yet another resource for our community to make our private roadways much safer. This project comes by way of approval of a congressionally directed spending request and implemented through the United States Forest Service grant. This grant is $750,000 with a one-to-one match that's provided through staff time and the project grantees that are part of this program. The grant period is from August 29th of this year through July 31st, 2026. This program will provide 59 $20,000 projects to remove vegetation along critical evacuation routes. This program focuses on private roadways, leverages our successful best practices of our Firewise Communities microgrant program and our Winter Storm Hazardous Vegetation Removal Project. Provides resources directly to where our communities are at and is aligned with our priorities identified in our roadmap to resilience strategic planning efforts, including our evacuation study that we'll be leveraging with this program. The approximate timeline for the project implementation includes finalizing the program structure for efficient and effective implementation now, calling for proposals in spring of 2025 with awards made in the summer of 2025. We'll be leveraging our qualified vendor list that your board approved and selecting project vendors for project implementation so it can commence in the fall of 2025 and concluding with a year of project implementation for all of these qualified projects. With that, I would now like to hand this off to my partner in kind of all things emergency preparedness, Alex Keeble-Toll, who is a senior analyst in our Office of Emergency Services family here at the county. Alex?
All right, Chair Bullock and members of the board, Craig really gave you the nuts and bolts of this U.S. Forest Service funding and how the project will work. So now I get to talk a bit more about the why. For the vast majority of our projects, when we think about the why, we're really looking to traditional technical experts, law and fire, We're looking to forest ecologists, to register professional foresters, to determine which projects should be prioritized. And there's obviously immense value in this. But we also need to recognize that there's a lot of place-based knowledge in the residents of our community, in our Firewise communities and our HOAs, and they're all experts in their own right. The program before you today came from the community. Evacuation, more than any other wildfire concern, is on the minds of our residents, whether it's through survey efforts, at community meetings, or in conversations at grocery stores. In response to the open-ended questions in our 2023 Community Wildfire Protection Plan survey, we received more evacuation-related feedback than any other topic. Much of this feedback was incredibly specific. This intersection, that parcel, this tree. Residents cited areas that they probably drove past day after day and had been thinking about year after year. The sentiment, seriously, experts say my road will be a fire tunnel, is not unique. This was a common theme throughout survey responses. There are, of course, many aspects to evacuation challenges, from traffic flow to road service conditions to vegetation. In the case of the U.S. Forest Service grant, tackling hazardous vegetation was a natural fit for several reasons. Fuel mitigation is a priority of the funder, U.S. Forest Service. Vegetation can be addressed at scale, meaning that there's value in projects both large and small at the neighborhood scale as well as the landscape scale. And our Firewise communities, HOAs, nonprofits, and other folks are already doing vegetation mitigation activities, which means the match already exists in our community for this type of work. Further, residents of Nevada County have specifically said that reducing fuel loads must be the top priority. Our community recognizes the hazard that excess vegetation poses. They recognize that unless we address this vegetation along key ingress and egress routes, their ability to evacuate safely will be at risk, and the ability of first responders to get in and protect critical infrastructure in their homes will be impeded. With an eye toward meeting the community where they're at and providing resources that meet the needs self-identified by residents, this new program will build off of our successful microgrants approach. Over the last 2 years, as this board is aware, we have offered 2 rounds of microgrants, awarding 52 different projects to Firewise communities. This program was administered by issuing a request for proposals, and the vast majority of requests were for hazardous vegetation removal. Awards most often leverage those $3,600 grants many times over, so that while the county provided $187,000 of funding to these communities, it really resulted in nearly $500,000 of work on the ground. We will also be building off of our highly successful approach to winter storm hazardous vegetation removal. This is work that's been funded by CAL FIRE. Like the microgrants program, this project has been predicated on looking to the community to identify needs. OES made Firewise communities project partners and looked at them to pinpoint locations for debris removal and rally permissions in the form of signed right of entry from friends and neighbors. OES then deployed and managed qualified vendors on the ground to get the work done. In sum, over 1,300 individual locations of storm debris were identified, and nearly 2,500 yards of storm debris were mitigated. And people loved it. They loved getting their needs met. They loved seeing the work happen in their communities where they had identified those needs. So to summarize, the critical evacuation route and hazardous vegetation removal program is going to take our best practices and lessons learned to scale up our ability to provide our community the support that the community requests. We will do a call for proposals to Firewise communities, road associations, HOAs, local agencies, schools, and nonprofits. This program will help address priorities identified in our evacuation study and our Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And it will be an opportunity for entities to leverage and extend the work that is already being done. And we'll be leaning into partnership. We'll look to applicants to support shovel readiness, and OES will manage the implementation. So the recommendation before you today is really to approve the resolution accepting the USDA United States Forest Service Pacific Southwest Region Fire and Aviation Management Grant for the Critical Evacuation Route and Hazardous Vegetational Removal Program. This is in the amount of $750,000, with $750,000 of in-kind match, and the period is August 29, 2024 through July 31st, 2026. We're asking that you ratify the execution of the grant agreement dated August 29, 2024, and authorize the Director of Emergency Services to execute all additional documents required to fulfill the requirements of the grant on the behalf of Nevada County. And with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Outstanding, exciting. We'll start over. Supervisor Hook, do you have any questions?
No, let's get started. Yeah, so this is great. Anytime we bring this kind of funding in that works through our community, this is fantastic. So looking forward to seeing some boots on the ground.
Supervisor Schofield?
So this is primarily private roads?
Correct. So the focus is for these resources to be deployed to private roads because we recognize that for residents along private roads, getting the capital to make the level of improvements that are needed is often the biggest challenge. We haven't specifically said that we're going to limit it in that way because oftentimes there are other needs that are identified, but that is the focus.
But the priorities would be given to private roads that would intersect with the evacuation plans?
Correct. So we are waiting to fully roll out the program priorities because we are putting quite a bit of thought into what this programming looks like, which is why we're not rolling it out until early next year, because we need to think through some of those things, both in terms of, yes, we want to give priority to folks who either had their area or their needs identified in the evacuation study, but we recognize that not all communities had the capacity to participate in that study. And sometimes the greatest need exists among the folks who weren't actually able to stand up and participate. And that's part of the reason why, in addition to offering this programming to Firewise communities, we want to offer it to nonprofits, to agencies, to HOAs, to other folks who potentially do have the capacity to support some of these folks with less capacity.
So you will be looking for specific project ideas?
So we're going to do a call for projects. We will outline in the priorities very specific criteria around which folks submitting projects will be scored. We anticipate it will be things like private roads, whether or not it's an area identified in the evacuation study, whether or not it was a priority in the community wildfire protection plan, and additional parameters. Does it benefit a disadvantaged community? Are there other nexuses with county-level priorities? And we'll outline all of those, and then we will actually hold workshops through our virtual office hours platform to support Firewise communities and other applicants in understanding what the criteria are and how to best design a shovel-ready and effective project.
I like it very much.
Supervisor Hall?
Thank you. This looks really good. I like that you're building off of the previous micro grants, but adding things that you've learned from it. And I think you mentioned it just very briefly here, but that you're going to be hiring the vendors and sending them out once the projects are chosen, right? That's, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. So this funding is federal, so there's a number of specific requirements around procurement, around things like a drug-free workplace and equality, where it'd be very difficult to push those requirements down to like an HOA to be beholden to. Procurement is obviously kind of at the top of the mind, and so that's why we'll be leveraging our qualified list of vendors and managing that process, because we're ultimately beholden to the funder for meeting those requirements.
No, that excuse me, I love that. I just think that's going to be a huge efficiency and avoiding problems and keeping things on track. So I think that's a really great addition. I also am going to be interested in seeing how you figure out the private roads piece and the priorities piece. And I'm sure, I appreciate that you're actually taking more time to think this through. So I'm thinking about things like private roads where there are a bunch of people who want to see something done and one or two in the middle who don't, right? I think that's what I hear about most of the time. I can imagine people coming in and saying, we want to clear this road, but we don't have the right of entry for these 2 or 5 parcels. Can you come in anyway? Or maybe people will try to work around it and say, we have 2 projects. They're on either side of those 3 parcels that we can't get. Have you thought through how you're going to, I mean, I'd hate to see projects drop just because there are 1 or 2 people who they can't get on board. On the other hand, we have to be efficient with our resources. So wondering how you're thinking about that.
Yeah, Supervisor Hall. I'll take a stab at it, and then Alex can jump in if she needs to. So a lot of what we do in OES, as you know, we're a connector of services, but more of a connector of people. And so we've learned a lot actually through the microgrant program, but especially the winter storm program, where we engage citizens, and we were talking about ROEs and the difficulties in navigating that. So we hope to leverage that. We also expect it because we encounter that with all our projects, including our large landscape level shaded fuel break projects. So we're trying to leverage some lessons learned and talk through those issues and get our other partners involved, like our fire districts and other stakeholders, to really help explain the story of the benefits to the community. And that's proven dividends in a lot of our other projects, and we hope to leverage that as well. The other part of this too is we hope to leverage our registered professional forester that we're doing interviews for here soon. If we can find a good candidate there, they'll help these project applicants navigate the process and work with them on the ground to get the projects done.
Thank you. So I hear that we are going to engage in trying to help make it work with those particular neighbors, those problem parcels and neighbors.
Correct, Supervisor. We do this every day.
I'm sure you do. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that.
Supervisor Swarthout? No? Okay. Yeah, it's a great project, and I'm looking forward to it. I was out for a field trip last week in the UBET neighborhood, and we were commenting on some of the side areas that go off there, just the fire tunnel that you described, or the quote you had in there. One of the questions I did have is, when you talk about providing funds to other agencies, I do a question mark or kind of a flag goes up for me, because we do represent, our constituents essentially are represented by multiple agencies, and I'd like to see those agencies work as hard as we are in bringing forward solutions. So I don't know what specifically, is it state parks or Forest Service or maybe all of the above?
Chair Bullock, an example could be our fire districts are doing great work in the field with our residents. So whether it be Peardale, Chicago Park, or Consolidated Fire, partnering maybe with a less sophisticated organization like a newly startup Firewise community, helping them get organized and helping them design projects, doing some of the work, really trying to get them to put forward some good projects. So that's just one example. And Alex, I don't know if you want to add any.
No, it's an opportunity for partnership, and we didn't want to close the door on that partnership or close the door on the potential that some of these other entities working on wildfire mitigation across Nevada County might have the knowledge and the willingness to support community members in designing projects and getting them on the ground. So it's a nod to, it's going to take us all. This is an opportunity to support the communities and to get them the capacity they need to make the projects that they see every day out in their community needing to happen, to actually make it a real thing and get it on the ground.
Yeah, okay, understood. I guess one for a follow-on question is, if you had like a water agency who owned a road that was being used for public access, they have a responsibility, they're a taxing authority, they have a voting board. Are we going to do work on their property with this money? Or is it just going to go to properties that are associated with people that are citizens and who can't afford it? I guess my question is one board member, I'd like to see us put an emphasis on getting other organizations and agencies to pay for their own infrastructure with the money that they have, just like we are working here today.
Yeah, I think duly noted, Chair Bullock. And I guess What I would say is at the end of the day, if there's a circumstance where a community has identified a need and they're very, very committed and they feel that that's the highest and best need that needs to happen, then we would need to consider what made sense in terms of working with that entity. And maybe it's that entity is bringing the match to the table, because for each of these projects, you do have to bring match to the table. So,
Okay.
I could see like working with BLM, for instance, they're bringing match to the table, but we're providing that like oomph behind the project to make it happen.
Yeah, that's a great example. You answered my question perfectly. Yep, I get it. But on the match, is it project by project? So each project is going to have its own match. It's not like we're going to contribute some placeholder money. It's every time a $100,000 project for a Firewise community comes forward, we have to get 100,000.
That's correct. It's project by project. And another example is we work with NID on our winter storm project, essentially where their work just extended in addition to the work that we were doing. So we envisioned some partnerships there to extend this work and make it more meaningful.
Yeah, got it.
So what I'm hearing then too, because I'm just going to go out for RFP, but so there wouldn't be any in-kind match for labor.
So yes, there could be in-kind match for labor. There could be in-kind match for kind of a variety of different things. We're anticipating that for many of these Firewise communities, the in-kind match will be their labor, because
Okay, just
that's
wanted to
what
make
we've
sure.
seen with the micro grants typically.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that. And then there'll be a point system too, whether it really creates a evacuation route as well. So I'm just curious, so when you think of Scott's Flat, there's a couple of places where the road comes and it kind of ends. And so will this work for that, possibly if there was an application to open up that little side road? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't have a solid answer for you, just because we are trying to determine what the exact parameters will be around project priorities. We're trying to be open-minded in terms of thinking through all the needs of the community. And then in terms of administering this, obviously it's going to be a big administrative lift. So on the back end, we're thinking through things like how can we bin different types of projects? So maybe you want to open up the vegetation on roads, and maybe we get several requests that are of that nature. And then maybe there's several other requests of just a direct roadside vegetation, we need chip and broadcast. So kind of trying to think through that back end piece.
So one other thing I just want to throw in there, because we're going to be looking at this, is the whole encroachment permit thing. So I think really tie that into, we probably need to watch that. And the other thing is traffic solutions, because we don't have anybody here that does that. And so I've had some folks that have done that work in North San Juan, which would be interesting because they did it on our roads, to see if that would be another part of this application. So I'll throw that out there. They did their funding, but that's something that's lacking in this county, is the availability for those, and it's very expensive. So something to look at as you do this in kind, or whether how you rate their applications, because I just know that's very expensive.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it's something that came up at one of our recent quarterly wildfire stakeholder meetings, of a hidden cost of projects when folks are thinking through what does it look like to put this on the ground. So thank you for raising that.
You're talking flaggers and traffic control for the project?
I always think that'd be a great business for somebody to get into around here for some things, because you have to get them, they're all out of town. They have to come in, and then, of course, a lot of folks got to do the work on the weekends. And those spikes, it's a different cost on the weekend. So just a thought.
Yeah, thank you.
Just to look at that as we move forward.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll open it up to public comment. Anybody like to make public comment on this item? No callers. I'm getting a head nod no. Nope. Okay, we'll close public comment. And with that, I will bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks. Good luck with the project. Okay, moving on. Item number 40. This is our agricultural commissioner, Kristen I. And this is the acceptance of the 2023 Nevada County Annual Crop and Livestock Report. Over to you, Mr. Denai.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I'm Chris Nyes, Nevada County Agricultural Commissioner, and with me is Lucy Wilson, our agricultural biologist with the Ag Department. We're here to present the 2023 Nevada County Annual Crop and Livestock Report. This report is a summary of ag production in 2023 for Nevada County, as well as the many activities the department conducted over the past year. It should be emphasized that the values in this report are gross values or farm gate values. And furthermore, it should be noted that the report does not attempt to measure farm profitability, nor does it place value on commodities grown for personal use. In 2023, the total gross value of agricultural commodities, excluding legal cannabis produced in Nevada County, was $24,379,500. This represents an increase of 30% or $5.6 million over the 2022 value. As you may recall, in 2022, we experienced some extreme freezing weather that negatively damaged our crops, and many of our crops have rebounded in 2023, which shows a nice rebound for 2023. Before turning it over to Lucy, I really just want to express my gratitude and appreciation for Lucy, who was instrumental in compiling and collecting this data, as well as creating and designing the report. So I'll turn it to you, Lucy.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for this opportunity, honored members of the board. So as Chris mentioned, with some of our two largest commodities, we had large fluctuations from last year to this year. The timber harvest, as we always repeat every year, is always heavily influenced by SPI, our largest contractor, for where and when they are performing their harvest, and is often interrupted by the need to perform salvage in other places where there have been fires. But this year we can see that we have had actually some harvest taken place here in our county, which has provided a nice increase. And of course, wine grapes have returned to their typical values that we see consistent with non-freeze events. Although I do want to note that actually in terms of the actual production amount in tons of productive vines, it actually was a nice increase over what's kind of typical, as we did have quite a number of losses of vines due to that heavy freeze event. Moving on to our other large change in livestock, we see that the cattle industry locally has recovered from a lot of the drought-driven supply and demand cycle of the last several years. It actually is the second highest value in the last 10 years for livestock. With apiary and bees, we have a similar number of colonies showing stable amounts of production in the county. The higher rainfall in 2022 did yield higher amounts of honey, as well as amounts of overall productivity for the hives. We did see a large decrease in the amount of eggs reported by local producers. We believe that this is influenced by a combination of increased costs that are adversely affecting small growers and consumers' need for lower-priced eggs. Moving on to our 5-year summary, overall, again, we had that increase of 30%, with livestock representing 54% of the total gross value. I did want to point out, when I was looking at a lot of these numbers and I was looking for trends, that vegetable production has remained solid with steady growth patterns. And I really believe that this is a result of farmer business and training programs that have been implemented in the county over the last decade that have facilitated local farm sustainability. So the Farm Day is a collaborative event which hosts 30 different presenters and had approximately 820 second and third graders going to these various presentations in rotation throughout the day. Our staff, Lisa and Tony, worked on presenting about invasive pests and also consumer protection around our retail motor fuels truck. It's shiny and they always like the big tanks on it. We also wanted to highlight the spongy moth. You might formerly have recognized this as gypsy moth. It has had a name update. It is known to hitchhike. That the spongy moth, the reason that they call it that is because the egg mass is very sticky and it's good at adhering to what it's been laid on. And that includes things like outdoor barbecues, furniture, garden shovels, RVs that are traveling across country. So our border station in Truckee has a program that when people are moving here, for example, and they are coming from states that have this infestation, that they notify us to work with those new residents in our county to inspect those things that were stored outdoors. And you can see that when the females on that tree are laying their eggs, there's a lot of them. They have these massive egg cases. Each egg case can hatch dozens of the caterpillars. And if you've ever remembered reading the story about the hungry caterpillar, this is the one that they're talking about. It is voracious. And so the scene on the right of the trees, no, that's not a wintertime scene. That is a fully devoured set of trees. We have 167 traps that we deploy throughout the county, both in residential and places like campgrounds where we might have visitors from out of state inadvertently introducing this pest. We continue, of course, to operate our noxious weed program. The bulk of those sites, of those 850 sites, are in the eastern part of the county, but we do have about 120 sites in the western part of the county for weeds that we monitor and seek to remove or control or mitigate. And we do hire seasonal ag techs each spring to work on this program. So maybe you know someone who is looking for that type of experience. They can reach out and respond to our applications in March. So with our sustainable agricultural activities, we perform 6,300 package inspections and shipments throughout facilities in Nevada County looking for live exotic pests. We had 43 live pest interceptions that resulted in 11 notice of rejections. Often those packages are opted to be either destroyed, or in some cases we can recondition them either through treatment or removal of the pest and then release them onto their final destination. We, of course, in addition to the 106 spongy moth traps that we deploy, we also put out detection traps for other types of pests as well. For example, Oriental fruit fly, Mediterranean fruit fly that you may have heard about other counties having fines, and glassy-winged sharpshooter, which some of our neighboring counties, unfortunately, recently have had fines. We also issued 244 pesticide permits. These are CEQA equivalent review permits. And of those 244, 126 were for commercial cannabis operations. And on the side of our farmers, we issued 22 certified for producer certificates who are operating primarily at our 6 certified farmers markets in the county, and we have 31 organic registered producers. And to mention our weights and measures program in brief, we measured over 1,300 weighing and measuring devices for accuracy. This includes retail motor fuels, liquid propane delivery trucks, the meat counters, seafood counters, and as well as the newest regulated device, electrical vehicle charging stations. And this, of course, is to ensure both a fair marketplace as well as for consumer protection. And with our cannabis supplemental report, you can see that the number of cannabis permits that were issued has decreased, while the acreage for the canopy size has remained relatively the same. So we have seen some operations who are no longer in business, but those that are often applying to increase their acreage. And of course, the estimated value has improved over the previous year, which saw extreme low prices per pound. And I want to thank Diana Gamzon from the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance for supplying these beautiful photos of local operations. And of course, we could never make this happen without all the assistance from all of our growers providing this data that we can then compile these statistics for you. Are there any questions?
Great report, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll turn it over to Supervisor Hook and see if she would like to kick us off on this.
No, another well done, Lucy. Thank you, all of you. That's great. I think our Ag Commission will be really pleased with the numbers here this year. Again, grapes was great. The cattle market's been outstanding. I don't know how long that will last, but at this point, but unfortunately, disasters in other areas cause our market to grow, which is helpful. So it has been a good year, and now we have grain, and so we're gonna have some grass growing here again. So our pastures. One thing I noticed we didn't, and it's kind of, I think when we look at the range line too, it's kind of fun to watch what the yields are, because that makes a difference in the cattle, sheep. I love some of our grazing organizations that are happening, and those young folks that are doing the targeted grazing. I was looking at that work they're doing out in Lime Kiln, and boy, it looks great out there. So utilizing the feed that came and then and doing fuel mitigation at the same time. So it's really kind of excited to watch how that all comes around. And I love, of course, the veggies. That was interesting that sustained, because it seems like we have some more bigger growers than we've had in the past. But exciting to see that. I was talking to Alita out at Starbright, and that was really exciting. She gave a little overview, and it was very cool to we're actually making a real living at this. And I think that we're hearing that from a lot of our farmers is really exciting. So, and of course, that's Let's Shop Local. I think it's really important to support our folks that are out there growing our food and the food security that comes from that. So, and I know Rich is about mandarin season's almost here, so I could hardly wait, but it's pomegranates, lemons, there's so many things coming off right now when you look at the winter crops. So thank you again, very good.
Supervisor Schofield?
No questions. Good report. Thank you.
Supervisor Hall?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to, I've never I've talked about this. So I want to take an opportunity to highlight our growers that participate in the CSA boxes. I don't even know what that stands for anymore.
Community supported agriculture.
It's community supported agriculture. So I've had at least for 5 years. You provide a pretty substantial amount of money up front, and then you're guaranteed a box a week for about 4.5 months of veggies and other things. I started with First Rain Farm. They've since added Bluebird and multiple other farms. So when I started, there were just vegetables. They've added a flour option every week, which I do every year now. They've added eggs this year, which I'm so excited about. There's nothing like local eggs, nothing like supermarket eggs. They now have also sort of add-on options of other like canned goods or extra tomatoes, or, I mean, it's just be grown and grown and grown. They're now partnering with, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 other farmers. They've added in their newsletter recipes so you know what to do with some of these vegetables that I didn't used to buy, and now I know how to cook them. And then they've added in their newsletter sort of stories about each of the farmers, of what they're doing, who they are, where they came from. So we get to know our local growers, and we're eating locally. And, and it's for the farmers, they get this amount of money up front. So it's stability. And then we get all the produce and don't have to pay for it each time. So I wonder how that's playing into like the stability of the vegetable markets, for example, or like we missed eggs one week because of the heat. They just weren't laying anymore. So we can see how the weather is impacting our local ag too. So I just want to shout out to that. That's another way to support our local farmers and eat locally and get really great food. So I just thought I'd throw that in there. I appreciate this report. It's a great job. It's exciting to see that ag is doing well this year. And then just a final note, as we're going to look at our cannabis ordinance later today, to note what a substantial amount of our county income that also provides. So it's a product that we also want to support. Thank you.
Chair Bullock, I'll make a quick comment about that. Yeah, CSAs are a great way to connect with your local farmers. It is a business model that many farmers are looking at around here. Aside from the farmer's market, you get to interact with the farmer. And so, yeah, it's a great resource here for Nevada County, and for folks that want to buy local, the CSA is a good thing. And then onto your comment about cannabis. Cannabis continues to be very volatile from year to year. We're already seeing some lower prices in 2023 that we'll report on for next year, but it still continues to be very volatile. So just an eye to that.
Can I just add, maybe, is there a way to track our CSA business, like maybe in future ag reports, that, how many, is there a way to do that? Like how many growers are participating? I mean, I've seen it just grown tremendously from my personal experience. And
Yeah, so there is a requirement to register with the state, and we could easily get those numbers. So we could put that in next year's report
that
fairly
might be
easily.
nice. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Swarthout?
Great report. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, great report. We have the Tahoe Food Hub, which buys produce from down here, so I don't know, I guess we do have CSA box in East County, but we can go to a retail outlet and buy locally grown, sourced food, which is awesome. You can just kind of like grocery store it. Yeah, thank you. And it was interesting, we did cut some timber this year, but I guess the fires, every year more fires, lower timber pricing, and more, it was just nice to see. I think working our way out of the fire crisis and the fuels management issue is going to take dimensional wood, cutting it, sawing it up, and selling it. And so we hope to see more of that, in my opinion.
So, Chair, that'd be interesting too, with the mill getting kickoff there, because now vegetation is going to have a benefit.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting to see where that would play into this a little bit too, because
Yeah.
really that's timber.
Yeah,
So
if you can add value and bring it to
it could,
bring
and
it
that'd
to
be
the
something
market.
to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if hopefully I mean, in the old days, every community had their own sawmill and they cut up wood and made stuff out of it.
Well, and then I can sometimes I even wonder about this. Look we're just going to do our pilot program, and that's timber. I mean, I look at the timber that we lost in this community, cleaning Highway 20,
Yeah.
Highway 49. We had beautiful timber that they just chipped, and off it went. So it's kind of interesting to look at that because it's another whole an avenue in the timber industry that actually shouldn't be missed for what we lost.
The Tahoe National Forest did their first, at least Truckee River Ranger District did their first timber sale in many, many years. Actually got a bidder, sold it, cut it, stumpage, made the money, and took it to the mill. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it is improving piece by piece, but we need to see a lot more if we're going to sustain it.
Yeah.
Awesome report, thanks. Hey, what makes cattle prices high and low in Nevada County?
Well, I think just in California, all over the United States, we had a lot of disasters.
I see.
Over time, and when the mother numbers go down, there's demand.
Demand there, okay. Thanks for the report. We'll open it up for public comment. Anybody have public comment? Diana?
Good day, Supervisors. Diana Gamzon, Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. We are a trade association representing over 180 licensed cannabis business in the county. And our organizational values are steeped in rural economic development, environmental stewardship, and craft farming. I want to show my appreciation to Chris and Lucy for their diligence in creating a very thorough report. And one of the things that stands out to me in this report is that we are so lucky to live in a community that provides so much support for our farmers and ranchers through the Farm Bureau, Sierra Harvest, Nevada County Conservation District, the USDA office, et cetera. I want to say this. So the policies that you approve, this is really cool because your board approved policy 2 years ago to allow for what we think of as modest expansion. And that was 2 years ago. Now we can see last year how it really impacted in a positive way our local economic development. When the prices the year prior were really low, we lost some farms. But yet because we could have that modest expansion, we lost farms, but yet we still had a similar canopy footprint. And so that was really cool to see, that just it in the data and the numbers. Cannabis did experience a slight rebound in price this past year, though the industry remains up and down and volatile. Extreme oversupply has led to a declining price, and small farmers in Nevada County have felt that impact the hardest. But we're going to celebrate the wins of last year because there was a slight rebound. Cannabis remains a valuable crop as identified in the presentation. The total acreage presented still represents about a third of the total value of all of the crop report if it had been included in the number. The inclusion of cannabis in the crop report is recognition that cannabis is a crop, and cannabis is agriculture. Cannabis operators have faced at times procedural obstacles that other agricultural operators do not face. Cannabis has been viewed as a commercial activity in the land use process, largely due to state regulations referring to cannabis as commercial cannabis cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution. The fact that the state defines cannabis as an agricultural product, a finished good, rather than an agricultural commodity, the raw material, further muddies the water. And this viewpoint is widespread throughout California, but the view has been changing at the state, and specifically, the California Department of Food and Ag has clarified the term commercial cannabis cultivation is only meant to define cannabis cultivated for commercial purposes, just how we define our local agriculture as commercial agriculture. And CDFA in 2019 also clarified that cannabis.
I'm sorry, could you assign a 2 more minutes for the group portion? We'll turn your mic back on.
Oh, okay. That cannabis, CDFA clarified that cannabis cultivation is an agricultural activity, not a commercial activity. And so as we look at 2025, we will continue to, our organization will continue to support the cannabis sector of agriculture through educational services to help their business sustainability and business success, and we will continue to advocate for policies that create equity for all farmers in the county, regardless of the crop. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Any commenters online?
No callers.
Okay, with that, we will.
I have a question.
Yeah.
It's because that just does interest me. So it was interesting to look at the numbers. We do talk about that. We talked about how eventually the numbers of grows here would probably level itself out at some point. And I'm curious too, and I don't really ask you this the other day, are you finding it beneficial that taking the illegal grows out of this county, it makes it beneficial for your local growers to build their businesses of their craft product? I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, black market is black market. It's still here. We know that. But building a craft business here, it just like you pay a little more premium for veggies when you buy from a local farmer, which is really important. You know what goes in, what's happening. And I wonder are we seeing that at all as far as your price fluctuation?
Our price really does not depend at all on the black market because our audience and who we sell to are licensed distributors, licensed retailers. So that's where we're going. On the other side of the table, things are going elsewhere. I think the biggest impact is related to public perception.
Right. I just was curious. I mean, it's always interesting to see the numbers when they come up every year. Just like with cattle or grocery bills go up and down over a period of time.
At a local level, we don't really see any unregulated cannabis coming into our supply chain to distributors or retailers. I understand that does happen at times at a statewide level.
Well, so one of these days, hopefully it'll just change around and become agriculture. I mean, it's part of agriculture.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's just it's going to it takes a while for that to get absorbed to the community. So there we go, but good job.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Seeing none, and now that we close public comment, no more callers, I would entertain a motion to accept the crop report.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you very much. Items 41 and 42 will turn over to Chief Counsel Kit Elliott to read us into closed session.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Bullock. Regarding 24-1557, County Council is requesting a closed session with the Board of Supervisors to discuss one matter in which there's significant threat of litigation. In matter 24-1563, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, requesting a closed session related to the properties as lined in the agenda. And that's it. And
With that, we'll be in recess until about
With that,
1:30.
we will
Open up
ask-
public comment on the closed session items. Seeing none?
No
Callers
callers,
online?
Chair.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, and the board will be in recess after the closed session until 1:30.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that Go piece, and it's simply that, it's Go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spencerville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready.
Chief Counsel Kit Elliott, can you read us out of closed session, please?
Yes, Chair Bullock. Regard to both matters, number 41 and 42, direction was given to staff.
Thank you. We are moving on to a scheduled item. This is item 43. Planning Director Brian Foss. This is a public hearing to consider the PLN 24-0114 and Ordinance 24-1 Project Zoning Ordinance Amendment to Section 12.03.300 and adding Section 12.02.713 to the Nevada County Code to amend the county's commercial cannabis cultivation ordinance. With that, we'll turn it over to Director Brian Foss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. With me is Matt Kelly, our Cannabis and Code Compliance Director, and together we'll be giving you the presentation today regarding proposed amendments to the cannabis ordinance. This ordinance is being proposed for amendment based on direction from the board from the 2023 board workshop. The main points of the direction given at that time were to look at allowing a limited number of retail dispensaries within the unincorporated county, potentially allowing some cannabis-related activities to be located within the industrial zones Currently, our ordinance only allows agriculture or cultivation and agriculture and forest zone properties, and this would be an expansion into industrial zones. The third bullet is potentially creating a cannabis exclusion zone. That would exclude cannabis cultivation in certain neighborhoods based on zoning. Proposing temporary cannabis events similar to farmers markets that would involve cannabis-related products in certain zone districts, and the requirement to pay property taxes prior to issuance of any permits related to cannabis operations. An ad hoc committee was established that was made up of 2 of the board members and met a number of times over the previous year to provide direction and guidance regarding the proposed ordinance changes. And I'll go through those changes here in order. We'll be starting with the industrial zone allowances. The ordinance as proposed would allow some indoor cultivation within our M1 or industrial zoning. It would be indoor cultivation only, up to 10,000 square feet max of canopy cover. Testing laboratories would potentially be allowed as well. There are no testing laboratories within the county currently. There was one in Nevada City, but I believe that closed approximately a year ago. Other license types would include manufacturing for volatile and non-volatile products. Currently, the ordinance does allow non-volatile manufacturing. This would introduce volatile manufacturing in industrial zones and allow for transportation, which is distribution to move product on and off the site. A number of zoning ordinance requirements are built in to help protect neighboring property from any activities related to cannabis, including odor control measures, noise restrictions, setbacks, and parking requirements. I will note that the ordinance does state that these cannabis activities should be or are only allowed within standalone buildings, so they're not allowed in a condominiumized type of a structure, and that was based on some feedback we received regarding industrial property owners at the airport. So as currently written, they're standalone structures only. Shared cannabis businesses could be located in a shared building, a testing laboratory and cultivation. But as it's written, cannabis would have to be the sole, cannabis-related business would have to be the sole occupant of that structure. An exclusion zone was developed in the form of a zoning combining district. The zoning ordinance contains 12 combining districts currently for things like scenic corridor, mobile homes, regional housing needs, and these are a combining district is a specialized zoning that applies that either increases or decreases the allowed uses on a particular property without changing the base zoning. So a CE or cannabis exclusion zone is proposed that would prohibit commercial cultivation on a parcel that was otherwise allowed, such as an ag or an AE or an FR, a forest zone parcel. This would be a rezone process that would be initiated by the property owner only, or the Board of Supervisors, which is the current process for any rezone within the county, so that if a group of property owners wanted to come together and submit an application for their neighborhood, they could go through a rezone process that would establish this overlay zone on the property that were included in the application. This would not force people that were not willing to create a new zoning on their property. But it would be a way to control future growth of cannabis operations in some neighborhoods. The rezone would run with the land, and so if the property was sold, it would still retain the exclusion zone district. And as proposed, there's a 5-year rollout period, similar to Williamson Act, whereas if someone were to initiate a rezone to remove the cannabis exclusion zone, that would have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors, and then it would take effect 5 years after approval. So it can't just be undone overnight, if you will. It gives the neighborhood and neighbors some indication that there is a potential in 5 years that that property could again be used for cannabis cultivation if it were if it had the appropriate zoning. And again, this is mostly for the cultivation sites, not really the industrial sites that I was going over just previously. The next issue is temporary events or farmers markets. The ordinance proposes to allow these types of activities in commercial and industrial zones as well as the business park zone, but only within the rural centers of Soda Springs and North San Juan. There would be a limitation of 8 per year per area, and these would be one-day events only. The 8 times per year is modeled after the outdoor event ordinance that allows 8 per year per property. There are hours limitations, parking, lighting, and noise controls, as well as a security component. These events are highly regulated at the state level as well, so state permitting would be required. That also requires a number of these types of oversights, including security and hours of operation. There is no on-site consumption as written in the current ordinance, and there would be setback requirements from sensitive sites, 600 feet in the Soda Springs area and 500 feet in the North San Juan area. And I'll show a map here in a minute that explains the reasoning for those setback requirements. Additionally, as I mentioned, property taxes would be required to be paid prior to the issuance of any permits. New language is included for that requirement. And then something that was intended with the previous ordinance but was not codified and would apply to the retail sales at cultivation sites, not the dispensaries that would be potentially allowed with this new ordinance, but similar to the one farm that is allowed for retail sales through a use permit, that it's Nevada County grown product only, and that use permit for DENCOB has that condition of approval on their use permits. And this would codify that requirement for all farms that engaged in retail activities on the site that would just be from Nevada County grown product, whereas dispensaries that would be similar to Elevation or Provisions would not have that restriction. And then lastly, talking about retail dispensaries, the ordinance proposes a maximum of 2 within the unincorporated area of the county. These would be chosen through a competitive selection process by a committee that was appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and Matt is going to go over that process in just a second. In addition to that process, there would be a use permit. So once the applicant was selected, the use permit process would be required to go through the Planning Commission, public hearings, public noticing requirements, and CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, in order to obtain a use permit to operate that business. These would be located only in M1, Business Park, C1 or C2, which are commercial zones, in the rural centers, a maximum of 1 per each area of North San Juan and Soda Springs. During some of the public review process of the ordinance, the areas of Penn Valley and South County were also included as potential areas for a dispensary. However, based on public feedback and some of the feedback from the municipal advisory committees, those 2 areas were removed, and only North San Juan and Soda Springs are proposed at this time. And these have a 600 and a 500-foot setback from sensitive sites, 600 feet in Soda Springs and 500 in North San Juan. And going over the map of the eligible properties, this is Soda Springs with Old Highway 40 or Donner Pass Road in this location following the cursor. Highway 80 is to the north. So this is right off of the off-ramp. The parcels outlined in white with the crosshatch have the appropriate zoning, as well as the appropriate setbacks of 600 feet from any sensitive receptors in the area. There are no churches or schools that we're aware of, so all of these properties meet that 600-foot setback, which is typically the default setback set by the state for schools or youth-oriented facilities. And so this is a 600-foot setback, and these parcels would be eligible for both the outdoor events as well as the dispensary locations. This is a map of the North San Juan area with Highway 49 in red, kind of cutting through the middle of the colorful zoning exhibit here. Again, the parcels outlined in white with the cross-hatching are eligible parcels for both events as well as dispensaries with the appropriate zoning. The sensitive location in this area is a church outlined in orange up here at the top of the map. And the reasoning for a 500-foot setback is that a 600-foot setback essentially eliminates most of the parcels south of Highway 49. And because the church is not necessarily a youth-oriented facility and does not have a default setback from the state, and jurisdictions can establish their own setback requirements, a 500-foot setback was proposed given the location, the type of facilities, and the separation primarily of the highway. And then just for future slide that I'm going to discuss, this is the North San Juan Community Center. That is proposed to also be included by a recommendation by the Planning Commission that I'll touch on in just a minute. But this is a map showing the eligible parcels for both dispensaries and events in the North San Juan area. And with that, I will turn it over to Matt to talk about the competitive selection process.
Thank you, Brian, members of the Board of Supervisors. Matt Kelly, Director of Code and Cannabis Compliance. So I'm going to chat a little bit about the competitive selection process and what that would look like. So the proposal would establish a 7-member committee or selection process or committee that would be appointed by each individual member of the Board of Supervisors. There would be 1 member from each district with the exception of District 4 and 5, which would appoint 2 members. The reason why is because the retail dispensaries are proposed in District 4 and 5 only, so the thought was to give that supervisorial district an additional vote on the committee, being that the retail dispensaries are only proposed in those 2 zoning districts. Members of the committee would need to be made up of diverse background and unique perspectives, including experience in wide breadth of experience in either cannabis, hospitality, design, business, local government licensing, social justice, drug policy reform, as well as familiarity with Nevada County. All members or all meetings would be open to the public. They would be conducted here in the board chambers, advertised similar to our other commissions and committees, and would be all done in a public forum. The committee would meet on an as-needed basis, no sooner than once per year and beginning no sooner than 2025. And the idea is that we would open an application period to accept commercial cannabis retail dispensary applications, and there would be a fee that would be established for this. We'll need to amend our fee ordinance to account for this. This is just to cover staff time while we're reviewing the applications, so we're not using taxpayer dollars for that cost. The committee would also establish a merit-based approach to reviewing the most qualified applications, and then the selected applicant would be invited at the end to apply for a use permit. So a little bit about the application period and scoring. So the committee would establish a process for the competitive applications and the scoring criteria. Included in your before you today is a resolution, which I do have a suggested revision to as well, and I'll have a slide here that talks about that here in just a second. But the resolution would establish the committee, and it would also establish the competitive application process along with some of the scoring criteria. The goal would be for the committee to select a final scoring criteria, so it's made up truly by the committee members and not just staff. So once that was done, we would open an initial 30-day competitive commercial cannabis dispensing screening. And so we would invite applicants to apply for either retail dispensary in Soda Springs or in North San Juan. And then each application would be independently scored by each committee member, and then the top ranked application based on the total number of points required to secure a business would be then invited to apply for a use permit. The applicants would not necessarily need to have a business location secured. It would be good to have one in mind, but they don't necessarily need to have that location specifically identified, just the area that they would like to operate a retail dispensary in. the top-ranked applicant would have 12 months to apply for a use permit once they were notified that they were the successful applicant. And then moving forward, so if one was established in Soda Springs, then the following year, we would reopen the application criteria, the application scoring, the application period, and receive applications again, but it would be only for North San Juan. And then we would continue that until we had 2 successful applicants, and then the committee would still remain, but would not need to meet unless a new area was identified and the ordinance was amended to allow retail dispensary in another location in the county. Included in the resolution is also an appeal right, that if there was an appeal of the selection, applicants could appeal that to an administrative hearing. It's similar to how we do for a code case, where we would have a hearing officer that would hear that appeal and then would make the final decision on that. So about the scoring criteria, the committee would ultimately establish the final weighted scoring for each application. Some of the general criteria includes previous cannabis retail experience, medical use dispensing or cannabis cultivation operation experience, an ability to demonstrate quality of cannabis strains and product offerings. So this would include whether or not it's just flower that they were going to offer, or edibles, manufactured products, things like that. And employee training and operation procedures, as well as online ordering. Most cannabis retail dispensaries do include delivery and also a retail online ordering process as well, so this would also be evaluated. A security program, and then pre-existing Nevada County business with no outstanding code violations in compliance with local and state laws. Excuse me. Would also need to, their design would need to, if they had a selection or a location in mind, would either need to demonstrate compliance with the Western Nevada County or Eastern Nevada County design guidelines. And then based on the committee's process, any additional information that demonstrates the applicant's ability to operate in a safe and responsible manner in the county. And then one revision that's proposed to the resolution that's before you today is to revise the first paragraph. This better demonstrates that the Board of Supervisors, each individual board member would choose the person ought to be on the committee. This just revises that paragraph a little bit to outline that the committee consists of 7 members. 1 member from each supervisorial district would be appointed, with the exception of District 4 and 5, which would appoint 2. Each appointee of the committee would serve at the pleasure of that individual supervisor and would go through that process similar to we do for Planning Commission, Agriculture Advisory Commission, and all of our other commissions and committees. And then recommended that the Commercial Cannabis Application Evaluation Committee needs to be made up of a diverse, unique perspective, and then, as I outlined before. So it just revises the language in the resolution just to clarify that the appointees do serve at the pleasure of the board, or each individual supervisor, and that there's 2 members from District 4 and 5, and then 1 from each other.
Thank you, Matt. So regarding the ordinance as well as the selection committee process, the draft ordinance was circulated for public review between July 15th and August 30th of earlier this summer. 34 comments were received during that process. We did have 4 public meetings, one at the Penn Valley MAC, the South County MAC, a special meeting in Soda Springs as well in North San Juan, and had multiple meetings with the ad hoc committee again to provide feedback regarding the draft ordinance. The draft ordinance, along with the selection committee process, was heard by the Planning Commission last month on October 10th, and they voted 5-0 to recommend approval. However, they did have 5 changes recommended that I'll go through. The first was to remove the requirement for a standalone structure in the M1 zone districts. They felt that this could be a landlord or property owner decision to rent or lease to a cannabis business or not, and that it should not be a requirement of the ordinance, that if businesses wanted to share space, that would be up to the private entities to make that decision. There was a bit of a split vote, although 3 commissioners voted to eliminate the exclusion zoning combining district. while two commissioners did support the idea that it could be a useful tool for the county or property owners to utilize in the future, but ultimately basically deferred to the board to make that final call. They recommended adding language to allow the North San Juan Community Center as an eligible property to hold temporary cannabis events. The challenge with that property is that it was zoned residential agriculture. However, it is within the North San Juan area plan and the rural center. And so there is language that I do have, and I do have a revised ordinance that incorporates all these changes that I can pull up and we can go over during deliberations, but do have language that would add that permitted community gathering places would also be an eligible property location for events, and that would basically include that North San Juan Community Center. I don't believe that it would affect any other properties in North San Juan or Soda Springs, given that proposed language. They also recommended added clarification that all cannabis sold needs to be from legal locations. The ordinance stated that all cannabis sold needs to be from permitted locations. However, we've added the word legal, legally permitted, just to be extra clear. And then they recommended to remove the requirement for all property taxes to be paid because this would only apply to cannabis-related businesses and not other types of land uses. The commission felt that it might be singling out cannabis, and so recommended that language be stricken from the ordinance. As I mentioned, I do have that revised ordinance that incorporates those changes, so happy to put that up to discuss and modify based on the majority of the board direction. Just to wrap up the presentation here, we did subject the proposed ordinance to environmental review, found it to be exempt pursuant a number of sections and relying on the previous environmental impact report that was approved back in 2019, and that a number of the amendments are similar to existing allowed uses in the commercial and industrial zones. There would be a further discretionary permit for the dispensaries in the form of a use permit, and that the original EIR, basically the scope of that EIR covered the changes of the ordinances before you today. And with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt the ordinance to amend the cannabis regulations, including the exclusion zone, and adopt the resolution to approve the competitive application selection process and the establishment of the Retail Commercial Cannabis Application Evaluation Committee as revised, as Matt went over, and then with any revisions that your board may have. And with that, Matt and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Matt, as well. I was just going to say for a process piece, in the staff report, there's 6 items on page 2, and I was wondering if the board wanted to reference each item if you're asking questions so we could track it. There's kind of 6 individual pieces there. You could also do 1 and 2 on the screen, but there's a lot of detail related to the staff report and what's been presented. So I would suggest that maybe to give staff some clarification, excuse me, that they know what we're asking about. With that, I would, I guess I'll start on this side. And Supervisor Swarthout, do you have any specific questions? I can come back to you too.
Come back to me
Okay.
because I want to pull up what you're talking about with the 6 different
Okay.
things, so I make sure I get everything.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for our ad hoc committee's comments a little bit. But
Yeah. Ed?
Well, I think pretty much what is in here is what's come out of the ad hoc committee and out of our MAC meetings. But at the same time, I think there has been discussions that have gone on since the ad hoc, so I think it's important that we listen to our public comments and listen to what the Planning Commission had to say on this too.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
yeah, I have a clarifying question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just get a clarifying question on the exclusion zone, how exactly that works. So it's not entirely clear to me. For example, if a neighborhood, like 6 people in a neighborhood come forward and say they want an exclusion zone, and there's 4 additional people sort of beside them or around them that don't, they would petition for a rezone just for those 6 properties that they own, is that right?
That's correct. That's how
Okay.
it's set up now. So only those properties that had willing property owners part of the application would have their property rezoned if it was approved through the board.
So it would just prohibit them from having cannabis on their properties that they own?
Correct.
That's all, okay.
Yes.
Are you concerned that that sets up a precedent for other kinds of exclusionary zone ideas?
Not necessarily. Like I mentioned, we do have 12 other combining districts. They're all a little bit differently. Some are an airport influence zone that provides additional information regarding airport and has certain sound restrictions and things like that, and height restrictions for airports. Scenic corridor is another overlay zone that has specialized standards for screening and, visual impacts. Cannabis is not a protected right. So if we were establishing an overlay zone that prohibited churches or something like that, then that could be a form of discrimination. However, since it's voluntary and it's very specific to commercial cannabis cultivation, did not find that it would set any type of precedent or violate any land use regulations. And I thought I had another point, but I think that's all.
But it is different than those other zones in that they're only your own property can.
Right.
Okay.
The board, as with any other rezone, would have the ability to apply that zone district to
Beyond.
an unwilling property owner, if you will. The board has that right for any type of rezoning. So, that's not changing. However, it is, like I mentioned before, the standard process where it's either applicant or property owner initiated or board initiated. And the reasoning that it's an overlay zone rather than just changing the base zone is that changing the base zone, obviously these properties are likely going to be zoned agriculture. And so removing the agriculture zoning and turning it into a residential agriculture potentially loses some other rights. There's restrictions on animal keeping and other types of allowed uses that are more restricted in RA. So in order to be the most specific, targeting exactly what we're trying to accomplish in controlling, the overlay zone was thought to be the best approach because it doesn't change the underlying zoning districts, that it keeps people's rights for all those activities, but just specifically addresses the cannabis issue.
Let me just pursue that one issue that the board could say, oh, well, 6 of you want it, but really it's a neighborhood of 20, so we're going to go ahead and vote to put an overlay on the whole neighborhood. Couldn't those people who did not want that then sue us or require for an appeal? Wouldn't that need to set up an entire new process to deal with that?
Well, they definitely would have the ability to file a lawsuit because the board is the final administrative legislative body. Then it would go to the court system. I would defer to council if there was a different process, but I would imagine it would be very similar with any other type of rezoning effort.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Let's do just a little bit more clarification on that. I think that's a good idea. So for an example too, but what would happen, let's say, and I wanted to be clear that if there was already cannabis grows in those neighborhoods, that wouldn't affect them one bit.
Yes, that's correct.
Correct. So, but back to that, let's make it not a scattered neighborhood. Let's say there's 8 neighbors and one doesn't want to do it. Then that would come back to the board. Wouldn't change any other agricultural uses in their neighborhood. And in 5 years, they could actually opt out of it, or would everyone in the neighborhood have to opt out?
No, the intention is, and I believe it's worded accurately, that, if 10 people went in and rezoned their 10 properties and one wanted to opt out in the future, then they would have to go through the process alone, essentially, and remove the zoning from their property only.
Okay, and then my question is, so in that case too, I mean, I would just look at this as kind of the idea would be, now you live in a neighborhood where you decide to grow cannabis, or that would be the idea. The idea was to say, this is probably not going to work here. and not have those issues from the fighting and the issues and the public comment that came with it. So that was kind of the idea, that everyone would be in agreement. It wasn't supposed to be like a patchwork kind of a opportunity to just take your property out.
It's property by property though, correct? It's, right?
It could all be done in one, so if 6 neighbors came, you could all do it, it'd be one option, yes.
Well, just clarify, Brian, if you could, if you had 10 parcels, each property owner could designate the overlay zone, adopt that, and if you had one property owner who said, no, I don't want it, it would not apply
Correct. We
to
would
that one property.
omit them from the application. The
Yeah.
idea is that because it is, there is a cost to it, that we would process them together in a reasonable grouping of multiple property owners that wanted to pool their money to get, anywhere between 2 and 30 properties rezoned, but it would not affect people that did not want to participate. And, knowingly, this isn't a perfect solution. It's not going to solve all neighborhood grievances, but the idea was that it would potentially control future growth, give the neighborhood some level of 5 years of protection, knowing that if the property goes up for sale, someone's not going to come in and immediately grow cannabis. So there are some benefits, but admittedly, it's not a perfect solution.
But one of the understandings, at least that I had, was if you had a neighborhood that suddenly had a applicant for a permit and that the neighborhood is up in arms, they could not suddenly turn it into an exclusionary zone, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so I mean, this would be something that almost would have to be a new neighborhood that's being developed, Loma Rica Ranch or something in the city of Grass Valley. Well, I mean, where nobody actually is there, that it would actually be something that would be an HOA type thing that would be approved by the board, saying, okay, you can turn this. Otherwise, I don't really see any real benefit to the zone.
Right. I was just going to say, right, but just to that example, if 16 people wanted an exclusionary zone, but one in the middle didn't, and then wanted to grow cannabis, you can't prevent them from doing that.
It's kind of a pointless, because that's typically, at least what I've seen in some of your districts, is that it's that one person in the neighborhood who wants to grow, and the other 10 neighbors don't want it. So they've already voluntarily decided they don't want it on their property without having it be an exclusionary zone. The only area where I see this might be of value is on when someone's going to sell a piece of property. So the new owner couldn't come in and grow cannabis. And, some people might say that that's a taking because you're limiting their ability to use their property for what is illegal, illegal permitted use. So I think it creates perhaps more problems than solutions on this one issue. Unless you get the whole neighborhood. I think that's you got to get the whole neighborhood. and yeah. You can't grow cannabis in Grass Valley, so the Loma Rica, that's out. Yeah, I know. It'd be one big one.
Just speaking on the taking issue, I don't know that it would be a taking because we don't allow it on all zone districts. It's only allowed in ag, so if the property were to rezone to RA, it then would not allow cultivation. I don't believe that would be considered a taking in that situation. So I think this would be similar.
Question on that, Brian. If the board, some future board, or found a condition where 8 out of 10 property owners wanted to restrict cannabis growth, and the board took action to rezone to res ag all 10, that's within the purview of the board?
Yes, that would be within the purview, correct?
Okay. Any other questions? I have a couple. You want to go? Go ahead.
So when I look at the, kind of what you're asking us here, just to kind of walk through a couple questions on some of the things you're asking us to make a decision on. I'm glad to see that you clarified the difference between a full-on retail dispensary and what we're calling a farm stand, because it's a little confusing when you read through the documents, especially when it says that dispensaries have to sell locally grown product. But you did say that excludes the actual retail dispensaries, it's only really for the people who are selling product at their farms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the criteria that was put together for the committee, that was actually not done through us, that was done by staff. So I just want to ask a couple questions and get a little clarification on the process. So you're establishing a process that's points-based, so there's going to be criteria. Each member of the committee will have the opportunity to score those applications, and then I'm assuming that whoever has the highest application would be the person who would be awarded the license. Is that correct?
Supervisor Swarthout, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I guess from my perspective then, I'm not sure why you're going to do a public process also, because if you're doing a completely objective review of an application, and then you invite everybody to come in and publicly testify, how is that? That has the potential for changing people's scoring, I guess, after the fact. So kind of walk me through what your thought process is on how the actual applications would be received, reviewed, and what that public process would look like to you guys.
So for the selection process, so once the committee would finalize or determine the final selection process along with all of the scoring criteria and the weighting or points for that, once that was determined, we would have an application that would be completed by staff, would come through the Cannabis Compliance Division. And then we would then open that up for application, or to be able to accept applications. Once that application period closed, all those applications would be forwarded to the committee, and the committee in an open meeting would review those and then talk about them. The idea was to make it a public process so that it's not done, we're trying to make it an open and transparent process, and that the committee would evaluate them during a public meeting, and then could apply the scoring based on the answers to the questions in the application.
So that takes away the objectivity, though, in my mind. You know, you have a process, everybody does their scoring, and you turn that back in. Whoever has the highest score should be the person who's awarded the license. But now you're saying then everybody gets to come back and state their case too. I think it needs to be an either-or situation. I don't see it. I think it's contradictory to have a scoring process and then have people come in and they'll give you additional information maybe that they should have already had in their application. It really changes the whole process, is my opinion of it. And I've actually been through this, so I kind of have an idea of how it works objectively through the scoring process. So, and I also think that this board, if we're gonna do that, then Planning Commission or this board should be the decider of it versus a committee, because you're like I said, you're going from being objective to being subjective if you use the process that you guys were talking about. That's just kind of the way I see from a practical perspective of it. And I wasn't around for what Nevada City did, but I believe they did theirs in a public process, and it was pretty contentious. So, and I see that our Nevada City dispensary person is here. He can probably speak to that. And then two things I would love to see, or at least one thing I'd love to see added to the criteria that you're talking about. And I know that it's going to be, looked at in more detail. But one of the components needs to be that the applicant needs to have the financial wherewithal to be able to they need to show that they have the financial ability to open a dispensary, because it's very expensive. And I think that is an important component of, someone being able to do it versus tying the process up for a long time and then not having the financial wherewithal to do it. I'm good with the exclusion zone. I'm going to let my colleagues weigh in more on that, because that actually is much more affecting your districts than mine. The temporary cannabis events market, we talked about that considerably. I have no problem adding the North San Juan additional site in there. And then, what's my final one? The property tax issue, I mean, I think that was brought up at the last time we had a cannabis discussion. Obviously, I don't want to see cannabis people treated differently than other businesses, but I do think it's important that people pay their property taxes before we allow them to go into an entity where there's a potential for pretty significant profit. And then the final thing would be, we didn't talk about what kind of a special county tax might be applied to the dispensaries. Is that a different process? Because I know both the city of Grass Valley and Nevada City, I believe, have a 4% sales tax that comes directly to that entity, doesn't go through the state or anything. So is that a discussion that, I wasn't here when the whole original cannabis stuff was done, and I know that there's taxes on cultivation, but are we talking about doing a special tax on the dispensaries as well?
Supervisors Worthout, so for taxes, for cultivation, it's based on the canopy area. I believe if the board would like to establish a special tax or something on a retail dispensary, it would be within the board's purview to do that. Currently, the proposal would be to follow the tax structure that the county has for retail sales, so it would be based on the point of sale. And that I believe if the board wanted to do something different, the board would have that purview to do.
Quick question for the ad hoc. So items 1 through 6, is there, well, I'm just curious. It's on page 2 of the staff report. My question is the ad hoc has provided input on the construction of 1 through 6, except not the piece about the subcommittee for the assessment portion?
We talked about having a subcommittee, but we didn't talk about
Just
what
all
that
the
would look like.
detail.
That came from staff.
Okay, thank you. Do you have additional comments, Supervisor?
Yeah, do you want us to just go into each of these items as well as respond at this point?
Well, I'm thinking technical questions related to items 1 through 6.
Yeah.
Take public comment, and then we'll have board deliberation.
Okay, let me see if I can try to keep it to technical.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So back to the review committee. I guess I just would respond that maybe we need to have a separate discussion about that. My understanding is the Nevada City process was smooth and the Grass Valley's was not. And I've done lots of reviews on committees, and so my understanding would be you each put in a score, then you sit down to discuss the score, and that's how it always works with committees. You don't just average it out. You actually have a discussion as a committee, and my understanding is that the committee would be having that discussion that they would regularly have. Instead of doing it behind closed doors, it would be in public, so people could hear what they're saying. Is that how you're envisioning that? Supervisor
Hall, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It would be done in an open meeting.
Okay, and then I was glad to get clarification on the scoring, categories, because the one category I was confused about was experience. Somebody having experience. If you maybe can pull up that slide. I guess I just leave that out there for a point of discussion. This is not how we. Again, I'm looking at trying to approach cannabis like any other business or any other ag product. So previous cannabis business retail. I can understand why people who are concerned or don't know how this works might want that, but that's not how we treat other businesses. If you open a restaurant, we don't require any other business to have previous experience, do we? This is sort of a unique?
It would be unique to the retail dispensary. I mean, that's something that we could remove. But the idea was that if we had an applicant who say had a non-storefront retail delivery, which there are a few, or a micro business, that is kind of a similar type use. But it would be something we could remove if we wanted to.
Okay, so I guess the technical question there is, if we agree on establishing the committee, could the committee then determine whether they keep this or add or do the scores, they could do that. So we don't need to actually vote on the scoring criteria at this point?
Right, so the
Okay.
scoring criteria, it's general, but the committee would determine the final selection and scoring criteria. And
Okay,
the points and weighting of them, too.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So in the end of this process, because right now we're looking at Soda Springs, North San Juan, would this committee be disbanded?
After the two locations were selected, yes, there would be, the committee would just be an as.
It would be
basis.
disbanded?
Yeah.
Okay. So if one were to be considered in South County, you'd create the whole new process?
We could, I think we could bring the committee back because it would already be part of our commissions and committees. And then we would do a new call for applicants and go through that process again.
And I would think ultimately, any contract of this, really of this magnitude, should be coming back here for final decision. Right? Wouldn't you agree
Yeah,
on
that's
this?
a good
I mean,
question.
almost everything comes back to us anyways, especially if it's got any kind of financial or anything that has an impact, really. You can go through the whole process and then bring it here. This is the board that really should make that final decision.
You're describing like a use permit process. Good comment,
So just,
essentially speaking,
there is a use permit process after the selection committee, obviously.
which will come back here.
It would be if, on an appeal, it would go to the planning commission for decision. If there's appeal, the board would make final determination. For the criteria, the general scoring or the selection process in order to enter the use permit process, I think there's an appeal process that has a hearing body. And so Supervisor Schofield, are you suggesting maybe instead of the hearing body that the
No,
board? Okay.
maybe not, Brian, maybe not. If you have that appeal process and the appeal can't come here, then that pretty well answers that, yeah.
The appeal right would be to a hearing officer, and so that is somebody that we would use like we do for our code cases, and then an appeal of that decision, I believe, and I would defer to counsel on this, would go to court.
Okay.
So, just for clarification, so the planning commission awards the license, and somebody that doesn't get it files an appeal, and you're saying it goes to an appeals hearing officer, and that person makes the final decision?
The planning commission would be approving the use permit, and then that appeal would go to the board. So the selection of the committee, the selection committee would be a different group of people, and their decision would be appealed to a hearing officer. So it's separate from the use permit process.
So okay, so the committee makes the selection, it gets appealed, that decision gets appealed to the hearing officer. It wouldn't even have gone to the planning commission at that point then? So it won't go to the planning commission until after that process is settled?
Yes.
So if the appeal hearing doesn't go someone's way, then they do have the opportunity to bring it to the Board of Supervisors, is that correct? Or does it go to the Planning Commission and then the Board of Supervisors?
Well, the use permit would go to the planning commission and then the board on appeal. So someone could potentially attend the planning commission meeting and explain their opposition. The planning commission could either approve or deny, and then based on that decision, it could be appealed to the board.
I think what you're describing is multiple applicant selection. If there's 2 or 3 applicants, they go to the committee, somebody fails in that process, what's the appellant body?
So with this selection committee, so they would say we have 2 or 3 applicants for Soda Springs, for example. And that person, so an applicant is awarded that license, the retail license. They then have they apply for a use permit, and that goes through the regular planning process.
What if they're not awarded? I'm
What if they're
sorry to
not
interrupt
awarded?
you. There's
Yeah.
3 of them, and somebody contests it, and they said,
Right.
hey, I'm the best person, the subcommittee found somebody else.
So then an appeal of that decision would go to a hearing officer.
To a hearing
And
officer.
so an individual hearing officer, which is outside of the board of supervisors. An appeal of that final decision, if somebody wanted to contest the hearing officer's decision, would then go to Superior Court.
Okay, that's interesting because, I mean, if you're talking about an objective body selection process, that's it, because it wouldn't come back here. So in the selection period process, now the use permit would handle the same kind of chain of custody that we have on all use permits: Planning Commission, appeal, supervisors.
I guess my question then would be, and we never talked about a use permit process in the subcommittee. I guess my question would be, what's the purpose of getting a use permit? We've established the 2 areas. We've given the criteria for the dispensary. The committee has awarded it. Why is it necessary to go for a use permit?
It would be to ensure all of the zoning ordinance and development standards are met, look at review of the building, lighting, circulation, parking, landscaping, those types of things that are applied to new development.
It's almost like that should be done before selection of the applicant or the site.
Well, the selection of the site, as Matt explained, does not have to, or the selection of the applicant doesn't have to have a site in order to be selected, or they could have a site in mind when they submit the application. So it could be either or as currently drafted.
This seems easier than we're making it sound. Any business that's doing this has to get a conditional use permit. That's well established. What we're just doing here is we're adding a layer of deciding which business gets to function, which is not something we do for any other business in this county. It's a unique add-on. So we're saying we're going to be the ones to pick what we think will be the best person to do this, and you have a process for that, and we're not involved in that. There's a hearing officer and a court. And then once that person has been chosen, then they go through the regular conditional use permit that every other business goes through here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we're adding this little layer of we're being like the overlords on who gets to have the business.
Well, and I think that, in my opinion, that's the objective construction of the committee, right? You're selecting members of the community that are going to make that decision on our behalf for the just for the person who is best suited to conduct that type of business. Then it goes through the full use, the CUP process. To me, it seems, while it is complicated, I have clarification, but it seems to me that if it's done properly, it would work. And the detail related to the criteria and the scoring and possibly financial condition, some of the other things, I think would be suited to the committee itself, in my opinion, if you select the right participants to come up with that criteria. Now, if the board said, I'd like to, we want the ability to weigh in on the criteria prior to adoption, I could support that.
I think we should definitely have the opportunity to weigh in on the tax structure, because I think that, we're.
That's a different one, yeah.
That's not up for discussion here.
Well, it is because.
We established that in the past. That's not.
But not on I don't think it's been established on dispensaries.
Let's just deal with, just for discussion's sake, let's deal with just the selection committee right now, and just so we can give staff some direction on that.
I mean, I don't have a problem with the selection committee. I'm just struggling a little bit with how the whole, having done it, and just struggling a little bit with what's going to happen when because realistically, you could get 5 to 10 applications for each of these locations, and so then I don't know if you're going to have a staff screening process, like if those applications came through and they didn't meet all the criteria, are we going to then not allow them to come back in and be considered in a public forum if they don't meet all the criteria for the application? Would you kick it back to them? How would you handle that?
Supervisor Swarthout, so the way it's set up, the applications would initially be reviewed by staff, and then there would be, we're not going to score them, but we would initially review and make sure it meets all the selection process criteria, and then forward those to the committee. There would be probably and then the committee would then make that final decision on the scoring and what points they apply to each application.
Do we have additional comments on the selection committee? Just to make sure the staff, and
Just my only issue is that the committee gets to look at the criteria and can do some of their own work on it. But my request would be that we do not add all kinds of stuff that, again, is different than what we ask of regular businesses. I would like to keep it streamlined and simple, would be my ask.
So do we want the selection criteria that's going to be used by the committee to come back to this board, or do you want to go to the ad hoc?
I personally, before we even had this meeting, I personally had requested that does come back to this board, because those are policy decisions, in my opinion, and I think we're the ones who create the policy.
Okay, understood. So we have your opinion on that. Any other opinions?
No, I'm good. It is different because we're only allowing two. I think that's the problem. We're only allowing two. We don't have that in our any other business we do here either. But I mean, it might be something later that come on. Let's say we had a new timber business that wanted to come in or build a mill. We might say, no, we're not going to have 2 or 3 mills. We're only going to have one. So I'm just saying it could happen in other industries, not just cannabis, where we'd have to look at it that way.
Okay.
I don't want it to be hard and it seems overbearing and was too, we don't want it to be like it was in, Grass Valley's was tough.
Well, and I'm not sure why we thought Grass Valley's was tough. I mean, I don't know where that came from. I mean, I thought.
You thought it was good?
Well.
But anyway, I'm back to that list. I think it'd be good to be listened to.
It took a long time to get the ordinance created, but once they did it, they accepted the applications, they got reviewed, they made the decision and moved on. And I think where people weren't happy is because they didn't get selected, which is the same thing that happened in Nevada City. People weren't happy because they didn't get selected.
Right. So that'll just lead wherever we go. Yeah.
That's just the reality of what's
Yeah.
going to happen. People are not going to be happy if they don't get accepted.
Okay.
Just for me, question 1, retail dispensaries, no question. Manufacturing, no question. Exclusionary zone, no question. The only piece I had a question on was the staggered implementation time period. So Soda Springs first, and then 1 year later, North San Juan. Is there a reason why we can't have them have the process run concurrently?
Chair Bullock, sorry, I believe our treasurer tax collector wanted to answer some of the questions that came by, so I asked her.
We'll hit it.
Okay.
We'll hit it in a minute.
Chair Bullock, so it's not, the idea is that we're going to award only one location. So if, we'll accept applications for both locations, and then whoever was awarded the application for that selection process would be awarded that location, and then we would have another one the following year. We don't necessarily need to stagger it, but the idea is to only award one
Got
at a
it.
time.
Okay, so you would have Soda Springs and North San Juan concurrently, 1 and 1, and then a year later potentially, or would it be set in the ordinance that 1 year later we would open it up again?
So the resolution talks about that we would do one location first, so initially it would be both Soda Springs and North San Juan, and then say it was North San Juan that was ultimately awarded, then that would be closed, and then the following year we would reopen the application selection, and it would just be Soda Springs.
Okay.
That might add, we have to have water finished at North San Juan before we're ready to add a new business. So it probably would, I'm just saying that could be an issue when we start this process.
My other question, item 6, the property taxes. If a development or conditional use permit or a rezone came to the board, could the board place conditional components on that entitlement for taxes being paid?
Not related to cannabis, just any
Yeah,
type of
just
project,
any.
or just that? I would look to council. I think you could with their agreement, but it's not codified currently anymore.
It's not codified, but
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at this at a couple different issues when this board has made those requests. Some of those requests work and sometimes they don't, so I don't know that there's a solid answer.
Okay.
It's not normally done, and it can be problematic, but it
Yeah.
sort of depends on what comes before the board.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in planning commission meetings, and I've never, never seen that as a condition of approval, but it's not outside the scope, I'm assuming, is what you're telling us. Okay. I don't think the word tax isn't in here unless you had a specific question. Would you like that answered on the tax portion?
Are you talking about an additional tax on retail products?
Yeah.
I think maybe Michelle's here to answer
Yeah.
that question for us.
Thanks, Michelle.
Of the board. Michelle Bodley, your treasurer tax collector. So for clarification, the current ordinance 2523 does provide for the taxation of dispensaries. Excuse me. Every person who is engaged in all other commercial cannabis businesses, including but not limited to as a retailer, distributor, distribution facility, testing laboratory, transporter, manufacturing facility, nursery, dispensary, or engaging in the delivery of cannabis or operating as a micro-business falls within the gross receipts tax collection method, which means they report quarterly to us on their revenues and then pay the associated tax. The rate right now is 2.73%.
So if we wanted to change that, that would have to come back to the board.
Correct.
I think Nevada City Grass Valley is 4%. So it would give it would give the county person an advantage because their tax wouldn't be as high as what the cities are currently.
Thanks for pointing that out. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Public comment?
I just want to bring up one other issue that the Planning Commission was looking at the change, and that's in the standalone buildings. I support the staff recommendation that you guys have put forward, saying that in the M1, M2, the industrial areas, that the buildings need to be cannabis-related products. And the reason that I support that is shared space is hard, and I don't want to see our code enforcement people have to get bogged down in dealing with disputes between tenants or landlord-tenant. The county doesn't have business licensing, so we don't actually know who are in a lot of those different buildings. So I just don't want to see us get into a whole complicated situation where, somebody rents a space for cannabis, business, then the other tenants get all up in arms. So if there could be some sort of a process where people were noticed and notified and everybody was on the same page, I might support multiple tenants in a building, but I just don't want to see us have to get bogged down in disputes between, and I've seen that happen before, but disputes between property owners or business owners for uses that might not be compatible. So that's my justification with that. I have talked with a few of the business people up in the Loma Rica industrial area. They felt very strongly about it, but they have the option not to rent to people for themselves, but I think they were concerned about some of their tenants up there and shared space. So.
Let's go to public comment. We'll come back to board deliberation. I'm going to open up public comment on this item, and please step up to the podium if you'd like to make a public comment. And if you're calling in, please jump on the phone line, and we'll go to the callers, alternating between here in the board chambers and the callers. Thank you. Up to you. Thanks.
Hello. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Patricia Rockwell. I live in District 4 and have been a proud member of the Penn Valley MAC for 3 years. My 3 children and I co-own Green Gift Gardens, a small 10,000 square foot cannabis farm. Nearly 28% of all organically grown cannabis in the state of California is located in Nevada County, and we are proud to be one of these OCal certified farms. As a small craft farm, we face many challenges and are always looking for ways to expand our market and streamline the ways we do business. One of the ways we can do so is to interact directly with our consumers. At this point, Green Gift can only sell directly to distributors, who then will take our product to retail customers. We have participated in the Hall of Flowers in Sonoma County a couple of years and saw a notable impact on our sales after talking directly to customers. We would like to have that same opportunity here in Nevada County where we live. For example, it would be so cool to host a cannabis medical summit on the Ridge, which is our county's hub for legacy cannabis expertise. We could have local speakers on medicinal qualities of cannabis, seminars, and have local cannabis sold. An ideal location for an event like this would be the community center on the Ridge, and I see you're considering making that possible to use that building. However, right now it's zoned Res Ag and thus restricted. My ask is for the community center to be an allowable parcel for cannabis events. Let me share some successful cannabis events that other counties have hosted. Mendocino has used cannabis events as a fundraiser to benefit the Mendocino Land Trust and Cancer Resource Center of Mendocino, where cannabis was auctioned off and sold. In Sonoma County, the Emerald Cup is held, which is an educational conference and cannabis competition. We could have our own Nevada County Cup here on the Ridge. Events like this will bring economic development to our area. In good faith, Green Gift, along with other small craft farms, have done the necessary due diligence to become legal cannabis farms. We support language that will give us the ability to host cannabis events, which would be another tool in our toolbox. Farming of any kind comes with a unique set of challenges: weather, pests, market fluctuation, and so on. However, for us to succeed as cannabis farmers, we need the same opportunities that are afforded to all farmers. Please reconsider the county's stance on cannabis farming and follow other counties that have classified cannabis as an agricultural activity. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Hi, hello supervisors. My name is Maggie Phillipsborn. I own property and live in District 4. I'm the head of the Jones Bar Firewise community, which spans over 200 parcels, actually 500 parcels, 218 residences, of which some are BLM, state parks, lots of homes, small commercial businesses, including 2 vineyards, one that is open to the public some days, and 4 licensed cannabis farms. In 2020, sorry, is this off? In 2020, the Jones fire happened and devastated part of our community. Lots of fire personnel afterwards mentioned to us that one of the cannabis farms is land stewardship, and the fire requirements for those businesses helped save many neighbors and was part of what kept it from being catastrophic. I've also been following cannabis policy locally for a long time, and I want to suggest and just remind us that Nevada City is a really great example, especially in how they have allowed for various types of cannabis businesses to operate in light industrial zoning. These cannabis businesses are an essential part of the local industry as they provide support to the local farmers. The proposal before you specifies industrial M1 zoning in the unincorporated county for these other types of cannabis businesses, specifically having to be located in standalone buildings. Regardless of the type of building, I believe the logical solution would be for individual property owners to decide if they want to lease to a cannabis business. That maintains private property rights, and it helps to really squash the elephant in the room of destigmatizing cannabis and giving the local industry an opportunity to be successful. I think there's probably less than 5 standalone buildings in M1 zoning in the unincorporated county. The proposal that's kind of an effective ban without saying that. I don't believe there's been any complaints or issues in Nevada City regarding renting to cannabis tenants and multi-tenant units. All to say, the cannabis industry is actually really important to our county. I think that there's a lot of struggles statewide allowing for local industry to develop and diversify is really important. Thank you, and please do consider removing the provision for standalone buildings in N1 zoning.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any callers?
Chair, we have 2 callers.
Okay, we'll take a caller, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Cohen. I'm
live and own property in District 2. I'm a solar energy advisor for New Sun Power. And I read about this in the Union article, and I'm concerned about the exclusion zones. You know, I'm actually really worried about our local economic development here. I think cannabis should be considered agriculture, like someone else who just spoke. A lot of other counties have recognized it as such, and it just seems to make sense. I mean, you know, farmers are planting seeds in soil, and they're growing the crop. I think the proposed exclusion zone just for cannabis just kind of seems biased. I really don't understand why. I get it that some people may not like cannabis and may have like a preconceived notion about cannabis and the cannabis farmers. But I mean, making public policy, especially in exclusion zone, based on one type of crop over another, it just feels really drastic. You know, there's all kinds of farming. There's animals, crops, pigs, and dairy cows. I mean, they all have tons of odor. I feel like we've come so far, in our area to support local agriculture and accept agriculture as an economic driver in our county, that this seems like after taking so many steps forward, we're just taking 10 steps back. Because cannabis farmers they're actually farming. Many people that are sitting on ag zone land don't even use it to farm for whatever their lifestyle choice is. But these farmers are actually using the land for its intended use. And cannabis farmers bring a lot of benefits to ag zone land, like a previous speaker just mentioned, wildfire mitigation. I mean, they do a great job. They conserve the land, and they help protect ag land from overdevelopment. And maybe it's just because a few neighbors have a bias to cannabis. It doesn't mean a discriminatory land use, rezoning is the answer. Maybe mediators could be hired, to work between neighbors and resolve issues. I'm not sure. But I don't understand why some of this other stuff is even being proposed, like the site of the greenhouses. All commercial farmers can use greenhouses. Why are we just picking out cannabis farmers here? Talking about things about the farmhands using the road, it all just feels really discriminatory. All types of commercial farms use ranch hands. And as far as the odor of cannabis goes, like I mentioned before, there's lots of other agriculture that smells really bad. I mean, my neighbors have horses. I think the manure smells horrible. My wife loves it, like it's perfume in the air. But I can't stop them from owning their animals.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. We'll go back here into the board chambers.
Hey, Board. Good afternoon. I'm here to speak to item 6, the payment of property tax. My name is Sebastian Gotla, and I've been a resident District 1 for over 30 years. I own and operate Foothill River Farms, a small certified organic cannabis farm that has been licensed, operational, and in good standing since the original ordinance was adopted in 2018 to 2019. As we continue to grow a legitimate business that contributes positively to our community, we ask for the same fair treatment as any other business here in our beloved Nevada County. It's time to normalize cannabis and recognize it as a valuable part of our local economy and culture, just like all other industries. That said, cannabis has not come easily, and the challenges to continue doing what we love, which is farming, are constant. Despite ongoing state and federal obstacles, we persist, moving forward in a way that honors our values and our community. We are part of a unique movement in Nevada County where many of us cannabis farmers are committed to organic methods, carrying forward a legacy that's been part of our culture for over 50 years. Today, I'm here before you to request equal treatment for our industry under the local regulations. Today, it's been suggested that cannabis farmers must pay property taxes before any cannabis-related permits are issued or renewed. Yet no other local business faces this requirement. We are small businesses, just like others in our county, and I believe we should be held to the same standards, not singled out. Although my own taxes, as well as those of most cannabis farmers I know, are fully up to date, I'm speaking out on principle as cannabis is the only excluded industry in the county that this policy would apply to. All I ask is to be treated with the same fairness and respect as other businesses in our community. Thank you for my considerations.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, is there another caller?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, let's take another caller.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. My name is Larrick Buterin. I'm in District 2. I just want to say hey to Ed. Anyways, I just have pretty much the last two speakers said quite a bit of what I had intended to. As far as the couple of areas like the South County, Higgins Corner area and Penn Valley area, I understand some of the concerns, but yet in the same time, there's a lot of hypocrisy. You got smoke shops all over the place. I don't get that one. They're everywhere. And it's just kind of ridiculous that those are allowed. I don't know why there's so many of them. Anyways, the other thing is the exclusionary zone. Just as the previous speakers have both said, it's just kind of really trying to, property owners don't want to grow, then that's fine with that. But to pass it on and to make areas exclusionary, like the previous speaker said, we just need to continue to normalize cannabis. I thought we were going there, and it should continue to be going in that direction. I think it won't be too long. I mean, it should have happened in this administration that it was, deschedulized or rescheduled at least. But anyways, we got to keep moving forward and not keep isolating cannabis as something separate from all sorts of other businesses and farming. Anyways, just move forward, not backward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go back to you, sir, here in the board chambers.
Hi, my name is Gary Baker, resident of South County, member of the South County MAC, and here to speak individually. I've been involved with this for a while, back to the time from the EIR. In the last 6 years, I think I've produced plans, cultivation plans, applications for about 10% of the cannabis farms in the county. And what I've seen during that time is a passion of people who want to really produce something well. The one thing they all have in common is they all produce the best, without exception. It's the best product, and maybe it is. But they have had a tough haul dealing not just with the regulations, but the extensive costs of developing these facilities to bring them in compliance. It has really burdened them, and the prices collapsed. A lot to do with just big stock market firms coming in and just flooding the state with cheap product. As we've seen, there are limited opportunities for marketing these products. The current model is utilizing a middleman, if you will, to take their product to the dispensaries. So these opportunities that you're discussing here will allow more access to the local market through some of these mechanisms, and maybe if more to come in the future, would really help keep these people who've invested so much viable. There's only less than 200 of these farms right now, and I think when we started off with the EIR, we were planning on 20,000. That was a little much of a reach, but I really support what's happening here and this effort, certainly that Diane has been working on for these number of years. And as this project came forward at the MAC a couple of months back, some of the objections that were being voiced really were issues that should be dealt with at the homeowners association levels and they really had to do with parking, or they had to do with some internal traffic concerns. Those aren't things that necessarily are a bigger problem than just a local problem that should be dealt with internally, and it seems like they could be. So anyway, I support what is this initiative here and this revision, and I support those local farmers who really work hard to develop a great product. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one more caller.
Okay, we'll have one more caller.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm calling on behalf of Holly Lusk. She couldn't be here and asked me to share her sentiments. Hi, my name is Holly Lusk, and I have lived in Nevada County since 1979. I raised 2 children in this county and have 6 grandchildren who are being raised in the county. I am a property owner, and I was in the title industry for 25 years. Cannabis has long been a subject for lively discussion, both pro and con. But I am not here to debate the issue. The voters determined that issue some time ago. It is legal and allowable to both consume and grow by law, but only if you confine yourself to the legal restrictions. Our legal cannabis farmers have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to conform to these laws, which resulted in considerable revenue for our county. This includes growing on commercially ag-zoned property only. This is exactly what the zoning is meant for, farming. The primary goal of A1 zoning is to preserve agricultural land and prevent incompatible land uses that may hinder agriculture. To exclude a specific type of farming is discriminatory, a road which our county has been down before. For example, it was common in the early 20th century to exclude buyers of certain races or religions from purchasing in specific areas. As we all know, those exclusionary deeds were thrown out by the Supreme Court. There is another solution for those who wish to confine cannabis farming by petitioning to have property rezoned to residential agriculture where it already is not allowed. Another solution is to just have neighbors talk to one another. A lot got accomplished when neighbors simply open up to dialogue. I don't think anyone disagrees that this county needs revenue, and the cannabis industry is providing this. It is simply unfair to place an exclusion zone for cannabis in ag zone land where other commercial activity is allowed, including other types of farming or commercial livestock. I would respectfully request the supervisors to remove the provision for cannabis exclusion zones. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Additional public comment here?
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Strauss. I am the incoming chairman of the Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking today on behalf of their interests. We are generally supportive of the industry and generally supportive of the staff report and the recommendations of the subcommittee on this. We disagree with the Planning Commission's recommendation that the single-use building restriction be, they recommended that be deleted from the statute, and we disagree with that. We think that, a mixed use of this kind is going to generate a lot of disputation and just dispute and ultimately litigation. For that reason, we just don't think it's really the right way to go. I know that there's an opposite view which says that that's in effect a ban because there's so little use, but we think that the market will decide which way this is going to go, and property owners will be able to make a decision based on what the law is and decide who their tenants are going to be, and that there will be a market will grow for this type of single-use facility. So avoiding conflict is really the issue. And I have a concern about the exclusion zones because I think that just listening to your discussion, it's confusing, and you are going to have conflicts between neighbors and within homeowners associations about the establishment or non-establishment of these kinds of overlay zones. And I think that I don't know whether you've heard much from the real estate industry, but there's a disclosure issue that's going to be very relevant in terms of somebody owns a piece of property and now suddenly they're faced with either not having cannabis or having cannabis, and that's all going to have to be part of the real estate disclosure process. So I think that you need to be really careful about the exclusion zone process. I think it's a little bit ill-defined at this stage. You may want to revisit that at some other day. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other, another caller on the line?
No additional
No,
callers.
okay, thank you.
Barbara Bashall. I'm with the Greater Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm the Community Affairs Committee. I just wanted to add on to Jay's comments that there's condo buildings in the M1 zone, and they don't have the choice of who's going to move in next to them. And I would strongly urge you to support the standalone buildings because of that. And just proceed cautiously, and you can always revisit this issue. But if it creates a problem, then it's much harder to unwind at that time. So thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Additional comments here in the board chambers?
Hi, I'm Barbara Jones from District 4. My husband Brian and I have lived on the ridge for about 35 years. We built our own home and raised 2 successful children there. Now we raise miniature donkeys and have a permitted cannabis farm. Fudu Farm, some of you have visited. Fudu is a family word, which means to put your best into whatever you do, and we believe that we do. Besides farming, Brian is a general contractor, and I work producing events, including those at the San Juan Ridge Community Library. We also own and produce the Ridgestock Music and Sustainability Expo. I understand how events are permitted and the insurance process behind them. We are also regular volunteers for Circle events. I like producing events and making things happen that bring our communities together, and I'd like to be part of creating cannabis events that bring awareness to our community and allow farmers to celebrate and share their hard work. As a river ambassador for Circle, I speak to hundreds of visitors on the weekend, and I'm aware that most river visitors in this area do not spend tax dollars. Cannabis events in appropriate venues on the ridge will provide economic development opportunities not only for farmers, but existing businesses, restaurants, a gas station, the mercantile. Events such as this will attract tourists and tourists to stop and participate in opportunities to learn the area as well as contribute to our economy. The Activities and Improvement Center, you guys call it the Community Center, I'm an old timer, is a great location for such events. It's if appropriately zoned, it's already designed for classes, farmers markets, and festivals. I ask that you add this location in your rezoning for events. Lastly, I want to ask, have any of you been to the Mandarin Festival in Auburn? I drive all the way from North San Juan just to get the Mandarin milkshakes, and I recommend that each of you do that as well. All the farmers join there together to sell all their very best Mandarin stuff and share it with all the Mandarin people who love their stuff. Cannabis farmers are the same way. We love what we do, we love farming, we deserve the opportunity to share our results with the community. We want to celebrate our work like other farmers. Hope they consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. And the Mandarin tip. Sounds awesome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elise Timony Jackson, and I am a born and raised resident in U class of 98. I'm also the co-founder and business director of Sierra Kind, a 10,000 square foot mixed light grow in District 4 down in South County. In addition to sitting on the board of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, I am a member of the Farm Bureau, and I also sit on the board of the Nevada County Jewish Community Center, where I chair the Social Action Committee. In the past 5 years, I have organized a community blood drive, as well as hosted specific drives for the Interfaith Food Ministry, the Nevada County Food Bank, the Diaper Project, the Cinderella Project, and most recently for CASA, an organization for foster youth. My children attend the local schools, and my daughter just showed a lamb at fair for the first time through Bear Rivers FFA. My husband, whom I met at Magnolia, I run our small farm with my father and one part-time employee who is also a local high school grad. As a cannabis farmer, I am here to support cannabis events in both North San Juan and Soda Springs. The number of events allowed should align with current county regulations regarding special events, which is capped at 8 events per property per year, as amended by the Board of Supervisors in 2020. Over the past few years, we've all witnessed the contraction of our local businesses, and while Mill and Broad Street have started to rebound, these outlying regions desperately need economic development. Cannabis events in North San Juan will stimulate tourism, not just on the Ridge, but will have a trickle-down effect for the rest of the county, with folks staying in hotels, eating out, or even simply buying gas at the Sierra stop. The Ridge has been a cannabis nucleus for decades, stretching back to before I was even born. And we now have the opportunity to allow North San Juan to take its rightful place as not only a famous, but a historical cannabis hub. Cannabis events could be anything from a medical and sustainable cultivation conference with local speakers, fundraisers, movie screenings, and maybe even cannabis farmers markets. As per state guidelines, no alcohol would be sold. And it would allow us small business owners another outlet to reach and build relationships, not just with our local customers, but also with tourists as well. And again, the North San Juan Community Center is an ideal location to host these programs. I request support for cannabis special events to fall in alignment with existing events policy, allowing for 8 events per property per year. And as a long and upstanding community member, my legal
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Myers. I'm the owner of California Certified Ag Labs in Marysville. We do business north of the Grapevine up to the Oregon border on either sides. Prior to opening my cannabis lab, I own toxicology labs that specialize in medication management and also participate in level 2 clinical pharmaceutical studies. This experience, and understanding of all the health benefits of properly used cannabis, what brought me to work with DenCobb Farms. DenCobb Farms is the county's first on-farm retail. They have proven their commitment to the most healthy, clean cannabis. Working with DenCobb and talking to their customers, I've come to realize that most of the consumers have no idea of the medical benefits of cannabis and how it benefits them and their well-being. Sorry about that. They come to watch the cannabis be grown, talk to Juan, the farmer, his organic farming techniques, and learn about the different strains and products. They sometimes bring their lunch and sit outside watching the main red ski animals in the pasture. People come to the DenCobb all over for the experience. What we look for is on-site consumption usage through the farm, allow the customers to come in, experience the cannabis, understand how it works, the efficacy of it, and how to best utilize it in the most proper way for the therapeutic benefits. This is something that's the best part of the industry that people are missing out. The education is almost nil, and that's what we propose to do is bring the education to the farm, allow everyone to come. Our average right now, the average consumer is about 65 years old, and they have no experience. The clientele is doctors, lawyers, nurses, people of all walks of life, but not the recreational cannabis users. They're looking for educational purposes. They're looking for a way to understand how to utilize this to their health benefits. We look at this as DenCobb Farm is the perfect place to pioneer this, to start it out. And the goal is that this moving forward to be the first in the state to utilize this before the other counties hit first. This will make Nevada County on the map, one of the best in the cannabis. It's already there in the organic marketplace. We just need to utilize this and expose the consumers who want the therapeutic benefits to it instead of just recreational. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate anything you consider and move us up on the list to get this done as soon as possible, and you all benefit from it. And also take away the exclusionary zone for now. Thank you very kindly.
Thanks for your comments. Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
No callers.
Nope.
My name's Harry Bennett,
and I have a manufacturing and distribution license, excuse me, in Nevada City. I just want to speak to the multi-unit thing. I've been in a 6-unit, I have 2 units in a 6-unit building in Nevada City. 3 of the units are a gym, and there's a dog groomer. We have an air filtration system and 3 negative pressure rooms. Over the 6 years, we had a complaint once, and it was because our system was malfunctioning. So that is easily fixed, and again, it would really limit people like me in the county. So I think that part should be taken out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, John.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is John Foley. I own Riverstar Ranch, a licensed farm in District 4, cultivating 20,000 square feet of OCal certified sun-grown cannabis. I also serve as the board chair of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, where I've had the pleasure of getting to work with your board and county staff. First, I would like to say thank you to Supervisor Schofield for his 16 years of service as a supervisor. After Measure W was defeated in 2016, Supervisor Schofield was committed to listening to the will of the voters and constructing a commercial cannabis ordinance that worked for Nevada County. With an open mind and a common sense approach, he collaborated with the industry and the community to create something I think we can all be proud of. Secondly, I would like to thank the entire board and county staff for their continued commitment to collaborating and modifying the existing cannabis ordinance to fit the needs of both the industry and the community. I know the process has not been quick or easy, but it has been impactful. Since 2019, over 160 new businesses have been started in Nevada County, providing much-needed economic development to our community. The modest proposed changes to the ordinance presented today are another clear example of the commitment to making this work, not only for the industry, but the community as a whole. I fully support your board approving these amendments to the commercial cannabis ordinance today. Looking ahead, there is still much uncertainty for the cannabis industry. High taxes and inefficient government bureaucracy at the state level continue to keep a stranglehold on the good actors while energizing the illicit market. And federal rescheduling or legalization uncertainty continues to keep the industry on its toes. However, our local businesses are resilient, committed, and focused on continuing to improve upon the things that we have some control over. Moving forward locally, I would like to formally ask your board to consider discussing and modifying the commercial cannabis ordinance to recognize cannabis cultivation as an agricultural activity as opposed to a commercial development. This recognition is vital to the continued success of our industry by allowing a pathway forward for the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance to work with county staff and the CDA departments to develop regulatory reform with the goal of lowering the cost of doing business and creating proportionality with our traditional farmers. County staff and your board has worked hard on the legislative policy, and this recognition would enable our farmers to utilize some of the existing agricultural exemptions available and ease some of the burdensome commercial code and land use requirements to mirror our other agricultural producers in Nevada County. As you prepare for 2025 policy objectives for cannabis, please prioritize the discussion on cannabis as agriculture. The time is now for a common sense approach and to call cannabis cultivation what it is, agriculture. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, and I'm here today representing over 180 local licensed cannabis businesses. We support the proposed ordinance and its representation to economic development in Nevada County. The language represents a balanced approach to regulating and is based on public comment received and modifications resulting from public input over the past several months. County staff has shown diligence with comprehensive stakeholder outreach the past year. I'd like to reiterate a few points discussed today. Our organization is supportive of utilizing M1 zoning for cannabis licensure. However, the proposed language to allow these business in standalone structure is essentially a ban, as less than 5% of buildings would be available. This is simply bad policy, and we support the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to strike the language. The proposed language that all property taxes need to be paid before any permit associated with the cannabis project is issued is unfair. All business owners in the county should be treated the same, and we support the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to strike that language. We are excited for the prospect of having cannabis sales at events such as seasonal farmers markets, which are common in regions like Humboldt and Mendocino, educational trade shows and conferences. We support the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to include the community center as an allowable parcel and recommend option 3 as suggested by staff. As a matter of principle, our organization opposes exclusion zones for cannabis farming. The intent of ag zoning from the general plan is for commercial activity and farming as a primary use. Our industry is farming in the exact location where similar businesses are allowed. Commercial orchards, vineyards, crop farms, ranches for commercial livestock. How is it logical to exclude one commercial activity over another? We should take advantage of mediation services that bring neighbors on ag zone land together. This is a similar tool that traditional ag utilizes for neighbor disputes. We look forward to 2025, and we ask that your board prioritize a discussion on cannabis cultivation as an ag activity, just as several other counties have done. We also ask you for consideration of on-site consumption at retail as a way of providing a safe space to consume and support economic development by creating cultural and tourism assets in the county, as Robert mentioned. Cannabis has been identified by your board's economic development plan as an industry with high growth potential. Based on data from this morning's crop report presentation, we see this goal coming to fruition, with cannabis representing a third of the value of agriculture here in the county. We support the board's adoption of the ordinance today with the amendments suggested. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for the comments. I want to leave plenty of time for board deliberation, so I'm going to take 2 more public commenters and anybody else online calling in. Nope.
No additional callers.
Any other additional comments here? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that, and I'll bring it back to the board. And I think what's in front of us, we have the zoning piece, just trying to give staff some direction to weigh in on. So let's talk about the zoning piece, the exclusionary zones, the selection of the committee. I think the property tax statement was answered, at least at this phase. So if I could, you can bring up what you want to discuss, but make sure you hit in a clear way zoning, exclusionary, and selection committee, and then I'll kind of record it and try and help us get to a motion.
So can I ask a question
You bet.
of staff? So in the industrial zone uses, what's the process for getting a license for, or not a license, but a permit? So if someone wanted to open like an indoor cultivation up in an M1 zone, what's the process for that? Is there a use permit required for that, or is it just a standard come in and apply for a business license or business? And we don't have business license, so whatever the process is, TIs or.
Supervisor Swarthout, it would be a development permit, likely an administrative development permit, very similar to the cultivation permit requirement. So it's structured pretty much the same way as a cultivation permit, that it's a administrative development permit as well as an annual cannabis permit, an ACP, is required for those businesses in the M1 zone district. So it's administrative process. It's at staff level. It's not a public hearing, not like the use permit for dispensaries. That would be the only one that has a public hearing. So it's essentially an administrative development permit to ensure that the criteria that's listed in the ordinance, parking, lighting, square footage, those types of things are met through a review of the site plan and approval of the permit. And then, just like any other business, most businesses in M1 go through that process. And then there could also be a TI, a tenant improvement, which is a building permit process if there are physical changes to the structure. If it's a new building that's being constructed, there are certain square footage requirements.
Yeah.
If it's over 10,000 square feet, then it would go to the planning commission. But anything under that would be administrative, or actually over 5,000, I think, goes to the zoning administrator. But if it's an existing building, it's basically an administrative permitting process.
So when you do that administrative process, is there a potential for noticing the immediate neighbors?
There is no noticing built in or required. If There are people that want to be noticed of certain applications in an area. We have a list of various number of people that get noticed, but there's not an automatic notification system. Just like our cultivation license, there is no noticing requirement for those. We don't have notification for the administrative development permit process.
Okay. So I would be willing to consider, the Planning Commission recommendation if we could figure out a way that people could be noticed, immediate neighbors. And for example, volatile manufacturing. If I was in a shared space, I would want to know if my neighbor was going to be doing volatile extraction. I think that is a fair compromise. So, we can allow for multi-tenant, multi-use tenants in this situation as long as people are notified that potentially a cannabis business is going to be locating next to them, just so that they have the opportunity to either talk to their landlord, maybe have a better understanding of what's happening versus just having somebody move in and then the next thing you know, they're operating a business that you don't know anything about.
I would just ask, do we have that already? Because there's already some we already have that working up there in our M1. So I'd be curious, did we do that with them?
Well, I'm going to assume that if somebody's doing some sort of a volatile extraction business, there's got to be a use permit. Is there a use permit process for that? I know that there's some sort of license, or there's some sort of permitting that has to go on with that.
There's other permitting from like the fire districts. It would be similar. It's just basically the use of certain materials or combustibles that are similar to welding shops or other types of allowed uses that are in the M1 zone district that are approved similarly with development permits. So that there is a hazardous material business plan that's required. Environmental health would have some requirements for certain types of chemicals and things that are used, as well as the fire department and district would want to be notified. So if there's a fire, they're aware of certain substances in certain locations, but it's not a discretionary land use type issue. It's more of permitting through not DTSC, but those other districts, county departments that deal with those types of substances on a regular basis.
So you're telling me that there's no provision for us to notify people of a new business coming in next door to them?
Not as the ordinance is currently worded. If we were to add language that notification is required, we'd have to make some additions to the ordinance to make that a requirement. Typically, we require property owners and not tenants or renters.
It would have to be, and I've seen a lot of things happen over the years where just the property owner was notified and not the tenant. And then that's where sometimes code enforcement or law enforcement gets involved because the owner didn't tell them what was happening and they just kind of got surprised by it. So just looking for a compromise there, because I obviously do not want to restrict anybody's ability to rent their space to who they want to rent their space to. But I just want to make sure that, we're not setting ourselves up to have a whole bunch of problems moving forward.
So, Supervisor Swarthout, do you want to weigh in on the other items? The staff report for the Planning Commission recommendations have 1 through 6, and that's on page 10. If you don't have any comments on some of those, no problem, but just want to make sure we get your feedback.
Yes, I will. I know we're trying to create these exclusionary zones because we're trying to appease some of the neighborhood issues that we're having. I just don't know if we're going to get there through this process. So I'm more inclined to leave it out and just stick with what we've got and deal with those situations on a one-on-one basis. I think that is my comments for now. I really would like to hear what.
Yeah, we'll come back. Supervisor Hall?
Thank you. Yep, I'm happy to go through each of these, and I'm pretty clear on where I stand on these at this point. This is helpful to have public comment and a little conversation up here. So for number 1, the maximum of 2 retail dispensaries in the select areas, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the selection committee I do want the scoring criteria to be, so I'm happy to have us review that, but I want the committee to be able to work on that. Number 2, the M1 zone districts, I agree with allowing the manufacturing, and, I agree with the language, and I strongly support the Planning Commission to remove the language about standalone structures. Requiring that in the county, as we've heard, would be essentially a ban. And I find it odd that pro-business communities, organizations would not be pro-business for everyone. When I came on the board in 2016 and started fighting at that point to make cannabis legal and available for small businesses to create what they wanted and obey the law and do all the right things, I was fighting for everyone, for people in the cities and people in the county. And so I feel very strongly that we need to make it just as possible for people in the county to establish their businesses without excessive additional restrictions. On number 3, on the exclusion zone, I don't think this is the way to get to neighborhood issues. I don't like really the precedent it sets necessarily. I understand neighborhood concerns, and I could live with it, but I don't love it. On number 4, community center, I'm fine with adding the community center if that's what folks want. Number 5, to be locally grown, I'm fine with that, approve that. And then on the property taxes, I'm also, I think what happened here is that we had one problem person. Is that correct? We have had one problem person in the past who hadn't paid their property taxes, and then that became an issue, as a problematic, it created a problem for code. And I think it's understandable, but unfortunate that when we can have one problem, we sometimes establish entire policies instead of just dealing with that one problem. So I think it hasn't been a problem if it hasn't been a problem for the majority of the growers, and it's not something we require of other businesses. Again, I'm very concerned about our small businesses in this community as a whole, and I'd like us to not add additional requirements on the cannabis business to the extent we can. So I would prefer not to have the requirement of property taxes being paid prior to permits. I think we addressed that issue in the analysis of the permit application itself. And I think, is that all of the issues you want?
Yeah, number 5, cannabis sold, grown locally.
Yep, absolutely.
And you weighed in on property tax, yes, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Schofield.
So I pretty much agree with the recommendations from the staff, and except there are some issues with the 3 items that I really see as the tax issue, the standalone and the exclusionary zone. I think for the tax issue, John, thank you for the comments, greatly appreciated. The cannabis industry is kind of different. It's special. We've come a long ways, and I think going into cannabis, you really should have the finances to get yourself going, and that means getting yourself up to date on your current taxes, whatever that might be. So I myself would stand in favor of that part of it. The standalone, I think we limit so much. I think if we looked at maybe the North San Juan piece that we had up there, how many of those were standalone? Do you know, Matt? I bet you not many of them.
Supervisor Schofield, I'm not 100% sure on.
The M1 zoning where it could be. Or is there any M1 zoning up there even? No. No, North San Juan. Yeah. There's no M1 up there.
There's no M1.
Okay. I guess maybe the only area I was speaking of, South County, we're not looking at that, I guess. But we are, right?
Correct. The
When we
M1
talk
is not.
about primarily street or road, I don't think there's anything standalone down there. So I think that limits it too much. I also, I think Nevada City has kind of set the standards as to what these operations are like. I don't know, Heidi, you would know better than me. I haven't heard any complaints. I heard the one gentleman say that his clientele is 65 years. And I always say that you go into those shops, the one in Nevada City anyway, who's in there? It's me and my neighbors, you know? So, and I had the gentleman on the phone talk about smoke shops. There's enough of those smoke shops, those little propane canisters, and they get pretty big. That's a big unit, and they carry those darn things next to our library. That's really big for a cigarette lighter. Must be using it for something else. So I think that, I think you can share with these types of businesses. So I'm in favor of doing away with the standalone part of it. And the exclusion zone, I agree with Lisa, it's not the answer. I don't see it working, so I'm opposed to the exclusionary zone. It may take a little more work, but at this time, I don't think this is the answer. The community center, I'm in favor of that. The rest of it, I'm in favor of also.
Thank you, Supervisor Hook.
You know, this has been some great discussion. And I mean, the exclusionary zone, we were looking for how we were going to help neighbors. I have a couple neighborhoods that would embrace this. I went through and there weren't as many letters as I had thought there would be supporting it. There was nobody here today supporting, which interests me. And again, I know Diana made a good point. You should be able to talk about it, but let's be honest too, that it doesn't work that way. I'm just being honest. I've struggled with this, you know. Got a neighbor comes in and grows and puts it right on his fence line, and here's your neighbor's house, right? So being able to have those better conversations, I think, could make that better. I'm just saying there's some things I think we could do. Because then I keep coming back to this part too about property rights. We just take such a step in telling people what to do with their places, right? And so that's the same with cannabis, right? If you're in your property line, you should be able to do what you're doing, and your neighbors should be able to do what they're doing. So I'm trying to not go overboard when we look at making these regulations. And we've talked about this before. I mean, some of them I thought, this is a great idea. Let's look at this. I brought exclusionary zones was one of the things that came from 2 of our neighborhoods. And if we didn't look at it or explore what it could do, I think sometimes then we'd be lax in remission from what we're doing for our constituents that ask for it, right? So whether we move forward with it or we don't, at least we did the research to see where it would fit. Same thing with the tax thing. I think about that a little more, and I look what Planning Commission talked to, and you know, if you don't pay your taxes eventually, we got a tax collector, she's gonna come and put it on the auction block, and we're gonna get paid one way or the other, whether it's 5 years or 10 years, right? So there's another option, but we looked at the option, so I feel good about that. I do support the events. I think that there's good, I think they're like the 8. I love the ideas, how you pick the areas. The community center in North San Juan is a perfect spot, and I think that community is going to embrace that, how we can make that work. And I do love that all the cannabis to be sold would be Nevada County grown, because that's what we're looking for. We're looking to build our small businesses and really help them be successful. So I think that I want to give the Planning Commission kudos. I think they did a really good job when they looked at all of these, and that's what we asked them to come and sit and listen to these thoroughly. I mean, sometimes we have changes, but I'm impressed with the work that they did here. And I'm also impressed with both the MACs. I think there was a lot of good information that came from both of our MACs from South County and Penn Valley. So with that, I would be comfortable moving forward. I don't want to see, I'm a little still confused about the dispensary, how we're going to do that. Even though it's been explained, that might be a little too
Nuanced.
Yeah, maybe just a
point.
little bit, but the fact that we're only going to allow 2 is, I think that's a good spot too, because that allows them to be viable in the business, right? So that's kind of where I'm at. This has been a good discussion. It took a little while, but it was good to hear from everybody.
Yeah, good discussion. Thank you for the summary. I'll weigh in on my thoughts, and then I guess it's up to Brian and Matt to try and synthesize it maybe back to us and make sure you got it. You've collected all of our thoughts. Number one, no issues. Number two, I'm going to preface something really quick. Cannabis, I do believe, should be treated as an ag product. So to your point, John, I think it hasn't traditionally for good reason, just because we had to shift our culture and shift our way of thinking around it, and that includes people like me and other people that have seen it differently as the industry itself has evolved. So no fault, we grow and change, and we're learning about it here. So, but I would support it going forward as an ag product to kind of simplify things and make it more mainstream, to understand that we don't have to create special rules or guidance or ordinances to control the cultivation and sale. So number one, no issues. Number two, I do support the Planning Commission. I believe you can be in a standalone building. I do share Supervisor Swarthout's concerns about volatile manufacturing. And I think that if you just put a note to think about it when constructing the final language of the ordinance, and I think that's something that I think about. So I don't think there's anything specific I'm asking for, but it's something that I definitely, but I'm not familiar, Matt. We haven't had any accidents that I know of, any of the.
Chair Bullock, no, none that I'm aware of.
Okay. Number three, on the exclusionary zone, I would agree with, I think, where we're headed on that, which I'm not in support of creating an exclusionary zone. No issues on number four on the events and the special area there for North San Juan, no issues at all. And number five, no issues. On the selection committee, I do believe that we're asking to have the selection criteria matrix or the quantitative portion of what the special, board or the appointed members come back. I think it needs to return back to the board. Is that what I'm back? Okay. Yep, I think that's what we're asking for. And with that, we have 43, 43A and B. And do you want individualized motions on each one?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one
Yeah, you bet.
clarifying thing? So when we talk about this, are you saying that the criteria is going to come back to us then on the?
Yes.
Okay, and that, you guys are going to bring that back, okay.
After the subcommittee
Chair Bullock,
creates it.
was for thought, yes. So the notes I have is that you'd like the final selection criteria that's established by the committee to come back for consideration of the board.
Okay. Yeah, so we're going to look at 24, 15, 30. And is this the final language in front of us?
So, I'm sorry. What I had pulled up was the language of the ordinance. This is not the selection committee. This is not the resolution, but I was going to go through the changes that are basically I've heard from direction that was essentially the Planning Commission direction, and just walk through those changes so it's clear with everybody, and then attempt to maybe add some language regarding notifying tenants in the M1 zone, kind of in replacement.
I think
Yes,
we need
no?
to, I think we need to get on the same page on that one, notifying tenants. My understanding, and maybe you could clarify, is that the M1 designation and the multiple regulations there are around volatile fluids and toxic materials and flammable materials would cover a volatile, any kind of a volatile building. That's would be it would be doubling it if we added language on that. There's already language protecting folks on that. That's my understanding. So I don't want to be adding layers. If it's different, let me know, but I don't want to be adding layers on this multi-use. I think that's already covered under other statutes.
Supervisor Shorthout, are you proposing that?
Well, I don't think that, right now, there's a process that you go through, but there's no noticing process on it. So.
That's right.
Yeah, my suggestion was just to add a simple notification in a multi-use building of a neighbor. I think, in a multi-use.
Okay,
So let me just ask though, Lisa, though, we have one that does, not herbs, but
There's a flower.
plants. They do it out of plant. We have a plant extraction one that works right now. It's been up there for 2 years. Yeah, and we allowed them, so they went through the process. I'm just saying we do have it already.
Okay, and that was not something that I was familiar with, so, so is it in the M1 zoning district? So we do allow, we are allowing it already in the,
It
Yeah, for
it was for
combined.
That's what the M1 is.
lavender. It wasn't cannabis related, but it was extraction for lavender.
okay.
Volatile.
Yes.
Okay, so I think, are you okay if we do not include the notification, or is that part of your motion?
There's been a lot of compromise, you know, through the committee. I mean, when we first started this, you know, we were at 4, I was at 0 going in, 0 dispensaries going in. We got to 2, so there was a compromise. I mean, Ed and I really, we went back and forth on a lot of this and with staff, and just want to commend the staff because there was a lot of volley going back and forth on all of this, and I think you guys handled it really well and did a great job. I think what you've come up with is what the community's looking for the most part. I agree, not a single person came here today to complain about any of this, so this leads me to believe that the community supports what we're doing here. So I'm good with that I'm good with not getting my way on everything, because I feel like I got my way on a lot of things going forward. You know, I've been working on cannabis in Nevada County since 2009. I was the only elected official in 2009 who actually wanted to put in zoning for medical dispensaries at the time. So I've been doing this forever. The evolution that I've seen, especially from the county, has been amazing. So I'm happy to be a part of it now and be up here making the decision. I support the events idea. I support like what Hardy said with the moving this into an ag, and I know that's going to be a discussion. So we're constantly evolving our opinions here, because I was adamantly opposed to volatile extraction 5 years ago when we talked, and I've changed my mind. So keep up
Okay.
the good work.
Brian, you want to walk us through the proposed language?
Sure. So this is the ordinance, and the changes will be highlighted in red, so bear with me as I scroll through to find the first one. Okay. This is the removal of the tax requirement. This was language that was added. It's not currently in the ordinance, and so it's just been stricken. So it's no requirement for property tax to be paid.
Do we note opposition to that, even if it's 4-1?
Say that again?
Well, I agreed with it. Property taxes have to be paid. So, I mean, is there any, I guess I can vote in favor of all this and just make note of the fact that I don't agree with that.
I'm right there with you. I think everybody should pay their taxes. I don't feel that there's a vehicle for us to exclude cannabis and treat them differently. So I'm right there with you.
We don't even get a proper, businesses don't even need a permit in Nevada County. So cannabis is unique in that sense, but that's just me.
Yep. Acknowledged.
The next modification is, this was the standalone structure language in the M1 zone district, and it occurs in 4 locations because it was applying to all cultivation, testing laboratories, manufacturing, and distribution. The language was the same in all 4 areas, and it's been stricken in JB, J2B for testing laboratories, J3B for volatile or non-volatile, and 4B for distribution. So that language is no longer. This is under the permitting of micro businesses, and this is regarding adding the word legally permitted cannabis. And this occurs in 2 locations, here and here. So that word has been added for clarification. This is the language that's added for temporary events. That's meant to include the North San Juan Community Center. This is language that still requires it in those zone districts or any permitted community gathering location, which the community center is a permitted gathering location. It's got a different zoning, as I mentioned, so I think this way would be the most specific to target that location rather than bring in RA zone properties. So this really, and there are none in Soda Springs, so this would really just allow the North San Juan location. think the only other thing would be the striking of the combining district, and this is the language that was proposed regarding the exclusion zone, and so it is not, it's stricken, and so not proposed. And then just as an FYI,
So no, 43A, no action needed. You don't need us to actually make a motion against that adoption? No action.
sorry, the ordinance, the actual ordinance that I did amend, that's on the screen right now, is an ordinance amending Nevada County Code Section 12.03/300, which is the commercial cannabis regs, and struck the language regarding the exclusion zone.
120271.
So the motion would basically be that
Include
language.
that. Okay.
And then just the description of the text amendments has been modified to remove reference to the exclusion zone and the property taxes.
Okay. And then 1586, do you need a separate motion on that for the competitive application selection process?
Yeah, can we finish?
Chair Bullock, members of the Board of Supervisors, if we could pull up the resolution, yeah.
I'm sorry, are we done with this section?
Yeah, I wanted to make.
This would be the conclusion of the ordinance changes. And then we were going to talk about the selection process
Okay,
with the
thank you.
resolution.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
Okay, so I was wanting to make a motion to adopt the ordinance as you just outlined with all those changes, Brian.
Okay.
Second? I'm not seconding.
I'll second.
Second. Motion and a second, I think we got that clear. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2.
Well, I think your property taxes should be paid, but I'm in support of this, so I'm going to vote yes.
Nice, Dave.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Good work. And are we going to talk about the next one? Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Chair Bullock, so this is the resolution that was included for your consideration. This has the revised first paragraph in it, as I talked about earlier, that recommends that it's a 7-member committee, and that that is appointed by each supervisor, and then 2 additional members are appointed by supervisors in District 4 and 5. So this is the revised language for here in this paragraph. And then what I would also recommend is that to have the scoring criteria come back to the board for discussion and consideration before we open the selection application process would be to add some language in paragraph A, and we could say that the Commercial Dispensary Application Evaluation Committee is appointed by the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, establish the application process by which the applicant shall submit their competitive application for a commercial cannabis dispensary, and scoring criteria. The specific criteria and weighting points will be determined, and we could say determined by the Board of Supervisors. I can spell. Prior to commencement of the initial screening period, application period, and posted publicly. Each application will be independently scored by the evaluation committee members.
Matt, could you, I just make one suggestion, if my colleagues support it determined, could you change it to ratified? We don't want to determine it, we just want to ratify it after
Ratify
it's
it,
been
sure.
selected. Any comments, questions for Matt? Nope. Okay, thanks, Matt. I'd entertain a motion on that.
Second.
Motion is second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Great work. Thanks. Appreciate everybody coming and giving us your feedback and your thoughts, and I look forward to working with everybody in our community on this.
Thank you, everybody.
Moving on, we'll move on to item number 44. Chief of Staff Jeff Thorsby, this is a recognition for Wade Laughter for his many years of civil discourse and steadfast commitment to cannabis education, awareness, and wellness, contributions to Nevada County, and this is Supervisor Hall and Chief of Staff Jeff Thorsby.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Bullock, honorable members. My name is Jeffrey Thorsby. I'm your Chief of Staff, and I really have a pleasure of introducing to you Wade Laughter. And I believe Supervisor Hall is going to mention some things, but I think, Wade, it is just a real privilege to get to introduce you today, knowing you're a fierce advocate, educator, pioneer, and really a leader in the space of cannabis. And so I want to go ahead and maybe I'll kick it over to you, Supervisor Hall.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Then, so nice to see you, Wade. It's been a while. We thought it was, and I'm bringing this, but really, as I think you'll hear, this is behalf of on the whole board, how much we've appreciated your leadership and creativity and innovation on this issue. And we thought it was timely with these most recent changes to the ordinance that we honor you as you move forward with your own life and your own challenges. So we wanted to make sure you knew how much we appreciated all the passion and intelligence and hard work you put into this. So what I'd like to do is read the certificate of recognition and then turn it over to my colleagues, and then of course allow you to say something if you'd like.
Thank you.
Here we go. So many people may not know your background, so we included some of that in here. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Wade Laughter as a cannabis researcher, mentor, educator, and advocate whose many contributions to farming and medicine have benefited Nevada County and thousands across the globe. Following a stint in the U.S. Navy as a machinist, Wade began his pursuit of biodynamic farming in North Carolina before moving to Berkeley in 1976 to expand his farming expertise at a community teaching facility. In 1995, Laughter was diagnosed with an aggressive case of glaucoma, which eventually led him towards cannabis as a medical intervention. In 1996, California passed Prop 215, and Laughter was a qualified patient. He decided to grow his own medicine using his organic biodynamic farming background. In 1999, Laughter became a full-time cultivator and provider of medicines for patients who had conditions including persistent pain from sports injuries, rheumatoid arthritis, cancer, particularly side effects, and other autoimmune diseases. In the summer of 2012, alongside his wife, Monica Laughter, he started welcoming patients in Nevada County, and soon after helped found the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance to educate the community, and growers about best practices and medical cannabis benefits. Laughter has also worked to educate lawmakers, shaping current cannabis policy and contributing to the legalization of cannabis in Nevada County. Wade has served as a passionate cannabis educator, leading workshops and seminars, and as a mentor to many local cannabis farmers, helping them improve their on-farm sustainability. Wade's life motto is to have an attitude of gratitude. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors appreciates Wade Laughter for his many years of civil discourse and steadfast commitment to cannabis education, awareness, and wellness. We are honored to recognize Mr. Laughter for his contributions to Nevada County. Thank you so much, Wade.
Thank you.
Chair, do you want to turn it over to you? We'll give you a moment to recover while we continue talking, and then we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Wade, if you have a few words for us, we'd love to hear from you.
First of all, I'm a bit overwhelmed. I never got into this work in hopes of recognition, especially early on as a professional cannabis grower. It was important to be hidden. People were being put in jail for what I was doing. And thankfully, we've come a long way, and I want to give thanks by reviewing very quickly how we've gotten here. Because 12 years ago, when Monica and I came up, there was a political effort to
make cannabis legal in Nevada County that failed. And then we did the No on W campaign. And then we did the community advisory group. And then county council pointed out that we needed to do an environmental impact report. So we were talking a year at a time for each of these things. And what part of why I'm calling this out is sitting up here are thought leaders in our community. And you folks, again and again, had an open mind and an open heart to the dilemma of persons who actually need cannabis. There's many of us, including me, who enjoy it very much. But there are people here in our county who need it. And I would point to Forrest Hurd and his son Silas as a good example of a family that benefited tremendously from the openness of you all up there on the dais, as well as our community, the greater community. You folks opened your heart, and that made a huge difference. I'm going to wrap it up really quick here. I wanted to thank the Cannabis Alliance. I wanted to thank Circle. I wanted to thank Hospice of the Foothills for all of those opportunities given to me to help people understand why I feel so passionate about this plant and what this plant can do for persons who need her. The last thing, no, two more things. I always think of one more thing. I'm a patient myself. I have been since 1995. My situation or condition has become much more problematic lately. So I'm really grateful for many of the people in this room, not just up here on the dais, but behind me, are people who for years have taken care of patients, persons who need what this plant can do for us. And I'm going to stop hammering on that and just note that with the evolution that's happened with the cannabis ordinance here in our county, thank you very, very, very much. I'm not a cannabis farmer myself anymore. And that was a gift, by the way. Res-Ag zoning. I have Res-Ag zoning, so I couldn't get a permit. Thank you. Thank you.
You never
Just
had
saying.
one to start with, Wade.
Thank you, Ed. Anyway, part of what I'm trying to say is I really want to call out the folks who have license and permit here in our county that take care of persons like myself. And I would certainly start with the folks at Elevation 2477 and their compassion program. I think that we have one of the very few places in California where a person with a cannabis recommendation from their physician that needs cannabis for their well-being can get it at no cost. I like that number, no cost. So I guess the last thing I want to say is that the need for this medicine and the patients, their need hasn't gone away. I'm deeply, deeply, deeply grateful to live in this county, to be surrounded by people like you up there on the dais, and the staff, the professional people that take care of our county, that practice good governance. We need good governance in this country, and it starts at the local level, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Wade.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barty. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Hook, would you like to give us a few words?
Oh, certainly. First, Wade, God bless you for your service as a veteran. Love you for that. Thank you. Those of you who fought for our freedoms all our life, right? And then the education you gave me, I remember I was like, I'm not having nothing to do with this cannabis stuff. And Wade he just wormed his way right into my heart and just educated me. I'll never forget it, meeting Forrest and Cyrus right off the bat and really learning about the medical side of cannabis. It was incredibly important to me, and I treasure that. I treasure that friendship and relationship that we have built. And then the other thing, I'm going to go way off of cannabis. You know, COVID was brutal. Some days I felt like I've been beat up all day long, and you always came in with a voice of reason. You came in and you lifted everyone up on this dais. Whether you agreed or you didn't, it was always about the overall community and how we should lift up and love each other, right? And you always had a voice of reason. So it's not just cannabis you helped us all with. You helped us through many, many ups and downs in this county. You used to show up. You used to call when you couldn't get here to show up, just to say what was going on good or bad, right? You just always had that little tendency to let us know that, you're doing a good job. Stick with it. And if you're not, I'm going to let you know, right?
Yes.
Those were the things that I find so special about you. So I treasure our friendship and the education that you brought me and this community. So thank you, Wade. I can't think of anybody more deserving of any recognition than you, especially within this community as well as the cannabis community. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you for your friendship.
Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, Wade, gosh, 12 years ago is when you came here? And you were supporting, you were no on W. I was big on yes on W. And we talk about this, voters of California really changed things. But in my case, it was a visit to your place. And it was Lee French from Alta Sierra. And he said, "Hey, Ed, would you like to meet one of those guys?" "Oh, sure. I'll go out there and meet this pot grower," right? I mean, really, that's the way we felt. And I came away from that with this, it took a while. Yes, it did, Wade. But I went, this guy's a special guy. And this guy he's not a dirtball. He's really, really a good guy. And that really began to change my thinking about cannabis, especially the medical side of it. And I'm with Sue. COVID was a terrible time. And Wade, whenever you showed up, it was like it was a calmness. It's like, oh my gosh, somebody's going to get up there and say something that's calm and relaxing. And we loved you for that, Wade, and we do love you. So thank you for being who you are. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all you've done, Wade. I'm done.
Okay, yeah, Supervisor Hall. Good luck. You want to go last? Okay, Supervisor.
Try. Well, I just want to say thank you for your perseverance. I was also a big no on W person, but I don't want to go against my friends up here on the Board of Supervisors, so I wasn't real vocal about it. But I really appreciate people like yourself and the Cannabis Alliance and all the people who worked to defeat that measure and then to work on the community group that put the ordinance together, and your perseverance, because you could have just given up. It's daunting to go through a process like this, but if you look at the evolution of what's happened in Nevada County since 2009, I would say it's been an incredible, I think, for our community. I think the way that we've grown our cannabis industry here is the right way to do it, and all your help in that has been really important. I think the calming factor is one of the most important things. People get really, I know there's a lot of yelling going on at some of those meetings, which is never productive. So having your calm presence there, I think, was really helpful. So thanks for all you've done, and I wish you the best in everything that you're going through right now.
Wade, I'll just echo my thoughts from my colleagues there, and I just want to say congratulations on being recognized here. And I think your definition or the way you've conducted yourself is kind of my definition of community, right? You may not agree about everything all the time, but you come together to work through it, and you're progressive and open-minded. And I like your part about gratitude. I wake up every day with that in my mind and my heart. So thank you so much for what you've brought to our community, and I wish you all the best going forward.
Chair Burke.
Okay, I'm going to say just a few more words, and then we want to do a picture if you're up for that. But I just want you to take in deeply right now how consequential you are, how consequential you've been for this county, for the state. If you had this, we've talked about how you've impacted people on a very deep, personal, caring level, but the consequence was this board made some big decisions that changed the world here in Nevada County. And this county has now become just a model county for how to do cannabis well. And I was overseas recently, and they knew Nevada County, and they wanted to take a picture with me and said, how did you do it? None of this would have happened if you hadn't worked your magic and your education with love, with your heart, with integrity. None of this would have happened. So you are very consequential in this field, in this world. And I just hope you really know that and feel that. And we love you for that, as well as for your civility. I think you modeled for a lot of people how to disagree with us civilly. And during those tough years, that was very highly valued. So thank you also from the bottom of my heart. And let's do a picture.
Thank you, Heidi.
Yeah, we can tie in up front here. Yeah, we forgot public comment. I'm sorry.
Can we do the picture and then?
Yeah, we'll do picture because Wade's up. We'll do a picture and then we'll do public comment. Okay, we're going to take a vote really quick, and then, I'm sorry, we're going to do public comment, and then we're going to vote on this thing. Public comment on this wonderful certificate of recognition for Wade. Diana.
Diana Gamzon, Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. And on behalf of the Cannabis Alliance, on behalf of our Board of Directors and our membership, just want to show our love and appreciation for Wade, who has been just such a steadfast leader to our organization since day one. Wade has served as a board member, a member of our policy committee for probably 8 years now. Wade was also the chair of our compassion committee. And so I want to say Wade signs all of his emails. If you've ever gotten an email from Wade, they always are signed, "Peace, get it when and where you can."
Allison, did you have any?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. Wade, on behalf of county staff, and you've worked with many, many staff, I think we all agree, we greatly appreciate you and for modeling civic engagement. You heard from the supervisors, you did it with heart and calmness, but you also did it with kindness. And often when there is disagreement, it could become highly contentious. But you brought disagreement through thoughtful discussion, through lots and lots of education. And we just want to thank you for really just being the amazing human that you are.
I'm Pat Rockwell from District 4, and we've talked about Wade's contribution to our community, our organizations, and the society and culture of Nevada County. But if you sit and talk to Wade, what you really recognize and what has impacted me is his seeing of each individual person that he talks to. The one-on-one is so warm and supportive and just beautiful, and I want to thank you for that, Wade, and for every other person that you have reached that way in an individual basis.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else like to provide a comment?
I'm Shelley Salvatore, District 1. I've known Wade and Monica, I don't know, how many years? Since we started fighting, you guys. Unfortunately, my family was not able to continue to grow. I work at Elevation, and I'm part of the program and education that we help people, and I just want to thank Wade from the bottom of my heart. Even with his struggles, he still talks to people. I give his number out all the time to cancer patients that want to know, how should I treat this? What am I doing wrong? What can I do right? And you're just a model of patience, love, joy. I love you dearly. Thank you. And thank you, board.
Thank you. Any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to close public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board, and I would entertain a motion to adopt the certificate.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
The static, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Wade.
We are going to move on after that wonderful acknowledgement of Wade to our announcements section briefly. And I'm going to start, if I can, with our CEO and then over to our Chief of Staff, Jeff Thorsby, and then we'll take it to the board for announcements. If you're leaving the board chambers, feel free, but just maybe take the conversation outside. Thank you. Thanks for attending today.
Just a few announcements. We're preparing for the board workshop in the end of January, so staff met with each of the board supervisors that will inform our agenda. Spent the day in Truckee with Supervisor Bullock, meeting with stakeholders, listening to the issues in Eastern County that we can be responsive to, as well as a learning and listening session. We'll be working with board members in terms of planning for the next calendar year, in terms of appointments and ad hoc appointments and calendaring, so that's all moving forward.
Thank you. Chief of Staff, Jeff Thorsby.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chair Bullock, honorable members of the board. Just a few announcements as well. Beginning to do a number of onboarding transition pieces with Supervisor-elect Tucker, so that is moving forward. And then also having a number of meetings. Last week met with some folks from the state capitol and talking about wildfire insurance piece and beginning to ready to prep for the State Association's County Annual Conference, which will be next week, and so going down for that. And then working with various different ad hoc subcommittees in the county, namely the Climate Ad Hoc Subcommittee. And so those are some of the big ones.
Nice, thank you. Supervisor Hook, do you want to start us off?
Okay, let's see, I'll just go down these. I've been visiting with lots of folks about different things with all these things that we have coming up to ask questions, but I served at Hospitality House here this month. That was great opportunity. I did it with my, not with the county, but with Rotary, so it was a lot of interesting. I love spending time and helping out. We get to cook dinner, and folks really appreciate that. Rough and Ready Grange had their annual meeting. That was exciting to watch what's happening back, and you heard a little bit about Rough and Ready kind of becoming revitalized, especially over the fire issue, brought that little community to a new moment that they have to be a community again. So a lot of fun. They had a great dinner the other night with spaghetti and had music and wine tasting and filled the room. So it was a lot of fun to see that kind of momentum build with community. We had a land use appeals, our ad hoc met, was really interesting as we see these things, and I think we're going to have a new insight of how you manage them as we go. Our South Yuba cohort meeting was really well attended. Well, actually, it was light attended, but we had great conversation, and Shivati is going to do a great job leading the crew. I think that's going to come good. Went to Farm Bureau annual meeting. It was great. Kevin Kiley came with his wife and attended the meeting. It was great. He brought me a flag from the Capitol we gave it away there. It was quite fun. We had a great evening with him. Had a Regional Housing Authority meeting. Lisa and I both were at that. And that was interesting to talk about where we're headed with housing. That's a challenge, where the funding's going to come. And we have a couple of projects, one in Truckee as well as one in Penn Valley, that are kind of on hold looking for the funding. So there was some good news on Truckee side, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Of course, the Halloween event here was spectacular. That was so much fun. I cannot believe the work that staff does on their own time and put in their own dollar and how creative they all are. They were incredible. That was fun. I don't even know how many kids came in here, but there was a lot. It just was nonstop from the time the door opened until we were ready to go home. It was crazy fun. I wonder how much candy we went out. But anyway, met on the North San Juan Library with the group up there. Had a good meeting on prescribed fire with the chief and Ed, just kind of talking about where we are and how folks deal with the timing. Timing's an issue, especially when it comes to agriculture. But then we keep looking about how do you keep this community safe? We don't want to take things that could turn that might have been a great project into a hazard, but that there's room to work with that. There's places to move ahead. I went to our chamber breakfast, which was fun, and it was a light attended meeting as well, but George was there, and we had the best county conversation at the chamber, and I think a lot of people left with a ton of information that they were going to go share, whether it was about the tiny house coming, the cannabis thing was coming, Title 25. There was such a great conversation. Sometimes I guess it's good when there's only 10 or 15 people in the room. So it was like having a regular little town hall. We did our November JPA meeting for my emergency services. And that was great. Said goodbye to some supervisors that have been on there a long time, like Jim Holmes. He's been on that commission for over 18 years, I think. So we had a little bit of a celebration for that. I met with the Cannabis Alliance. I met with two of my neighborhoods. I went to the North San Juan Fire Appreciation Dinner, and I would like you all to hold them in your hearts as well, because we lost one of our firefighters on Sunday. So that was a really sad time, and he had an accident. So I would just ask that you would all hold them close to your heart right now. Veterans Day was outstanding, and I was invited to the Veterans Day out at Lake Wildwood. Again, it was wonderful getting to meet all the folks that were there, because some people you don't see all the time in my daily life or ours. We don't meet all of our constituents, and there was a room of 180 people, and we went to each table and met everybody, and it was really a pleasure to be there. It was an honor, and then as well just get to meet more people in my district. So, and I think that's enough.
Thank you. Supervisor Schofield.
Well, very quickly, I attended my last NORTEC meeting. I spent most of my term as a NORTEC member. John Spencer was actually the representative when I first came on, and then when he lost the election, I took over. So I think I was with him for about 14 years. But myself and Mike Dent also served, and both of us received recognition. It was quite nice. Northern Sierra Air Quality District meeting. had a meeting with Mr. Durkins, and I invited Rob Tucker to sit in on that so that he just kind of had a feeling as to what Tom's issue is, and it's going to be ongoing. So I thought it would help him just familiarize himself a little bit. Met with the Cannabis Alliance, and I'm going to put in a plug. I'm singing now with the Grass Valley Male Voice Choir, and our concert is on November 30th and December 1st, and you'll be excited to know I have tickets. Yeah, there you go. And I believe it's December 18th we're going to be singing out here in the lobby, too. And with that, I have a rehearsal at 4:30, so I'm asking your permission to leave.
Sounds good, Supervisor. You've
Yeah.
given enough to this county. We're going to let you go.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hall.
Okay, I'm going to try to. Yeah, yeah.
How much are they? Okay, I can do a couple.
I'll pay for Hardy's.
Yeah, I'll pay for one.
All right, go sing your heart out, Ed. All right, I'll try to get through this. So, had a courthouse reuse committee meeting is continuing to meet and be very productive. I had a rural action caucus call. We continue to get information on what's going on at the state, federal levels on rural issues. I met with the Cannabis Alliance also, and Tom Durkin also. I moved off the Public Lands NACO committee, so I'm doing some work on that to hand off. I think Supervisor Bullock will be starting to sit in on that committee, and my colleague in Arizona will be running the subcommittee, so I'm trying to keep things going there. We had an insurance working group meeting for the CSAC group, pulled together platform changes and a policy direction for the CSAC as a whole to start advocating moving forward. It has to go through a few more levels, but our working group signed off on it, and we provided substantial input, so it was a very good meeting. We've had the climate ad hoc meeting. We had an AENR meeting, my Ag Environmental Natural Resources CSAC meeting, mental health board meeting, and you heard some of the big programs coming out of that we've been hearing about today. I did sit in on a long wood-burning utilization group, which is basically about biomass and anything that can come out of the forest as part of the wildfire task force. They've got a ton of recommendations that they've been trying to move forward this year. I think they need the governor to take some action, and so there will be an upcoming meeting where the whole draft report will be looked at again, and there'll be, it was were you on the, yeah, it was very good, very detailed, lots going on there, lots of obstacles still, but a lot of good minds working on that. We had a discussion with Truckee on climate and how to move forward on that, how they've done it. I participated with Supervisor Bullock and some staff in the Blue Lead Mine Tour, which is in our district, one of ours or both of ours, and we'll be hearing more of that as we go forward. Let's see. So I had a Civic Well Board meeting that's moving forward well. Harmony Dry Hydrant meeting about how dry hydrants could be used in this county. And then last but not least, the announcement came out today that I've been appointed to a NACO Intergovernmental Disaster Reform Task Force. And they're putting me on because of my work with fire insurance, but it'll be a national group. It'll be dealing with disasters across the country. I've let Craig know, and I've got materials and their working groups calls already lined up. So I'll be reporting out on what we learned from there and what we can maybe bring back to Nevada County as well. I'll end there. Thank you.
It's very exciting. Congratulations on that. Supervisor Schwarthout.
I'll be quick. I've attended several housing ad hoc committee meetings, and we're going to be bringing forward some information at our board workshop in January. Also attended the regional housing meeting last week that Sue mentioned, and interesting stuff going on there. So much money is being put into actual getting homeless people off the streets, but they're not putting any money into the housing, which is the solution, the permanent solution. So some interesting things going on there. I attended the health fair. I helped support local law enforcement with the Pink Patch Project. They did a pickleball tournament at the South Yuba Club a couple weeks ago and probably, I think, raised $4,000 or $5,000 for the Hospital Foundation Pink Patch or Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Supervisor Schofield and I were judges at Paws for a Cause, which was the dog contest at Pioneer Park that was put on by the Nevada City Rotary. And they had a lot of people, a lot of dogs there for a first-time event. So I think we're going to be invited back for next year. I attended the all-staff CDA meeting up at the airport a few weeks ago, had a really nice lunch and listened to all the work that's being done through our CDA and saw the people who they had given awards to for their dedication to that department. Lots of great stuff going on in CDA. I attended the resource conservation dinner. I believe I was probably the only person who'd never worked in the dirt before. I was myself and maybe Allison. I don't know, you probably work in the dirt. I don't garden, but it was really interesting. You know, I haven't had a lot of exposure to the ag community, so I was really happy to be there and listen to all the great stuff that they're working on. I had my monthly meeting with the city of Grass Valley. The city, they just started collecting their additional sales tax on October 1st, and they're already out there working on fire mitigation projects. One of the things they promised was potentially doing some work outside the city limits in the outskirts, which are District 3. So I am going to be working with them to hold them to that, because there's definitely some things where city county abuts, and we want to make sure that they're covering our part as well. I attended a special Zoom meeting last week for the Area 4 on Aging. We're losing some funding. 3 counties, ourselves, Sutter and Yuba County, are all losing funding. And so there was a meeting last week to kind of see where that was going to lie. And I haven't found out yet what the final decision was. And then Halloween, I just want to say thank you to everybody up here who did such a great job, especially to Supervisor Hook, who I think had the best costume. And I will say, I think it runs in the family, because Halloween morning I went downtown Grass Valley where they have the trick-or-treats, and your sister was dressed as Fiona, and she looked so great. I really was dying to get a picture of the two of you together, because you Robinson girls really know how to do Halloween. So, but great celebration. I mean, they gave out, there was, in the sheriff's office, there was 2 tables, probably that size, 2 or 3, top full of candy. When I went back at the end, it was all gone. So they everybody gave out a lot of candy. So thanks for all the hard work that went into it. I'm not a big Halloween person, but it definitely is a lot of fun. Actually, he had, we're still not figuring out how, we weren't quite sure how that went with the Olympic theme, which I was told, next year I'm just going to wear whatever I want, because,
I couldn't pull the Olympic theme off at the last minute, so I realized.
Well, he was at the Olympics. You did good.
Yeah, something.
You were Snoop Dogg, yeah.
Yeah, break dancer. Awesome, everybody.
We tried to get him to break dance, but he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, we did. I would like to note that the departments inside the county building were so, supportive of our total disruption of we went to every single department in this building with our boom box. We did some dancing. We did some Halloween cheer. It was awesome. Yeah, just kind of disrupted a little bit. Halloween was great. Thanks to everybody. I couldn't believe the decorations. I think it was Child Support Services.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Was that each one had its own little haunted house in there and stuff? It was super cool. I went to the LAFCO conference. I still have a keen interest in LAFCO, and we did a day of scenario-based analysis, which was really cool. Like, here's a land use decision, here's the analysis, and as a group, we kind of worked through all the different outcomes of different perplexing land use decisions that LAFCO will face. And so I think, in my opinion, LAFCO in the next couple of years is going to have a lot of significant roles to play in our county, in our towns, in our cities. So I think kind of keeping my eye on that as the alternate for you. So I think it's going to be a good couple years forward there. I had a senior services roundtable, which has been, I think, 5 months in the making. It was really fascinating. It's not a population I know a lot about. So I just basically convened all the stakeholders related to senior services, and we got around a big table and talked and kind of started identifying some of the areas of void space in senior services and some of the things I didn't know, but Apparently, about 16.2% of our population is considered senior in Truckee, so that's about, within the incorporated areas, that's almost 3,800 people. So that's a lot of folks. So working with the hospital and others to try and figure out, and then our staff as well, try and figure out what next. But had a meeting with Truckee Tahoe Community Foundation and the U.S. Forest Service. There's some co-benefit stuff they're working on and other things that are probably not going to move forward that we wanted to talk about. Had our THAC, Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee meeting. The draft plan is out, so we're going to comment on it. And then the final plan from that 18-month exercise will be available probably right before the end of the year. So we'll make it available to post on our website, and some great ideas and concepts coming out of that as well. Behavioral health ad hoc, housing ad hoc, several, I think. And then we did the field trip to Blue Weed Mine, which was fascinating. And then I subsequently took off out of the airport and flew right over the mine. And I took some pictures of it myself. Went to the health fair and then the CTE fair, same day, I think, right? Yeah.
And that was good too. I forgot
Yeah, it's
about
been a
that.
little while. Had my AQMD meeting. And then we have our stakeholder meetings going on in Eastern County, which it's going to be a busy week. We have those, I think, scheduled for the remainder of this week. And then did a PCT visit with Congressman Kiley and Pacific Crest Trail Association, talking about their work to support the trail. And also, you know, it kind of borders both sides of Truckee there. And then we had our CCC meeting. And we have some new placements in East County. Palisades has a new executive director, CEO, Amy Oron, who used to be at North Star. Very effective community leader, really happy to have her in that position. Dee has retired, and then we're going to meet with the new North Star CEO here coming up. We should have more. My goal is to get all the stakeholder input rolled up before our strategic workshop in January, so everybody understands, you know, what's going on up there. That's it for me, and I'd just like to thank the board on a very productive day and a very productive discussion around cannabis particularly, and staff, all the support they brought to it, and appreciate that. With that, if there's any other closing business, bring it up. If not, we'll be adjourned.
Oh, yeah, let's all celebrate Ubinet, too. That was pretty fun. We all went to Ubinet celebration, 25 years of serving our community. I thought that was incredible. It was a lot of fun to go, and and she's always so humble about it, but her and Susan both have put so much into that. So that was another little fun thing that we did. It's so fun, you get talking and you forget all the things you do all week.
Yeah, and then there's all the fun things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, outstanding. Okay, thanks, everybody. Meeting adjourned.